right, all right. I got to restart this because I had a new headset on, and I hope my sound is good. So I want y'all to check the links that's in the description box because I'm about to go in on somebody. So Wacky World, I gave you all. You make video after video after video. You made 4 videos about me calling me a liar, right? You've been calling me a liar about in 4 of your videos. And I said this on the third time. I told you the next time you're gonna do a video about me, you're gonna start proving me right. Okay. See, that same Bible you read says pride before the fall, right? Pride before the fall. It says that in the good book, right? So I'm gonna teach you about etymology. See, let's read what you wrote over here. Let's sit and read it. And let me say a shout out to Sola V, to the beautiful lady named Sola V, and the other beautiful lady by the name of Miss Not for Everyone. I see, the charming uh, Miss Queen Sunkiss, who was in my chat room earlier. So I'm about to go deep and hard on the paint because I'm going to, in the words of David Carroll, I'm going to dissect and deconstruct your argument. And it's going to be comical. It's going to be comical. I trust and believe me, Wacky World. This is going to be comical because we're going to read what you said because the links is in the description box. It's down below. And this is to Assured Saints. Assured Saints, mind your business because you know what this is about. So let's go ahead and read this. Yes. How you doing? Lovely. What's going on with you? Now let me get down to let me dissect and deconstruct. Oh yeah, and later tonight, there is a video for BMT and Darrell because I'm dissecting and deconstructing BMT and Darrell because I got the links that can back up everything I said. And it's going to be a part 1. So I'm telling you, there might be a part 2 and a part 3 coming later on for Darrell and BMT because I backed things up while y'all was bumping your gums all day, being so prideful. Yeah. But let's just sit here and let's read what Wacky World said. Let's go over here. Let's read what Wacky World said, right? Because it's so comical. So Wacky World said five days ago, he said, the handicapped Big J Triple X accused me of dissing females on a low when I used the term female, another lie. According to that logic, Wespers, hold on. This is where he messed up on. This is where your boy Wacky World messed up on. But wait a minute, hold on. Let me rear that fishing hook back in. I don't want to overcast my line. So let me stop this the spoiler alert. According to the logic, Westford Dictionary must also be dissing them on the low. No. Let me reread this again, right? Because I have a stuttering problem. I I got a speech impediment. So let me read it in a calm, cool, collected manner. The handicapped Big J Triple X has accused me of dissing females on the low. When I use the term female, another lie. According to that logic, Westford Dictionary must also be dissing them on the low since it defines the word woman as an adult female person. It isn't me who need to be doing some research. It is you, our word J, who need to pick up a dictionary for once in your life. Let's scroll down, right? Now notice Merriam Webster.com. We're going to talk about that later. We're going to talk about that later now. Now let's scroll down here, right? Woman, an adult female person. B, a woman belonging to a particular category as by birth, residence, membership, occupation, usually used in combination. Womankind, woo 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 woo. So you got these guys up in here. He said you got this guy named Mr. Unsung Uncertain said this is clearly defined. Not understand how someone who touts himself as an intellectual cannot comprehend this definition. Holding on to a non-existent grudge is a manosphere stand. Really? Okay. I think when people say that they're talking about how people use female to say, yeah, that's part of it. You JoJo right here, you on the point. You on the point. You on the point. But sure Saint who want to stick his nose up in my business, you don't know what's going on. And he said so basically he's calling a woman a female is offensive, even though it's literally in synonym for women, right? I also don't understand why he's bringing it up. What happened a year ago? Yeah, while lying at the same well, because Wacky attacked me on D the Rails channel, something has nothing to do with you. And second, you need to look at the term etymology, and the term female isn't a derogatory term, and it's literally exactly synonym for woman. For somebody who's in the United States Navy and claim to be educated, Sir Saint, I think you should know better. Women that join the military are referred to as females. They don't take it no. Well, we're not talking about the military. They take no offense to that. Hell, even the men are called males. If Wacky called verbal the B word, he would be in the wrong, but he didn't. But there's no such. We worked on about the word female. I swear you guys need to stop beefing, you know. And I told him. So let's go back up here, right? Now, Wacky made a fatal mistake, ladies and gentlemen. Wacky just made a fatal mistake. He made a fatal mistake. He went to Merriam Webster. Oh my God, I can't pronounce words right now. Yep, maybe because I got this speech impediment. Merriam Webster.com, right? Well, let me dig up into I guess Wacky World kind of forgot. He kind of forgot about a couple of things, right? He kind of forgot about something. See, if you go on this website right that he posted right here, which is the Webster Dictionary online, he would know a couple of things. Because there is a thesaurus and there is an etymology part of the website. Well, Big J, you got to be kidding me. Well, let me do this real quick. Let me do this real quick for you. All right. Let me switch over. Let me switch over because we got so many ads and, you got, so let's switch over to, drum roll, please. Drum roll. Drum roll. I want your drum roll. Drum roll. And I forgot to hit did the share. Yeah, I messed up, y'all. But drum roll, please. Well, well, wacky, wacky. You kind of messed up, huh? You thought I was done, huh? You thought, though, man. You try to talk to me as if I'm stupid, huh? You thought I was crazy, huh? So, wacky world. Do we need to read this? The same website that you use against me, the same website you use against me said otherwise. The same website. This is merriam-webster.com grammar / grammar. You forgot to go to the grammar section on how to use certain words, wacky world. It's called grammar, wacky world. Now, here's what it says here. It says, using lady and woman and female to modified nouns. Female doctor, lady lawyer, woman politician, or any of these offensive. Here at the same website you use against me. The same website you use against me. We have a number of female editors, or is it women editors, or is it female editors? Certainly not lady editors, right? Now, gender modifiers like female, woman, and lady are a thorny usage. All three words, and you know what? You know what? Because my computer's acting up, let me do this. But don't worry, because the link is in the description box, right? The link is in the description box. So let me go ahead and read this for you, because my internet's kind of messing up on me, because for some reason I have to got too many windows up. But let me just sit here and continue this. All three words begin life as nouns, with woman and lady showing up very early in the language, and female showing up in the 1300s. Lady was used initially as a form of address for a woman who have a run of a household, or who have charge over servants, and later came to refer to a woman who held a high rank. Woman has retained its original meaning, which is almost 1400 years old. An adult human, an adult female human being. Female first referred to a woman or girl, but within about 100 years of its appearance, it also being used of animals, birds that feminine may not be here, which is I guess it's a mirror of the world from the book called the Mirror of the World, 1481. Unlike lady and woman, uh oh, here we go, here we go. Unlike lady and woman, however, female is also a full-fledged adjective, and the adjective use has historically has been clinical and biological than not, as in the female plant or Alexander Pope's the ghosts of female kind. There was remarkably little fussing over any of these words until the end of the 1800s, that is. Now, wacky world, do I need do I need to teach you wacky? Do I need to teach you something wacky? See, etymology means something. So the arguments begin with bare nouns. Was it appropriate to call a group of women females? Are women are all women ladies? Can you call a group of female adult human beings of various ages females, or should you go with ladies or women? Though advice varied, but it was generally agreed upon at the beginning of the 20th century that the female was a disparaging term. Wacky world, wacky world, wacky world. Oh, since you called me a liar, thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not bear false witness. You see that? You see what it said right there, wacky? It said, let me read this again for you, wacky. Because you was born in what century? You was born at the tail end of the 20th century. I was born at the tail end of the 20th century. Verbal, pure butterfly, series eyes, all born in the second half of the 20th century. So therefore, we born in the 20th century. So wait a minute. Said though advice varied, it was generally agreed upon by the beginning of the 20th century that female was a disparaging term, as it made no differentiation between humans and animals. Like how you use the term man and female rather than using the term man and woman. Right? That I'm talking about you, wacky. This is in spite of the fact that female was in previous centuries actually referred to a woman and lady. Lady was fine and polite word to describe a woman of excellent social refinement or breeding, in spite of the fact that it was at one point in time often used as an informal print and speech to specifically to women who happened to have jobs that would benefit from being tagged above their station. And as a cleaning lady, sales lady, and a woman who was was the referred term um, to an adult woman, which was always been the case. Wacky, wacky. I'm talking to you. Yes, I'm talking to you. Now try that again, please. I want you to try that again. I want you to try to say Big J's a liar. I want you to try to say Big J's a liar now. So anyway, let's get back to it. Let's get back to the etymology of the term female. Now, I want y'all to notice this is the same website Wacky World was trying to use on me. You try to use the same website on me, and here is you never you just looked up the definition. You didn't look up the meaning behind the meaning and how it's used. All three nouns has been attributed, that is before the noun. I can't stand these ads. That's why I keep doing. Attributed back to the 14th century. Newspapers from the 1800s are surprisingly populated with lady doctors, female lawyers, women scientists, and these term uses went largely unremarked upon the 20th century. Uh-oh. Since though Big J doesn't know how to do research, all right, the first scholar to clinically examine the attributive uses of female, woman, and lady was Henry Fowler, the author of the 1926 dictionary. What? Stop, wait. The Dictionary of Modern English Usage. Those of us who attend university, we use that. We use that. So, what are you talking about, wacky world? Saying that I am not intellect. Now, explain that part, wacky world. Explain why I don't have intellect, right? And while his conclusions are common sense central, his manner of expressing himself greats. In the section called the feminine, oh, excuse me, um, the feminine, I can't, man, my, I can't pronounce. I'm sorry, y'all. I got a speech impediment, y'all. You gotta forgive me. You gotta forgive me. The feminine destinations. He claims that women who argue against the usage of gendered words ending in ness, like uh, authorness, poetress, are being, in short, whiny and illogical, and that since the English language is flexible to allow these definitions, we had better let it, or there's something one interesting, uh, jarade, however. Now, if Wacky World actually learned about the book called the Dictionary of Modern English Usage, then he would understand why certain people will see the term female as a derogative where you use terms like male and female over man and woman. No, I'm sorry. When Wacky World use the term man and female rather than man and woman. So therefore, when Wacky World called verbal or used the term man and female, when he was talking to Verbal and Pure Butterfly and whoever woman that was on the panel, they felt, or Verbal at least felt, offended by that because you use female as in female what? We already know what a man is, but female what? So therefore, Wacky World, you're wrong. Don't you ever question my intellect. And what's so funny about it, Wacky? What's so funny about that, Wacky? You try to use the same dictionary against me. Hold on. It's comical. You use the same online dictionary against me, but then you did not go beyond the etymology of the term female. This is the reason why I put myself above most of y'all. And yes, I'm going to be arrogant here. I got to be arrogant. I mean, y'all been disrespecting me for years. So I'm going to be as arrogant as possible because I allowed you for 5 days straight to disparage my name, calling me a simp, you know, all of that. But then you use the same website against me when I use. Listen. I want y'all to check the description box, right? I want y'all. I want y'all to go over here. Hold on. Let me take this overlay off, right? Let me take this overlay off. Let's take the overlay off, right? I want y'all to notice something. I want y'all to notice this. I want y'all to notice this. It's Merriam-Webster Dictionary. All right? The Webster Dictionary. Okay? The Webster Dictionary. Let's try that again. Wacky. Let's try that again. Webster Dictionary. But let's go ahead and show the other. Let me stop sharing that. Let me stop sharing that. I guess you got nothing to say, Wacky, because that was on Merriam-Webster Dictionary / grammar / lady - woman - female - usage. And then, and then, and then you didn't do your research. You didn't do your research, sir. All right. You didn't do your research right. You couldn't do it right. He went to the same website. Hold on. We gotta wrap this up now. We gotta wrap this up, Wacky, because we're gonna go back to what you said. We're gonna go right back to what you said. And it's right here. And no, hold on. Let me take the overlay off. You went ahead. You went to the same website trying to clown me. You went to the same website. See this right here? You went to where? Webster Dictionary. I went to the same website, but the thing is, you would look up for the definition, but you also failed to talk about the grammar of the word and how the word should be used. You see that? You try to call me handicapped. You call me the R word. And don't worry. I screenshot all of what you said because I'm not fooling with you no more. So then you said Merriam / Webster, yet, which is the same website I came from. You went to the meaning of the word, but you ain't talking about how it's supposed to be used. All right? You ain't talking about how the word was supposed to be used. And sure Saint, I'm talking to you too. That's why I'm better than you. All right? It's how you use the word, not the definition of the word wacky tobacco. It's not the how you use the word backy, um, wacky puff of old. It's how you use the word. Like the word boy. If a white person called your big 40-year-old behind boy, you wouldn't like that, would you? You wouldn't like when a white person referred to you being a grown black man as a boy. You know what the terminology means. It can be used as derogatory. Oh, shout out to Series Eyes. Shout out to you, Series Eyes. Tell Art I said hey hello. And I know I wish Art was here because I bet though he would get petty behind this. So what's going on, Lawrence? You see, yeah. And let me read what Miss Not for Everyone says. Why didn't he look up the definition for female? He looked up the definition for women, but he doesn't say women. He doesn't say women. He said female. Wait. Exactly. Exactly. So he looked up for the definition of female, But he look and he looked at the definition for women. Doesn't say woman, but he said female. Okay, he said, I will do, and let me see what he's up to. Yeah. See, you can't handle me, wacky. You and those and your little dudes over there up in your comment section try to clown me, try to call me the R word, saying talk about my speech impediment, try to talk about my intellect or my lack thereof of an intellect, but then you use the same website against me, and then you didn't study the word. You didn't study. You went to the same website that I went to. That kills me. You went to the same website I went to, and I dug deeper than you. You went to the surface level word of female, and like what Miss Not for Everyone said, you never looked up the word woman up. You never looked up the word woman. You only looked at the word female. Then also there's a thing called there's a thing on that same website. It tells you, it goes to grammar. It tells you how to use the word female when you've been on grammar. Hold on. Yeah, you know what? You're right. You know what? If a art's coming, I'll put the link in the description box. I'm gonna put the link in the description box right here. All right, the link is in the description box because I gotta go in. I gotta go in on this. This is comical. And no, I want nobody. I want everybody to see if I'm lying. All right, what's going on, Art? So what I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna show it. I'm gonna give y'all the links in the chat room. So here is Wacky World's insult to me on his community tab. I put this right here. This is Wacky World's Wacky Tobacco's insult to me. Right? This is right here. Right here, yeah, right here. Go click on that and see that insult for yourself. Then what I want y'all to do, because he used the same website. So then what I want y'all to do me a favor, if y'all have time, or after this live stream, because I'm cooking. So why won't y'all go? Here is the website on the grammar. No, let me use this right here. On the grammar. You see this right here? Hold on. Do you see this right here, Wacky? Wacky, do you see this right here? Same website you were using. I went to the grammar part. This tells me you don't use your dictionary right. You don't use your dictionary right, Wacky World. And a sure saint, you don't even use your word right. And truism, I'm talking to you too. Y'all don't know how to use words. Right. She said it was intended as a diss because verbal asking politely. Right. It was intended as a disc because verbal asking politely not to refer to her as female. He continued to do it. At that point, it became the insult. See, Wacky tried. I'm glad you said that, Series Eyes. I'm glad you say that. See, that was the whole point. He said, I ain't made no insults. I ain't insult anybody. Yes, you did. Oh, okay. You said, I'm just catching up on the stream. All right. So, Series Eyes. Now, I don't want to hear nobody say I'm simping. I don't want nobody say I'm simping for Series Eyes because her husband is right here. Her husband's right here. This is the husband. This is the wife. So I don't want nobody say, Big J, you are simping. I don't want nobody said I'm trying to get up in some woman's drawers. I don't want this. No, no. The thing is, what y'all need to do is a read a book every now and then. I don't care. No, he if he want me, no, fuck him. All right. Nope. That's not happening. That's not happening. That's not happening at all. I'm gonna address what I'm talking about, and I'm gonna be focused on what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna wait for Art to get on the panel. So I want nobody to say that I'm sipping for Series Eyes when her husband is right here. So wacky world of old. Wacky world of old. Don't you ever me sideways. But I wait for Art to show up. I wait for Art to show up. You know what? I'll be right back. Let me put myself on mute. I gotta pay a water bill or two. Be right back in about 2-3 minutes. Yes, you can. Oh, hold on. I see your husband coming on here. Well, what's going
What
on?
up? What up? What up? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Like, you kind of loud, but it must be my this new headset I got. But go ahead.
Well, that's good then. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah, I was driving and everything. I was like somewhat going through stuff, and then my girl sent me a text saying that you're cooking. So I'm like, all right, let's see what Big J is saying.
Yeah.
So here I am, man. What's going? So everything good?
Oh yeah. I'm getting my revenge for the last 48 hours of this year. Yeah, I'm gonna cook, and then I'm going to block everybody and move unsub and block as many people as can and move forward.
All right.
I'm cooking. I'm roasting for the next 48 hours of this year. And no, if Don wants to talk, I'm not going. Let me tell you something, Kevin. Reg makes money over there. Reg needs me to make him money over there. I'm not gonna make Reg make a dime off of me And so if Don wants to talk to me, Don can come over here if he wants. I'm not going to end this live stream to go to a channel where I'm disrespected at. So I don't want to hear it, you know. But anyway, where was I at? Oh yeah. Now I want you to notice something.
All right.
Now do now you see what he wrote, right? You see what Wacky wrote, right?
Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
Now, what was the website?
It's well, Merriam-Webster.
Right. Now, I'm gonna put this in I'm gonna put the link of what was in the website of the usages, the correct usage of the term female, woman, and lady. Now, he tried to check me on his website. I went to exactly the same website and dug deeper. Anybody can hit that link what I just put up and go over there and see for yourself.
Hey, you guys.
Hey, what's going on, Series Eyes? You know what? I'm gonna
Hello,
stop. I'm gonna stop
Series.
sharing this. I'm gonna stop sharing because the internet thing. But yeah. Now, do y'all see how stupid that was?
Here's the funny thing, right?
Yep.
All right, hold on a second, babe. Here's the funny thing, right? Like, word change all the time, and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, like, okay, for example, even the word retard that he used, right?
Mm-hmm.
That word at some point wasn't offensive, but as people continue to use it as an offensive term, then more and more people was become to like distance themselves from that word until the word retard became an insult.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, even nowadays, when you call someone mentally challenged, that also starting to verge onto like being disrespect. So it's like every time it's language evolve. And the thing about it though, right, is like sometimes when people will be like, "Oh, well, I'm not comfortable with this. How would you not call me that?" Right? Everything is cool up until that point, until that person sets a boundary. Be like, "Yeah, I'm not comfortable with you calling me Negro. Can you please call me Black instead, or African American, or whatever the case may be?" Right? All
Mm-hmm.
these terms change over time, and then whether, yeah, I get it. Sometimes it's not up to you to babysit someone's feelings, right?
Right. Right.
But at the same time, like being cordial, especially if you're cordial with that person on the panel, and then if you ask me not to call you something, and I'm I want to keep that relationship with you or something like that, then I'm not gonna go out of my way to disrespect you by continuing to actually cross your boundaries. Be like, man, I don't give a fuck about whether or not you call me. That's not an insult. So I'm gonna call you whatever the fuck I want. Be like, whoa, okay. So then you are now deliberately being offended and trying to be slick about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was the
Mm-hmm.
intent. It was the intent. His intent was to offend her.
Right. 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 That was the intent, to offend verbal, and then though he tried to use that to go after pure butterfly over that. And I was like, see, and then him and Jersey Hammer, and now Sure Saint trying to act like what I said I was on some simp shit. I wasn't simping, you know, and they didn't worry about that word simp, so the word simp. Oh, you're simping for Series Eyes, but Series Eyes, you married to Art, right?
Yes.
That's your husband, right? So how
Yeah.
can I simp for you when your husband is right there
Listen,
between us?
listen, Big J. When they have no argument, they resolve to name calling.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as name calling starts, that's when they lost the argument to me. That's anybody. If you start name calling anyone or me or anybody in a debate, you have nothing else to say. You're basically just dumb, in my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
because you got
Mm-hmm.
nothing else to say. You've lost the argument, and in order for you to not feel like you've lost the argument, now you want to start name calling.
Cause at first though he called me a liar. Yeah, Big J lied on me, and yeah, he lied. I said, lied to you about what? Yeah, you lied to me, and then though he played my video on his channel, right?
Mhm.
Trying to, trying to play himself like a victim, right? And I'm like, and Verbal told him, can you please not refer to me as female, because he kept saying man and female rather than as man and woman.
Or
So,
male and female, if you're going to do that, right?
right? If you, yeah, because like when you use the terminology female, male and female, and man and woman, you're equal. You're being equal. But when
Yeah,
you
that
start
makes sense.
right,
Yep.
right, but when you use a term like man and female, you're putting down the other person down. Or
Yes.
if one of these divestors would come on here and make that stupid argument about males and women, you're
Mhm.
putting men down. We used
Yes.
to use the term male and male and woman.
You're basically dehumanizing the person.
Right. So that's why Wacky needs to go back, look up and go back to that website he tried to use on me and click grammar, because it says how to use, because you know how like every time you go in the dictionary, you scroll down and it says a sentence. It's telling
Yep.
you how to use it in the context that it should be used.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, what's
I
going
got
on,
a
Pure
question.
Butterfly?
I got a question for you guys, right? Maybe I'm playing a little bit of devil's advocate. Do you think maybe it's a New York thing, right? Because the reason I'm saying that, right? Because I was watching Keith Lee. You got if you guys don't know who Keith Lee is, he's a food critic, and he actually
Uh
go to restaurants, and like he would order some food and eat it in the car and actually judge the food, criticize
Mhm.
the food, right? And then he was in the Breakfast Club, and then DJ Envy, the way he described what Keith Lee does, it was like, well, he's on some hood shit, eat the food in his car, and as a way to kind of like down him for what he does, it's like it's not that important. So,
mm-hmm.
and then like but when you look at, let's say, a guy like DJ Envy or something like that, right? Like his wife is pretty much treating him like a bitch, and he's he had that controversy where he actually, him and a former associate of his, like scam a whole bunch of people for money. So then now, being in the presence of someone who actually has true genuine attention, that became a threat to him. That kind of shed a light on him, who tried to actually fake virtue. So then therefore, the only way for him to actually either to feel on equal term with Keith Lee would be to kind of downplay him, to try to alpha male him or some shit like that.
It's an
So then,
ego.
yeah, it's an ego thing. So do you think maybe like the ego that was involved in just like try to downplay people around you in order to actually elevate yourself as an individual? You think that has to do with a little bit of maybe like self esteem or some shit like that?
I think the way he tried to talk to me, he act like though he's better than me, he's smarter than me, so he think he's an intellect, but then he does something stupid and not realizing what he done, and he still think he thinks he's an intellect. You just
Yeah,
said
I
something.
think he does realize what he's done. I just think he doesn't like to admit it. So he's
Right,
Oh
trying to
right,
double down,
right, right, and,
yeah,
and, and he and he
because
and
he
he's
likes
hiding.
he likes to portray the image of an intellect, and he likes to be the smartest person in the room. And then when someone else comes along and kind of like points out where he's wrong, then his ego his ego takes over. And I feel like maybe he has anger issues, so he doesn't want to explode um on the internet, because then people
Mhm.
will see him in a different light. So that's why he just rage quits, because he rage quits a lot.
Yeah,
I think that's
yeah.
that's what's been going on with him. Mm.
Hmm. But and the thing is though, it's kind of like, to me. Remember that Red Bull commercial back in the night? You remember Red Bull beer? Oh no, no, no.
Red
I'm sorry. It wasn't Red Bulls. Like Red Dog beer.
no,
You
not even
Okay,
familiar with that.
okay. Well, like that beer did not last long, right? It was about it lasted for at least like a year and a half, and then it was discontinued, right? But Red Dog used to be there was a commercial for Red Dog, right? So there was a Chihuahua running around with this bulldog.
The red
What
dog
you
was
gonna
a
do, Spike?
bulldog, right? I remember a red dog, like red bulldog logo.
Right. Okay. Okay. If you look at the ad, there was a little Chihuahua running around the bulldog. What are you gonna do, Spike? What you gonna do, Spike? What you gonna do, Spike? Well, well, Wacky World is that Chihuahua. If you think about it, because yes, he's over there trying to act like he got me on something, but then he hides behind other people. Like, oh, he's trying to hide behind a sure saint. Like he's trying to hide behind what's his name? DED the rail behind this
Well,
topic.
he tried to hide behind you at one point, remember?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. When he tried to, yeah, because hey, see, and that's one thing he didn't want to bring up.
Yeah.
That's one thing he didn't want to bring up. That email.
Mm.
Now I sent y'all the email. I
Yeah.
forwarded that
Yeah.
email
But
to
you
y'all.
were distant from us for a little bit after that situation. Because me and Mark didn't want to like tell you about it, right? Me and Mark didn't want
Uh,
to tell you about it.
Yeah.
Just to us, it was just like, well, you guys were friends, and this had nothing to do with you. And
mm,
I didn't want you to have to choose a side. And I think he maybe what happened is he thought we would come to you. So he wanted to
mm,
be the first one there so you would get his side of the story first.
right,
That's
right,
my
right,
impression,
right.
right?
Hmm.
But
It's
I
kind of
still
funny
don't know
that
why he got so offended. Okay? I
listen,
still have no idea.
it's very interesting. The guy that's calling me a bitch had to run and tattletale to another man.
Like a bitch.
Like a bitch.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. I think like projection much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's because like with me, I'm always like this, right? Like if like the internet is the internet, right? Like if I
Hmm.
don't ever take anything too seriously, so then therefore, if I have a problem with someone or a disagreement, whatever the case may be, I will try to resolve it. Let's say, oh, look, I love debates, right? I love
Right,
disagreeing
right.
with my friends, blah blah blah, right? And if I feel like at some point in the debate, then there's like a it's going south, then that's when I will reach to that person privately. Be like, all right, yo, we good? We could talk behind the scene, blah, blah, blah. Right. And if we cannot solve it privately, then that's when I will just either walk away and stuff. And unless that person actually attack me afterward, publicly and stuff like that, then that's when I'm gonna have some fun. That's when I'm gonna be petty.
Well,
But
a
for
lot
the
of
most
times
part,
disagreements happen from misunderstandings, right?
well, yeah, exactly. Which I always try to actually see myself from where that person is coming from first, to have some sort of empathy, whatever, because I might be wrong, right? But you gotta leave room for being wrong. And I feel like people with the biggest ego or with the lower self esteem can't can't portray themselves being wrong, because then if they are wrong, then whatever they portray themselves as falls apart. If I'm like portray myself as this intellectual, pro-black, so on and so forth, and then someone challenged me on certain views that I have no rebuttal for, then therefore now all of a sudden that image that you portray in your head just kind of fall apart. And that's
Hmm.
the hard pill to swallow, from being the one that doing all the schooling, being somewhat embarrassed, which is really not an embarrassment, but that person would take it as such, as an
Right.
embarrassment. It's like, no, it's not. You can't be wrong, dude. Everybody can be wrong.
I mean,
You know?
it doesn't feel good to be, publicly shown that you're wrong, but
Yeah,
there's better
exactly.
ways to solve that issue. It's not like the person, like, it's not like I intended to offend him, right? It's like
Hmm.
You,
it's not like verbal intended to offend him, but he did intend to offend verbal. Not in the beginning. At first, maybe that's just the way he speaks, but then when verbal did ask him, "Can you please not refer to me as female?" And then she gave a reason why, and he continued. That's where the intent changed. It changed from just his normal form of speech to now I'm going to say it intentionally to push your buttons.
well,
Hmm.
yeah, I think what was happening is like, okay, so I think that's so. This is what I've kind of noticed about this dude, right? It's like I think he misconstrued interjecting with interruption, right? People interject all the time because it's like conversation is like a dance, and sometimes people can go on a long, monologue, and then therefore, if no one else interject, then they can keep going and going and going. So then, therefore, sometimes when we have like 3 or 4 people on a panel, everybody try to have a say because they don't want to forget what they're saying, and then they will just quickly interject something or just back out. Or if I'm talking and then let's say Big J try to interject, but I'm not finishing my thought yet. I'm like, hold on a second, Big J, let me finish my point and I'll continue. Right? So anyone who actually has like those type of soft skills, right? And also that are being truly authentic, don't have an issue being interrupted because they can pick it up again. But when you cater your speech based on like the type of conversation you tend to have with yourself in the mirror all the time, and then it becomes repetitive, so then it becomes this repetitive notion like, okay, I'm about to go on this long speech because I practice it in the mirror all the time. And then when someone else interjects, you be like, God damn it, now I have to start over again.
Well, it's like
Mm,
when you're having a conversation, there's no space for a monologue.
Well, yeah. But if you have talking point instead of actually, instead of delving deep into the nuances, then it will get frustrated because your talking point is being interrupted by, somebody throw a wrench in it. That's where the frustration comes from.
Especially if it's someone you think is beneath you.
Exactly, especially when you're talking to these females that don't know nothing. And then you're like, God damn it, bitch, how dare you interrupt me while I'm making a speech? So then, obviously, to have this mask, you don't want people to portray you as the asshole that you truly are. So then, what do? You then now try to do a little bit of gaslighting. You then, start calling her, a female, or you don't want to call her bitch and stuff like that. And then when that person caught on to what you're doing, and then that's when you try to be like, well, I don't see nothing wrong with what I'm saying. I mean, blah blah blah, and then expecting that woman to actually flipped on you, so then you could look like the good guy, and it didn't
hmm
happen. That person actually
I just,
scold you.
I just
Then
think it's
that's when you
stupid.
feel like, oh shit. Now I really want to call her a bitch or all that stuff, but I
Yeah.
can't, so that I'm gonna rage quit.
Yeah, I really think it's a stupid argument where when someone says something and it offends, like calls someone a certain word, and then it offends the other person. The other person asks them to stop, and they continue, and then they say, "Well, I don't see anything wrong with it." Well, there's people in the world that don't see nothing wrong with the N word, but it's offensive.
Yeah,
Okay, okay. I'm glad you brought that up. Now, what if a white woman comes up to you, um, Art, and
yeah.
called you and referred to you as boy?
I would look at this bitch and be like, who the fuck you talking to?
Yeah, that's offensive.
Right, right, right. So if you can't sit there and understand that what a if you can't, if somebody come to you, if this white woman come to you and say, oh, or a racist person, whoever she might be, he or she might be, coming to you and say,
Yeah,
well, here is the definition of boy. It's on Westford Dictionary, and he
yeah,
said an adolescent male, an adolescent human,
Yeah,
yeah.
adolescent male human. That's what it's going to say, right? The
yeah.
general, the
Mhm.
general. So he gonna use that as, well. You see, I know what I'm saying. You're being dishonest. Well, if you look at the etymology of the word boy, that's what 400, 500 years of usage to talk about people who've been subjugated and oppressed. So you can't
Yeah,
sit there and just, call it a grown man who's in his 30s and 40s as boy. That's offensive
exactly.
You're
because
right.
you are removing his that person's humanity.
Yeah.
Just like just like when you call a woman a female, you're removing her humanity. But Wacky World can't seem to grasp that concept.
Oh, he
It's
does.
really it's really interesting that you say that because I wonder what would have happened, how Wacky would have reacted if Verbal, in response to him calling her female, would start referring to him as boy. I really wonder how he would
No,
react.
no, no. you know
Well,
what?
he would have rage quit regardless anyway.
Yeah. He would have rage quit. But
Oh, he would
what
he
if
would have been on a rampage in his videos.
right? But better yet, what if Verbal was white? If Verbal was a white woman, how would he react to it?
Mhm.
I don't think to him it makes a difference. I think he's just sexist.
Well, he is a sexist pig. The manosphere is sexist. You know, they misogynistic, but yeah. But I'm you know, but to add on that little, see, the cognitive dissonance is at an all-time high in this space.
Mm. But here's the funny thing, right? Sorry, I don't mean to
Hmm.
cut you off, though, but yeah,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
you can yes, you you can put that label on him saying that he's sexist, but being able to actually hide it behind this intellectual cloak, makes it appear as if like he's not. It's kind of like, let's say, when you listen to any pro-black, right? Let's say Dr. Umar or whatever, and then he will spew out some foul shit when it comes to interracial relationship, right? And then he
Right.
would mask it with some sort of studies or this and all that, and then to try to appear intellectual. But when you peel back all these bullshit layers, turns out be like, yo, you just racist,
Right.
you
Right.
know?
And right, like that video. Okay, like that video Umar did on Eminem. Now I saw your video on Umar earlier, Art, but when he was
Yeah.
going after interracial couples and
Oh,
all that, you know, yeah. But anyway, if you saw that video he did against Eminem,
Eminem. Yep.
that was hilarious. I don't have nothing against you. What's his name? Walter Matters. Well, I've got his real name.
Marshall.
Yeah,
Marshall.
Marshall Mathers. Yeah.
Marshall Matters. Yeah, I don't see nothing against you, but you don't belong on that list of being one of the greatest of all time.
Can you imagine
Because
we said that about basketball, which was invented by the Argentinian?
right, yeah,
It's sorry, go ahead, go ahead.
good point. Good point. Good point.
The
What if an
nasty.
Argentinian would go to Kobe Bryant? No, let me use a better basketball player than Kobe. Would go to Michael Jordan or Dr. J or Akeem Olajuwon or whoever and said, "Oh, y'all, we created basketball. You Negroes ain't shit." Do y'all see the cognitive dissonance for Umar to go after Eminem like that? That makes
Yep.
completely no sense. What Umar said. If somebody from Argentina is gonna come up here and say, "Oh yeah, this that," I swear to God, they just the cognitive dissonance that I find that hilarious. And then though he tried to triple down, then like he tried to walk that tightrope, trying to give him respect, and then at the same time you disrespect Eminem at the same time. I mean, just hang it up. Just hang it up, Umar. Just hang it up.
Just like most pro-black, it's like it's like when a racist white person be like, "Well, I got no problem with black people, but right, is there's always that that comes through. It's like, I'm gonna disrespect you. I'm gonna say something that it's knowingly untrue, but I'm gonna mask it as in a way like some sort of intellectual dialect voodoo shit, and then to try to make it seem like I'm right and you're wrong. Because a lot of these people don't care about the truth; they
Right.
care about being right, and they
Oh,
will use whatever practice they can use to be like, "See, I'm right." Just like this guy using the dictionary to be like, "See, female, blah blah blah," and forget about all the context that comes with it,
right.
just to be like, "See, I'm right and you're wrong." Just like when you ask like a feminist try to describe to you what feminism is, so why you should like feminism, and then forget about the third wave feminism that's like pretty much just anti-male, right?
But
it,
but but
it's all
but,
gaslighting, man.
but it kills me. No, okay, hold on. I'm address two things, right? Because
Yep.
something similar happened on BBC. I don't know. Go on YouTube and you'll watch this, right? This was during like the 1990s when Nelson Mandela was going to be president of South Africa, all that,
Yep.
right? So BBC did a documentary on South Africa, right?
Yep.
So they were doing a whole tour, right? So they went to this all white town in the north, I think it's the northeast part of South Africa,
Mm-hmm.
and when there's no black people, so there's this gated community, right?
Yep.
So the reporter walked up into this guy's house, right? He
Yeah.
and this guy had Lionel Richie records, Michael Jackson, the Four Tops, the Temptations, and every black artist you can think of, right, on his wall of
Yep.
records and all that, right, vinyls. So the reporter said, well, how come though you got black people on your wall? You got black people. You listen to black music. You listen to jazz. You listen to the R&B. You listen to soul music. I gotta find you that video because it's something similar to what Umar just did. Anyway, the guy
Yep.
said, "Well, I like Lionel Richie. I like this, that, there. I like all of this, but you ban black people. You ban any black African from entering into this community. So how can you ban people from said community when you are appreciating their art?"
Yep.
That's the same thing with what Umar was doing with Eminem. I laughed at that. I laughed all morning. I watched that all morning. I was laughing at it. I had to watch it twice. I'm like, really, Umar? You saying what? You know,
Yo,
I
it's
just say,
at which point are we gonna start calling this so-called like the like anti-racism? It's all racism, right? It's like okay, when black people do it, it's not racism. Only when white people do it, it's like no, it's all racism, right? And it feels like this, right? This is the thing that I argue against. It's like there's a difference between justice and retribution, right?
mm-hmm,
And it feels like a lot of people are seeking some sort of retribution towards those who had nothing to do with the past. The past was fucked up, yes. And do I think like, there are some sort of measure that need to be taken to ensure that doesn't repeat itself? Yes. I agree with all of that. But when you also discriminating, right? And you also try to reverse some of the leap forward that we have made, just like let's say Umar talking about like he should he's doing a petition to actually reverse the supreme the justice the court decision about like interracial marriage and all that stuff because black people shouldn't be interracially married to nobody. No, right, you do it, but dude, you're going backward.
I don't think that would pass.
if he was more worried about worried
Yeah.
about black people marrying other black people, then he should be more worried about focusing on that school. He
Yeah.
wouldn't be worried about what you and Series Eyes doing. He should be worried about focusing on the school so more educated black men will marry black girls.
Yeah.
I'm like, hold on. I messed that up. See, you see what I just did. You see what I
Yeah.
just did. You see that?
Well,
Unlike Wacky World, and I did this intentionally. Unlike Wacky World, you see what I just did with
Mm.
well, you
men
gotta be careful because that
and
little clip's gonna be
right,
clipped and then used
right. But
against
I
you.
meant because like I'm doing something what Wacky World won't do. See, I'm judging myself against his wretchedness. So Wacky World can sit there and say, "Man, oh, I'm sorry. I just want to cook. I'm sorry." And we just, but
Nah,
anyway,
man, do your
where,
thing, bro.
where where was I at? I was going somewhere where I was saying, um, yeah, but you sit there. Oh,
He'll be
I guess he
back,
left. Oh, he be back.
probably.
So, but and I'm just sitting there like, you know, you can't say one
Can
thing
you hear me?
and then try to. You can't see the thing is they're here is just bad as the disease itself.
Yeah.
You can't go you can't go
If not
far.
worse. If not worse.
Right, right. You have to have some moderation in what you're saying. If you
Yeah,
about if you about and this is my problem with the manosphere, right? You can't fight what's going on against men, right, against boys by being a bunch of sexist, misogynistic group because you're victimizing girls who have nothing to do with y'all's situation. That's why I fear that young girls who are now in elementary or in middle school going to get hurt by the rhetoric that I'm talking about we on social media creates, and we are up in our 30s and 40s. We're gonna
Mm.
hurt them.
Well, the high
oh, they
schools,
already are.
the high schoolers already are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, because yeah, you talking about them
But
boys
especially
that met with
girls
Stinko.
are absolutely hurt by the rhetoric they heard on social media.
Yeah, yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. So yeah, that's why I said if Homeland Security want to take out the manosphere,
You're so
I said
extreme.
yeah. If they want to take out the manosphere, good. I really I'm for it. I'm for it. I
No,
might
I'm not
sound
a
like a
fan of
dictator.
censorship. I'm not a fan of censorship. I think there's just more people that need to speak up,
which
give a
is
different
what we're doing.
point of view. Yeah, and I think there is more and more now.
Yeah,
Men too. More and more men are speaking up against what the hurt in the manosphere are claiming. So
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
don't remember who actually said it. Right? It's like guys like let's say fresh and fit. A lot of these manosphere guys, right? It's like they're good to listen to when you're mad at your girl. It's like a cheerleader, be like, yeah, I told this bitch this. What the fuck, right?
Hmm.
But after you,
Yeah.
but after you come down and everything, you be like, yeah, I'm tripping. It ain't even that serious, right? But the whole thing is this, right? It's like the way that we a lot of the manosphere speak about, let's say, the women empowerment movement and shit like that, right? They make it seems like women never actually had a case to start that to begin with. Like, have you forgotten that they were like, yeah, divorce wasn't as prevalent as it is today, but when the motherfucker get tired of you, he would actually lock your ass up in an asylum and stuff like that, and then not even your own father can actually take you out, right? That's what they used to do to a lot of married women. I'm not saying like, oh, was it the majority of men that was doing that crap? No. Or when a woman get divorced, right? After, let's say, she was a housewife, pretty much spent the whole time raising the kids and everything like that. And then once he want to trade her for a new model, he just like, dump her. And then like, now the chick has nothing. So a lot of these laws that has been put in place was at the beginning was a way to protect women from some of these injustice,
it
right?
was a reaction to
There was a
behavior.
reaction to what was going on. And then now we see the inverse of that that's happening. And then I guarantee you what's going to happen. Because the thing with the government, right? The thing with the government, the way that they maintain control is by maintaining an imbalance in the population. So then, therefore, when it was the men had an advantage, so then, therefore, obviously, like the men, some people, they don't have an integrity.
Hmm.
A lot of time, right? The only reason they don't do something is because it's illegal. I guarantee you, if let's say the age of consent was below 18, then motherfuckers will be talking about like, yeah, every day a new girl turn 18, man. So fuck these hoes, right? So that's why they stick to 18. If you were 16 or 15, they would go as low as possible because
Mhm.
it's legal. That's what they would say. That's the argument. So they don't have the integrity. So then now the same way that like the women are taking advantage of these current laws, and then when let's say you have a conservative blah blah blah, and then they switch it up where you can even have an abortion or certain things that women can no longer able to do, and then now you're gonna see a lot of men that's gonna go overboard and actually punishing women, and they're gonna justify it based on some of the divorce law that happened. So my point is this, right? It's like I have a daughter, I have cousins, I have this. I don't want them to get fucked up by these crazy law that's gonna start happening. The same way that if they were doing something stupid or something that would actually hurt, let's say, their husband or their partner, I will be the one saying like, "Yo, don't do that. Don't do that to this man." It's the balance that we're seeking. It's not
Mhm.
about like, this is my tribe, so I'm gonna ride or die for for a man cause. When we're wrong, I gotta be the one that pointed out and actually to be like, yo, you motherfuckers are wrong for this. Just like women need to do their job to also point out like all these false allegations that's happening, so like that. More women need to speak out against it. So it's like men and women, we need each other. We need to protect each other from bad people, and
Right,
that's what we're looking for.
because see, and what you say though, when people will not check what's in their group, it breeds corruption.
Yes.
It breeds corruption, and those who are angry have misplaced anger, and like you got this dude right now, right? We ain't gonna
Yep.
say his name. You might know who I'm talking about though. Series eyes. I mean,
Mhm.
well, both of y'all, right? There
Nah,
is this
I mean,
guy.
I don't know who you're talking about yet, but
Oh, okay,
once you give me a couple of hints,
the guy,
then I'll probably figure it out.
okay. There is a young man over here, right? Who's not all
Yeah.
up there. If you remember who I'm talking about,
I think so.
okay. He got misplaced anger about women. He don't even never date a woman, never had a woman as a
That's a
friend.
lot of young men right now.
Right.
Yeah.
So they had misplaced anger, saying it's the woman's fault because she's getting welfare, or she's getting food stamps, or she's getting this, or she's getting alimony, uh,
I wonder.
all of that. And then, and then, what really is his problem is none of that. His problem should have been on education and mental health and all that other stuff. That's what's weighing him down. That ain't no woman nearby him doing anything to him. But
Well,
it's
see,
misplaced anger.
I would disagree with you, Big J, on that one because I
Okay.
think a lot of these young men, young boys, because a lot of them aren't even mature enough to be men. A lot of their misplaced anger, they're directing it at the whole group of women, but I think their issue is with their moms. I think it's just mommy issues.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And rather than actually confronting their mother and having it out with their mother, they're directing that towards all females. It's very similar to serial killers, right? A
Yeah.
lot of male serial killers who prey on women tend to have issues with their mom. And it's almost like I want to direct it at my mom, but I can't because I love her, so I'm directing it at other women. I think that's the issue with a lot of these young boys and young men who haven't really dated anybody but have this anger towards the other gender.
Mm. And there's also like this fantasy as well about the parent that's not there, right? So it's like, okay, if my dad is not there, so then it must have meant that my mom pushed her, push him away from us, right? Some case that is true, but like, because one of the things I like listening to Erica William, right? Let's say sometimes you would have like a son, this motherfucker be like 30 years old, finally reconnect to his dad. Be like, the dad be like, the father, the son be like, Dad, where were you? And then he would have like that story about how the mom just, I couldn't deal with it. Your mom said that if I contacted you, blah blah blah. But I'm like, yo, social media. There's that. Like, there's not. I see myself. Okay, as a father, right? As a dad, it would be
Mm.
very very difficult for me to I, I have any type of excuse not to actually maintain contact with my daughter, right? And it's like, and a lot of these guys, they didn't put the effort, or the fact that they were mad at the mother as well. So then they're like, what, fuck it, I'm gonna just walk away. And then when the son came through, now they could be like, well, see, this is the court system, this is that. But there has been like some sort of effort that wasn't be taking place, because you look at it like, you look at your kid as just a paycheck. I'm gonna just give her, that child support and just get her out of my hair so I can just continue to be free to do whatever the fuck I want. And there's this lack of responsibility, and a lot of the son that never had a father figure, they kind of buy it in, as in like, their father's perfect. I even at some point fall into that trap, where it's like my mom, she was a hard ass, right? Growing up in Haiti, single parent home, and where you have all these coup d'etat and all that stuff, it's then dangerous out there. So then my mom had to act like a dictator, you know. So then when I'm looking at my dad, like I never had any sort of like conflict with my dad and shit like that. So then I'm always looking at him like, yo, my dad, he worked like two jobs and take care of all of us, blah blah blah. He's a hero to me. But I'm like, yeah, but like three baby mamas and all that stuff. So we never really had that stable household. My dad is not perfect. There's plenty of flaws to judge. I appreciate what he was able to do, but I cannot downplay what the effort that my mom had to do, especially in the environment that we grew up in. And then I had to learn to actually forgive my mom, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't actually understand that the nuances that comes with human relationship. So it's easier to like have a cookie cutter argument to be like, man, women this, women that, and then be like, okay, what about all the exceptions to the rules? All the nuances that comes with these arguments, but you don't want to hear it because as soon as you point out those scenario, then all of a sudden now you simping, you
Right.
know?
Right.
It's very
I think,
interesting.
yeah, and it's kind of like the that Tupac song. My mama was a crack fiend. She
Yep.
was a dope fiend. Yeah, it's the Dear Mama song, and how. And I remember Tommy Sotomayor used to use that song as a way to bash every other woman except for his mother. But then they'll well, actually, he ended up bashing her at the end. But it was
Yeah, for
I think
real.
a lot of things that Tommy does is for views.
Yo, what's crazy, right? This is the thing that this is the thing that get me. It's like the amount of shit that a lot of the guys from the manosphere talk, right, about women.
mm,
And
hmm
at the same time, we'll turn around and tell these young men, be like, yo, you do not settle down unless you sleep with at least 50 women. Like, what kind of decent, oh, like, first of all, good women, right? Or like, women that are well raised and stuff like that. They're not just gonna spread their legs for you like that. So you gotta go with the crazies. You gotta go with the chick that are more promiscuous. The type of chick that you be bashing, right? These are the women that you have to constantly go for. And then when you continue to pursue these women because you try to get your body count up in a way to, I guess, kind of make up for lost time or whatever, and then now you open yourself for, let's say, diseases, you open yourself up for false allegations and a whole bunch of other bullshit that comes with dealing with crazy women. And then once any of these things happen to you, then you get on these, Beyonce's internet talking about like these bitches and shit.
and and the point, the problem I have, no, it ain't really a problem. It's kind of like for me when it comes to the manosphere itself is how they view their own childhood and how they view. And when I say child, I'm not talking about the relationship between himself and his parents, but
Yeah,
rather the girls or should I say his school life. See, it seems like everybody's trying to chase this Hollywood image of what high school life is supposed to be like. Like everybody supposed to have a girlfriend at this point. Everybody supposed to have, you know, I'm supposed to sleep with four or five women, and I'm supposed to, it doesn't work like that.
yeah, the
So
cliche. Yeah,
yeah, yeah, like the cliche teeny bop movie, and it seemed like these guys think though they are entitled to have a girlfriend. My name is Poindexter, and I'm entitled to have me what I want. I mean, that doesn't work like that.
it's
You know,
worse when they actually model their lives after porn.
you know what?
I think
Have
a
you
lot of
noticed
them
that
do.
too? Wait,
I think a
Yeah,
have
lot
you
of
noticed
them
that
do.
too?
yep,
They modeled themselves after porn stars. Like I remember there was a porn star. All right. You actually remember this years ago? I think it was on O'Shea's channel. I think it was on O'Shea or Mr. Fantastics. Remember
yeah.
back then, about a couple 4 years ago, when a Wesley Pipes showed up, the porn actor.
Mm,
No, I don't remember.
No, I don't remember. I don't remember
Man,
now.
okay. I'm gonna email you. If I find the video, I'm gonna email. Do you know
All
they
right.
would held him as a hero? Oh man, it's great. It's great to see. And
Well,
I'm
the
like,
same way that the pimps
Yeah.
right, okay,
in that sphere are like, put on a pedestal.
Oh,
right,
man.
okay. Gen Z said, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, yeah. It was like these same guys are talking about morality. Women need to have their legs closed. Black
I
women
think
need to
that
do this, and
you know what
they
I,
have to do
you know what it
that.
feels. You know what it feels like. I think the main reason why so many dudes are mad at OnlyFans is because back in the days that they used to be the ones sharing the naked pictures that these girls used to send them, and now the women actually doing it themselves and get paid for it.
No,
it's,
but
it's
you know what? You know what?
power. It's about
What
power.
I think they're mad because in their view, the women don't have to do much, but men are throwing their money at them. Why can't it be the other way around?
Right, 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 right. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Mm,
saying. Like, and I'm sitting there like, well, it's like this though. It's like they're mad. Well, I think though they're also mad because it cut out the middleman out. There's no more pimps.
Yep.
There's no more brothels. You cut the middleman out, so they're mad because who makes up the brothels? Men. Who
Yep.
who are most of your pimps out there are what? Men.
Well, actually, sometimes
You cut the middleman out of it. Yeah. So what?
a lot of time, like I think women runs the brothel a lot better. They just use men as the muscle, right? That's why you have all the
Like you
madam
talking
and
about?
stuff like that.
Oh, well, true, true. Yeah. Madams do run the brothels better than the male uh thing.
Yeah, yeah. Pimps are more like some, it's like the dirty, low, very low grade type of establishment. It's like street hookers. That these are that's the type of thing that the men do. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I will have to ask you before that, right? But from the most part, it's like it feel. Oh yeah, this is the thing that's very interesting, right? Because men, right, we want women to follow our lead, right?
Right, right.
But on the same breath, we want to be community dick. So then, therefore, we are portraying fucked up behaviors, and then expect women not to follow our lead in that sense. Like, no, women, you're supposed to have your own morality. But who the hell
But
built
that's how
morality? Who the hell
That,
built culture?
that what kills me. That what
We
kills
don't.
me. The
We
same.
built culture, right? We built culture, and women manage it. And then we're supposed to be the safeguard. That's why sometimes when you go to like these different countries and then you try to act like a pookie, they whoop your ass because you're coming through in someone else, another man's culture, which they built, and which is why their women are so feminine, or they like they have that feminine aspect which you like, but you want to turn this shit into the same fucked up cesspool which you left America for. And
I
then
think
get mad when you get your ass whooped overseas and shit like, no, it doesn't work that way, bro.
I think what a lot of men don't understand is if the women around you appear more masculine in their behavior, it's because they don't feel safe.
Mm,
And
Mm-hmm.
it's the man's responsibility to make the woman feel safe. When a woman feels safe, she's more willing to be softer.
yeah. However, I would say this too, though. Like, you cannot have someone follow you that don't want to be led, right? So, so
It's hard
therefore,
to
it's like,
want to be led when
look, I
everybody
can
around you is
look
crap.
at face value, right? At face value, I can agree with a lot of argument that these red pill guys are making. However, when it comes to the application of it, it's kind of like Dr. Umar who tell you about, you should marry black women, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And then he's out there being a community Johnson. Like, bro, you should lead by example, right? Where's your
Right,
black wife?
right, right. Where see. It's like people on here don't. It's like people on here want to feel. They want to
Yeah,
feel something, but they're not thinkers. Well, wait a minute. Okay, Umar, say that. Okay, you agree with Umar. Okay, fine. But what's Umar doing? He got 3, 4 baby mamas out here. I mean, come on. But then though he want to go to a Bron James son who's living on the other side of the country on the West Coast. Oh, he
Yep.
shouldn't have prom date with a white woman. None of your business. That's what I'm saying.
Yo, like
Where is your wife at?
Has this man built his school already?
Man, don't even get me started. You know what? I ain't gonna. You know, I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna look at the wall. I'm gonna look at the wall. At that question, I'm looking at the wall. I ain't gonna say nothing. Don't even get me started on that.
I
But
mean, that
but
alone is really suspicious, right?
right. But
fuck,
but
that's suspicious.
yeah. But like back to the point, right? If you would have saw that interview with Leslie Pipes,
Mm,
I think Koja want to come up here. Let me see.
mm,
That, hold on, I'm gonna finish what I gotta say. But
Kill
yep.
him, Sandra.
but when Wesley Pipes was on that interview having by those Manosphere dudes, I bust out crying, man. That it was so hilarious. Oh man, how did it feel? Oh yeah, man. I see how you did, old girl. Yeah. And if you go back to 5 minutes before he got on the panel and 10 minutes after he left the panel, it was. I wish women would have their legs closed. You're a dog. You are a real four. Yeah, I don't,
Oh,
man,
man.
you, I don't trust y'all. Y'all black women. I don't want to mess with y'all. Y'all real fours. And I'm like, really? It would be. I gotta find that live stream. I think it was Sister George or Mr. Fantastic or O'Shea, because you and I was on O'Shea's. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, it was one of those panels, and I'm just sitting there like I just bust out laughing like I know they didn't do this shit. Please, man, please, that was just different people speaking. No, it was the same people saying it. I just like, well, and the problem is they got that Madonna, the whore Madonna complex. They see women as hoes, but they
Birds
want
in my
women to be
heart.
like, yeah, what's going on, Kosha?
Hey, how y'all doing? Happy.
All
I hope
right.
y'all had a happy Christmas and closing out 23 good and opening up 24 good. But
Thank you,
I want to
Sandra.
say about being led. There are some things you have to have in place to have inspired confidence for someone to lead you because you've been existing in this world all this time and doing okay. And somebody says, I want to lead you. And I'm just going to throw out a couple of things that basic adulting has. You don't got no credit score. You don't have no savings. You don't have a secure profession or business, but you want me to allow you to lead me. That's not going to inspire confidence. If somebody comes up and say, I'm a great I'm gonna teach you how to be a great car salesman. And you don't see them with no proof of car sales, you're not gonna be like, okay, just let you lead me because I've been maintaining treading water and maybe even doing well on my own. But because you say you're a man and I'm supposed to let you lead me, but you have no proof of your leadership capabilities to even lead yourself, let alone the responsibility of another person. So
Mm.
I don't think women would have a problem if a man showed up capable of leading it, even if they have those things, but they're living a lifestyle full of PS5, a collection of Jordans, and things of that nature. Then and even if you got them 6 figures, but you got 7 figures worth of debt, some things have to be in place to allow leadership.
Yeah. Well, I think like I look at it. There's two tiers, right? Because you have the first one is potential, right? But potential can only apply to a certain age. Like
Let me
you
tell
can't be
you a
on
quote
your
they say about potential.
no, no,
Potential
no. But
means
hold
you
up.
ain't doing nothing right now. You're
No,
banking
let
on
me.
what you could do, but you're not doing it. So the quote that I like to share is potential means you're not doing anything now.
No, what I mean by this, right? Like, okay, when I said that potential only applied to a certain age, what I mean by this, like, especially if, let's say we were talking to a young audience, the potential is this, right? It's like, okay, you have a good work ethic, right? And then you have some sort of morality. You're not there yet, but you have like the rough edge. You like the diamond and the rough type of thing. And some people don't know how to actually identify potential. It's not just men and women, right? Like for example, when me and my wife we met like very young. I was like what 18, 19, babe, when we met each other.
Yeah, I was 18.
Yeah. So then, therefore, like some of the potential that I saw in my wife was like, all right, we're gonna go hang out, and then right, I'm about to pick her up at work, and then the first thing she asked me like, hey, I'm about. Do you want some pizza? Do you want to do this? Like, and I'm not used to like to women actually having that nurturing ability about them, right? And as for me, being young and everything like that, I always had a job. I always, bought my own car. I was always
Where
like
did
that
you grow up at
independent
that you
mindset.
didn't see people exhibit basic common courtesy? If I'm eating, I
Mm.
extend the courtesy. Would you like some? That's just
No,
basic
but
manners.
what I
What
mean that,
life?
well,
What life did you grow up in that didn't exist?
well, at the time I was just a fuck boy. So then, therefore, a lot of
Oh,
the women
so it
I was
may have
dealing with,
existed. You just hadn't paid attention to it.
exactly, right? So then,
So
where
that
I
would
was at
not.
in my life. So well, hold on a second, miss. So where I was at in my life at the time, then I was used to like dealing with very entitled type of women. It's more like, okay, I'm doing you a service by throwing that pussy at you type of thing, right? So then, like, when I came across, like, let's say with my girl, she was like, very nurturing and caring. Yeah, we hanging out, we had a good time, and there was like more to her than just the sex, right? And then vice versa, like she saw something in me that I probably didn't know myself. Now, this is like the type of thing that when you're still young, you're still learning the curve, or when you're still learning how about like how to be a man and stuff like that. But that doesn't no longer apply when you're already like on your mid 30s, going
Where
40s.
did you
It's like
learn
that.
that
Then
behavior from in your youth? Where did you
to
learn that behavior from?
trial and error.
No, what? Who taught? Because if I was to say, "Oh, I learned how to braid hair," it would be from my aunts. It would be from some of the girls in the neighborhood, some cousins. That I learned it from the women, that I surrounded myself with, or the people I grew up with. Where did you learn that fuckboy behavior? Where I didn't think that you would be hanging out with a lot of
Oh,
girls.
the fuck boy behavior. I learned it from my environment. I learned, my uncle had like several baby mamas. My dad had like three baby mamas, so on and so forth. Like
So what
the whole
shaped you?
monogamy.
So the leaders in the community, the leaders in your community that were supposed to be setting examples, the elders were
Exactly.
the elder men, not women, were on some fuck shit. So even these supposed leaders, and they would have been at the age where they should have been leading and mentoring you, were mentoring you in bullshit.
Well, yeah.
Oh, so I just want to get these things out because they be blaming everything on women, women, women. And then you say you met this woman with this nurturing behavior and she exhibited that. But I know Keisha's and everybody, when they come to your house, it's common courtesy to offer somebody some food if you eating. That's just common courtesy. So I don't think that these things didn't exist. I just think that when we were as
Mm.
kids, we didn't acknowledge them and really tune into them. But I think if you probably go back and look and really examine, you may see some other things, but
No, but my point is not about like blaming women and stuff like that. Right? My point is this, right? We sometimes when we're not paying attention to certain things, right, then it doesn't exist. Okay, I agree with you on that point. But there's also now going back to the whole potential mindset, right? When you get a certain age, you cannot expect women to actually like go for you because you have potential. Be like, bro, what you been doing for the past 30 years? What you been doing for the past 40 years? At that point, you got to have something to show for. Like my wife didn't just like submit
why
to me.
would you expect
No, no,
women
but
to do
listen,
that for you
let's
anyway?
let's
And
But
these
he
in
doesn't
these
let's
understand the
communities
point.
and these communities
Koja,
where men are
Koja,
supposed to be leaders, why would you expect that of a woman
Miss
when
Miss
women are the
Koja,
lesser and are supposed to follow?
Miss Koja, Miss Koja. Actually, we're having an argument that it's actually it's not where I'm going from, right? What I'm saying is this, right? When we actually have to experience certain things, like my wife did not just follow me without me proving myself first. Beforehand, There was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of fight. Where was I leading her to? Right? So then, therefore, once I've proven myself that I actually have good intention, I have goals, I have ambition that I need to be met, and then I have proven myself that I'm worthy of her submission. I know it's a dirty word, but once I have proven myself, then she don't give me no shit. So my point is this: like I had to do a lot of work in order to be where I'm at, just like she also had to do a lot of work and letting go in order for her to be where she is. So then now we have this level now when there's an understanding with us, whereas like when we need to actually talk about something where we need to compromise about something, there's a conversation, but at the end of the day, she actually trusts me to do the right thing because I have proven myself that I will not steer her wrong. But beforehand, that had to be earned. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not putting the
I just
emphasis
think a
on
lot of
women.
men want women to lead from behind, and and I'm not talking on earth. I'm just
No.
talking about in general. They want the leadership of the woman to show you these nice things, but they don't want to call it that. So they want you to lead from behind or lead from the sideline.
I understand, which is why I think you were coming at me from this perspective, but that's not a perspective that I actually have. I
I
think
wasn't.
that
I
both
was
men
just
and
trying to
women,
clarify that when these conversations are had, that the detriment in the community that was supposed to be your leaders were actually the men that mentored that to you,
one of those
and
sounds
that's the
funny though.
talk. Oh, can I
One of
have
those
this with
sounds,
no ice, ma'am? I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
yeah.
Yeah, the
One,
detriment is actually that the leadership that was available was leader and mentoring y'all into the wrong things.
one of
And
those
that's
sounds,
not the conversation. It's like they have the conversation of men needing to lead and women needing to let men lead. But I've always said men did have leadership. Men's leadership built dope boys. It built the prison system, and that's what it built in the community. It built crackheads. That was what the leadership. And no one should sit back and quietly allow leadership of that nature, even if it's from a male, because that's the wrong type of leadership. You did
one of,
Men did have place. Women didn't fight, but when women saw the downward spiral of the leadership into degeneracy, they had an obligation to say no, we're not following anymore.
That's a good
here's the funny
point.
thing, right? Like I didn't really understood monogamy and why it was actually necessary or
Well, men
essential
are the leaders. You
until
should have
man,
understood it.
hold on a second. Koja, hold on. Am I saying your name wrong? I don't want to misspell your name. How do you say your name?
No, you can say kosher. That's it.
Koja. All right, Miss Koja.
Yeah.
All right. I did not understood the importance of monogamy until I actually look at my wife's culture. You know, the Polish culture, and how the men and stuff like that, and how they actually behave in that sense. And with my Haitian culture, it was like polygamy was like kind of normal. So there's like
Oh,
On the
why
men's side. On the men's
yeah.
side. It's not normal for
On
the
the men's
female.
side, yeah, on the men's side. The women's side, they get shamed for it, but the men's side, it was like totally normal. That's why, like, my dad could have like three baby mamas and all that stuff. And then I had to look at it. I'm like, yo, these people, let's say my wife culture, right? In Polish, it's like they don't have as much money as, let's say, all the people, right? But the fact that they only had one family, and then they were able to actually guard their resources and be able to actually raise their kids out of poverty and stuff like that, which is why I speak against polygamy. And I'm like, oh, I speak against the whole hookup culture, stuff like that, because I realize I'm like, damn, like so many years I've wasted just chasing pussy. I could have actually like learned so many. I could have been like a lot further ahead than what I am today. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So that's where sometimes you have to make those mistakes and actually realize where you were wrong. And then to actually now, I can't go back, obviously. And where I am today is where I'm supposed to be because then I'm happy with my life. But if I can actually at least give the perspective as to why you should avoid certain things, I think that's a fair trade. So there's a new crop of leadership that is happening, and in this generation per se, that's actually challenging the old mantra of like as a man you should be able to sleep with as many women as possible, blah blah blah, and at the same time just bashing women, period. And both sides have their criticism, and when the criticism from the women is warranted, I also speak about that as well too, because nobody's perfect. And I think it's more like it's good men and good women that needs to stand up and speak against bad men and bad women. Wouldn't you
But
agree?
you didn't know that because the male leadership in your community did not teach monogamy. So that would be a failure of the male leadership because the examples that they said was sharing peen from house to house. It did not exemplify that, but that is a failure of the male leadership. Can I have some ranch also? Ranch
Yeah.
also.
But obviously, we can't go on the past, which is why we're now fighting for a new role of leadership. That's why I come in. That's why people with, married
But
men
so
actually come in and actually speak against
So
that, though.
she had to model for you from her example of her father. So she had to actually lead you into leadership.
No, not
That's what
necessarily.
she had to.
It wasn't
He didn't
me.
get it from his community. He just said what he got from his
Okay, yes,
community
ma'am, but
was
it
polygamy
wasn't
or
me that
unofficial
showed
polygamy.
him, though. It wasn't me that showed him. It was
But
my
you
community.
showed him through your family and your male leadership. So the male leadership in your family exemplified it to you. He was able to see examples of that from the men in
Yeah,
your
so it was the
family.
men in my family and my
Yes,
community.
from but that's not your. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the leadership in his community failed him, and it would be
Well,
derelict. Would you
it,
want to live under the leadership that his community, his male community, exemplified to him?
I mean, I
here's the
live
thing.
with him,
Yes,
so
because what I'm not saying that, but there has to be some acknowledgement, and this is not about you. If your community showed him that leadership, that is great male leadership in your community. But the women that are and the men that are still in his community under the male leadership that he was showed to be non-productive and a failure. So to continue
Mm,
to do
let
something
me
that is
phrase that real
not
quick.
productive and is because you confirmed it's wrong because you switched from what you was shown to a
Koja,
better model. So
Koja,
you switch
Koja.
from that. You're no longer living under the mentorship of what you said because you said your uncles and them taught you differently. So you're no longer living that, which meant it was not good because we don't keep
But
what's, I mean, we don't
Koja,
throw
Koja.
away what's good. So her male leadership, so in her family, exemplified what it should have been. And to continue for others to live under that old mentorship, what you no longer live under, would be derelict.
Koja. All right, now, so let me actually add into something, right? There are nuances to everything, right? So I've learned a lot from my culture. So they might not have been good, let's say, husbands, right, or husband material. But however, what I have learned from them was their work ethic and as well as responsibility. That I
Nothing
got
is
that from
all
my
good
culture.
or all bad. We all have great
Uh,
aspects of that. But the
Koja,
building
Koja,
blocks of
Koja,
the
Koja,
family and
Koja, Koja,
generational wealth
Koja.
is the family structure. So that
Now I
may
have a
be
question
why
for you.
Haiti
Is it
is such
okay
a
for me to
poor
actually be able
country.
to?
It may be
Koja,
why Haiti is such a poor country and always in disarray
Koja,
because they lack that family unit and that
Koja,
polygamous lifestyle.
Koja. Is that okay if I actually be able to actually finish a sentence? Would that be okay with you? Would that be okay with you, Miss
All right.
Koja?
Go ahead.
All right. So what I'm saying is this, right? Like I think the point is not to argue back and forth about who's worse and who's not. I think it's more like, we learn from the mistakes of our, for those who came before us and actually improve on that. The sins of the father, right? So yeah, we can actually take on that aspect about the stage of Haiti, right? There are like many other things that comes with it with the downfall of Haiti. However, the thing is like I'm not arguing about who was leading me and my wife's family, blah blah blah. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is like there are good things about my culture and there are bad things about my culture. And then now I was able to actually, tweak some of these learning that I've learned from my culture and stuff like that, right? And actually see some of the good things about my wife's culture and then also embrace that and reject some of the bad stuff in her culture. Right? Because which is the whole aspect of it as a human being, we're learning and we actually get better, right? So then therefore it's not so much about like, well, bad leadership, bad because my parents a lot of time they didn't know any better either, right?
I
So
agree
then
with you.
yeah,
It is
we
perfect. I
can
don't think
so
I'm
so then we
agreeing with
can just
you.
go ahead. So we can just go ahead and actually like put them
I'm
down or
agreeing
whatever.
with you. We're
But
not
we're
in
still learning.
conflict. We are not in conflict. You take the good out of her culture and you was able to progress from that. And I'm saying if that bad is still in a whole bunch of the other cultures, and I will say that's probably why Haiti has not advanced to the level financially and economically. Maybe because the building blocks of that is the family unit. And when you have resources spread out so wide, that may be the problem, and that maybe you took the good from her, and I'm not disagreeing. You even said it yourself because you said what you saw, not me. So I'm not
Mhm.
disagreeing. I'm saying, but it would be derelict for others to continue in that. And every culture has good and bad, and I'm not disagreeing with you. But
Of
you
course.
yourself spit out, you ate the meat, and you spit out the bones of negativity, which was that polygamous lifestyle in your culture, and you're doing better. So for others to continue that negative part just because of that's history would be wrong. When we learn better, we do better.
Okay, so now I guess the reason why we having this back and forth because I wasn't sure if we actually have some sort of disagreement. That's why we kept talking over others, or like where in our conversation that you actually disagree with me that we can actually address it.
if at
I
all.
don't know where you disagree with me because the only thing I said is that the men that mentored you in that polygamous lifestyle were wrong,
Ah,
and then
okay,
that was bad
that's where.
leadership.
Okay, that's where I
And you
took offense. Okay,
confirmed it was
okay,
wrong because you are no longer living under it. You are no longer living under that. So your actions confirmed that it was wrong. So
this is
me articulating the actions that you've done, we're saying the same thing. I just
listen.
think you must not like how
I
I'm
guess
just articulating what you actually did.
I think I understood where we actually I think I understood where we have the conflict, right? Because my misunderstanding was that it felt
It's
like
okay if you
my
misunderstood me.
culture.
It's okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So all right, so we're on the same page. So all right, good. Now, if you don't mind me asking you a personal question and stuff, how old are you? Bud?
You're not supposed to
How,
ask a woman
how
her
old am
age.
I? I'm
Yes,
sorry, I didn't hear the question. You said how old am I?
yes.
I'll be 50 in July.
Okay.
Coach, you don't have to answer that. In serious eyes, right? You don't have to ask. It's kind of insulting to ask a woman her age, though.
Yeah,
I,
you're not
I ain't
supposed
gonna
to
give
Oh,
her.
ask
I
her.
got like two Haitian sisters. One of my sisters was born on the boat in the Bahamas when coming to America. Her and her twin brother, and I
oh,
have
hold on. You're
another
Haitian.
sister that was adopted. So I'm very versed in the Haitian household and Haitian men how they spread their pee from she to sign to sea.
Yeah, that sounds like us. Oh man.
But
Uh,
they do stay married in between they cheating. They will. When you go and look at the marriage certificates, you will see a long marriage. But a happy marriage, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
you know why though? I'll tell you exactly why, right? Because all right, this is the thing in my culture. It's like in my culture, the men are not considered part of the women's family, right? And which was like to me that was kind of new because like I never actually really
That
spent time with my dad's side of the family.
that is a matriarchy. That's a matriarchy.
Yeah, it's more of a matriarchy, right? So it's like
Yeah.
let's say my dad is considered
Jamaica,
my dad.
Jamaica
Listen,
is the
my dad
same
is
way.
considered my dad, but he's never really considered part of
Jamaica
my
is the same
mom's
Then
way.
how can
family.
that be male
Haitian.
leadership? See, that's the thing. They want the positive. This the thing, the cherry picking. You want the
Mm,
accolades of male leadership and to eat the big. And I'm not saying you to eat the
mm,
big piece of chicken and then turn around and say it's
yeah,
matriarchal. It can't be both,
It
yeah.
can't be
and you
both.
But now
cannot
listen,
cherry pick. You
It can't be
this
both.
is
and I'm
but
not
also
saying
this
you,
is
but
what
I'm
I
saying it can't be
eh,
both.
It can be both because the reason this is something I learned from my grandmother, right, Louisiana, right. Why does a man get the big piece of chicken, right? Because he has to go out and work 16 hours a day
yeah,
and bring the
Jobs are
money home.
harder.
And if
Yeah.
he doesn't eat, if he don't
A
eat,
lot of
they
them are
don't eat.
physical.
That's why. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why.
it's the same thing in
yeah,
my culture as well. The men always gets the bigger
yeah.
plate.
Yes,
His jobs
because
tend to
yeah,
be more
because
physical.
But
because
Physical.
you know also what I had to learn in my marriage, right? The first thing I had to learn in my marriage like that, right, is to be able to actually kick everybody out of my affairs. And when I've seen my uncle or my dad and stuff like that, right, there was always my mom's family always taking her side, and then that kind of always created a wedge between the parents. And then now being married, and then I feel like how all the culture
Well, to
does it. It's
her
like
side or the right side. Because if your
Yeah,
dad's
exactly. Her side of the
slanging
white side,
peen
but
from sea to side at
yeah,
sea, if
exactly.
he
But when, like,
polygamous
with
and he
some
don't have
cultures,
resources, but if you're
yeah.
polygamous and you
And
don't have the resources to be polygamous, that would mean he is on the wrong side.
yeah. Let,
No,
let,
no, 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 no.
let,
Like,
let
I,
me
Her
ask you.
I'm
family has
talking
to
about.
Let,
pitch
let,
Listen,
in
let,
and
let me
help
ask you.
out
Let
because
me ask you
he's not.
something, bro. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something
hold on,
real,
hold on.
real quick.
Hold on a second, BGS. Hold on, BGS. Let me make that point real quick. Hold on, BGS. Let me make that point, right? Because I have to come to the defense. I have to play devil's advocate, real quick, right? Because, like, yes, being a community dick is fucked up. It's wrong. However, sometimes we don't address what comes before that whole community dick mindset. So then,
You say
therefore,
you were
as a
mentored
man,
in that. You were
yeah,
mentored, so it was passed
yeah,
down
Let him finish.
Miss
multi-generational.
Let him
Miss
finish.
Miss Koja, let me finish. What I'm saying is this, right? When you get in the family where your contribution is more like you just a provider and then you don't really have a say in the household,
Yeah.
then now you don't feel like your presence is really missed. Like, I look at my dad as a way, like, he was just like he was a sponsor to us, right?
Yes.
I never really got to know him, like, get into fight arguing. My dad never whooped my ass, right? So all of that fall
In
onto
that,
my mom. All of, so my point is this: like, when I had, like, when I finally, me and, like, me and my wife, we got married. Every time my mom tried to butt in, I'm like, no, 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 that's not in your
in the
business.
80s, it was a lot of
Same
Haitian
thing,
people was came to the
same
country.
thing with
And you know what
same
I
thing
saw
with my
those
same
Haitian
thing with my
women
dad.
doing? Those
Same thing
Haitian
with my
women were
wife's parents.
working in the field right
Same
next
thing
to
with
their Haitian men. So there was no thing about them not having to say so because they were working the same jobs, making the
my
same money
point
in the
is this:
fields.
like, when you
So
have the
there was
in-laws,
One at a
no
time.
Koja,
Hey,
provider
wait,
role
Miss
because they were
hey,
both
Koja,
hey,
providers.
Let me ask you a
Miss
question.
hey,
Koja.
well, hold on,
Let
hold
me.
on, hold on, hold on.
All
One
right,
at a time. So
all right.
BGS, since you're here, and I'm surprised because you supposed to have me blocked. But anyway,
But
go on to the channel,
I don't
BGS.
have you blocked on my new channel. Okay.
Miss Koja, my
My
point is
refined
this:
channel. But I want to ask
every
you.
time,
I want to ask you a question, but something that you said, actually want to highlight because I'm saying the same thing. This comes out of what we call black slave culture. Same thing in Jamaica, right? You said that that in your culture, in Haitian culture, right, that
yeah,
the man is not considered like part of the family. Okay,
no,
it's part of the family unit.
no.
I want you to see clarify that. I mean, is that do I have that right?
Yeah, all right. Let me clarify
Okay,
that. Right.
go ahead.
What I mean by this is, like, okay, if let's say that my mom and my dad having an argument, right?
Right.
My mom's side of the family, my mom, let's say 9 times out of 10 would listen to her side of the family
Yes.
instead of actually sitting with her men.
Yes.
With me and my wife,
Yes.
we don't play that shit. If
Okay.
we have an argument or whatever the case may be, it stays between us. Like,
Okay.
my mom, if my mom try to butt in for any type of reason, mom, stay out of it. None of your business. Same thing with her parents,
Hmm.
right? Like, she's always standing up for me, and I'm always standing up for her because me and her, we create a new family. There's no such thing as
Okay.
my family or her family, something like that. Now, we are the family unit, and I think that a lot of time that's missing
It's
with
a new
my
unit.
But
culture
that
when I
would be
grew up here.
non-traditional. That would be
It's a
non-traditional
it's a new
No,
because
family
in
unit.
the
actually,
Haitian community, they had those communities where it was multi-generational. So that is a new thing that you
Mm,
created, but that hasn't historically been the trend. And let's just get this straight. If your dad was only contributing peen and he was providing fuckery in the relationship, her family is
non-financial.
supposed to. Because if your daughter
mm,
came to you for guidance as her elder and her father, and you sign and you say, hey, this man cheating on my daughter, he doing this, or he not bringing money in the house. It is your obligation to stand on the side of rights, just as if your daughter came with doing wrong and you say, no, daughter, you wrong. So right is right and wrong is wrong regardless of who
my
the
point.
family is.
No, 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 no. You don't understand. Right? Look, my sister right now, right? She's in a happy relationship. My mom trying to destroy that shit.
Yep.
My older
Yep,
sister, my elder sister, like, she broke up with her man and stuff like that because my mom would have made her own business.
Yep.
because your mom
So then,
wasn't
therefore, like, we as the couple that is in the relationship, we have to actually set boundaries, and we have to make sure that those boundaries are not crossed.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Because when a man feel like he's being ganged up on, he has really no say in his own household, and even though he's paying all the bills and stuff like that, what the fuck you think he's gonna do? He's gonna be that community day. He's gonna go
I
to the place,
don't know the specifics
and
of that, but
especially
it just
when,
depends.
and
My mama say
especially,
if a
and
dog
and
tell you
especially,
something and it's
I will
right,
make
Why
sure,
they
man,
actually
I'm gonna have to keep talking until you actually let me finish my point.
the
And
women actually why
especially when a man feels like, and there's so many thirsty women out there that's waiting for these opportunity for these lonely ass man that doesn't have the balls in his own household to be like, come on, baby, I'll take care of
okay,
you. No.
it is not it okay, you stand on the side of right. If my son comes to me and he is wrong, regardless if he my son and you wrong. So it's not about standing on family members' side, it's standing on the side of right and wrong, regardless who. Now if that person is just wrong, it's wrong. And the answer to that is not it's a lot of thirsty ass women. Basically what you're saying is because regardless of right or wrong, if I don't have the say so, it's a lot of women out there that's thirsty that will allow me to. So I
mm,
hear what you're saying, and I just
so
want you to know that you are saying the quiet part out loud. If you didn't know that,
why do women
you're
accept
saying
that?
your parts out loud. But thank you for saying
But
them because people who have
what
ears to listen and can dissect conversation
what is the
what you're
quiet part of
saying.
saying out loud?
Because
If you
I
don't mind me
never
asking.
so
Women
but hold
accept
up,
it.
but it's not about standing on my family side or whatever side. It's about standing on the side of right or wrong. And if
Yeah,
that
but
happened to
what
be my
Exactly.
family member was wrong, I'm like, nah, chick, you wrong. You wrong in this. You
I
wrong.
But
understand, but here's the
And
thing.
if
Sometimes
that
what
man was
happens with
wrong,
him,
if
Kim,
the man in the house was wrong, because we said
yes,
what type of you've already said
yes,
what
if
type of
he's
mentorship
wrong,
you've had in
but
your
sometimes
community
what
in
happens
relation
is
to men and fidelity. So no situation like that is gonna be a happy environment because when people
Can,
take out and have multiple partners in polygamy, they're also taking resources in the home. And unless that is a rich person, that causes stress within the home. So these are multiple things that you're saying, but I don't even think you see the connection of the threads, how all of them are interlinked.
but can we have one at a time? Because I mean, y'all interrupting each other, and
all
you,
right,
you yeah,
all right,
yeah,
okay. Sorry, Siri.
yeah. I
You
want.
go ahead.
Listen, hold on. Well, but since BJS had not talked yet,
yeah.
I want to hear what BJS has to say because
I,
he ain't said much.
the only reason I came up is because Haitian said something that I wanted to highlight, right? Because
All right.
he said that because what he said is actually what goes on in America with black folks, right? Community peen, same thing, right? Okay,
Mm,
because black women don't see men as part of the family structure. Okay,
yep.
to a black women in America, family is women and her children. Okay, men are actually extra. And
Mm,
And
Haitians
the
said,
men's side of
oh,
the family as well.
yeah.
Haitian said the exact same thing. Same thing goes on in Jamaica, right?
Yep.
I can't remember the scholar's name. He said the exact same thing that goes on in Jamaica. So I'm thinking this is part of black slave culture that where it comes out of because it can't be in three or four separate different places and the exact same thing happens for the exact same reason
Mm,
because that's what's because we look at the feminist books, go back and look at the literature going all the way back to Fraser. He said the family structure was seen as a woman and her children. That is a matriarchy. Okay, that is the definition of a matriarchy. And
Wait,
and
wait,
I
wait a minute,
forget
wait a minute.
forget the scholar's name.
I
I
disagree with.
forget you can disagree. Well, let me finish my point. Okay,
Okay, go ahead, go
there-
ahead.
there's there's a scholar out of Jamaica that says the exact same thing because we've been trying to figure this out. We thought this was just Ados culture, right? And then we see the same kind of structure in Jamaica, and now the brother. That's why I came up because I want the brother to actually highlight that because it said the exact same thing that Fraser said back in the 1930s, right? That
yep.
and BLM just said it in their literature back in 2017, right? When they actually put their little uh, uh, manifesto out, right, about the mission statement, right? They didn't
Mm,
see men as part of the family structure. In fact, I just read this from a feminist scholar just maybe yesterday, right? She just put it out at the end of her thing. They see the black family structure as a woman and her children. Men are okay. Men are there for labor and sperm.
I would like to say something.
That's so
I
because
got to go to
that's
work
why
because I'm
I came
finna
up.
go and clock in. I'm just gonna go and clock in.
Mm.
If men have abdicated their role as part of the family, then that's this. I'm about my woman. Cause this is a man conversation. If this has existed since the 30s and below, this is a man's
No, no, no. This comes out of no.
problem.
This
It's
is
a man's
this is
problem to
no, no, no,
find the
no.
solution to.
No, no, no.
It's a man's problem to
Well,
find a solution to. If they want
let
to
me finish.
continue to
Let me
see
finish.
themselves
Let
as
me finish.
team
Let me
and
finish.
sperm
Let me
provide, I got to
explain.
go to work.
Let me
I'm
explain.
really not trying to
I
be
know, but
disrespectful, and I'm gonna
I
listen
know,
from
but
the
you're talking
clouds.
through me. You're talking through me.
I'm
All
saying, but I
right.
have to go and clock in, and
This
I'm not being rude or anything. I just want
well,
to say
you just
goodbye
did.
before I leave the panel.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say because I'm supposed to be
Goodbye,
clocked in
Mr.
at 7 o'clock. So I'm finna clock in. It was a very interesting conversation. It was nice meeting all of you. And
Same
Nice to
here.
meet
men,
you
y'all have
too.
to come up to the with the solution unless you want to stay abdicated from your role, and that's fine. That's okay. And if you
Don't
don't,
worry.
then
Once
you
you,
come up with the solution. I have no contributions, but you all have a good one, and I'm gonna listen in the clouds.
Me too.
sounds good. Just so you know, we will be addressing some of the stuff that we were interrupted, and then we'll
I,
actually
I
talk about it further on.
do
Hey,
want
hey,
to.
hey, hold on. Let me say it to Pierre. Hey, Pierre, go to my other channel and get that
Mhm.
link. It's on my other channel.
Yeah,
You want to get
but,
that
All right,
link?
so
but,
you've been
but what I'm saying is this is called pastoral and patriarchy because the same thing goes on in Brazil, right? Where basically to actually for Europeans to actually enslave people perpetually, they have to change the culture because other than that, they can only hold you for 7 years. Okay, so they had to change the culture. So what they changed was putting the women in charge of the family. Okay, and said whatever comes out of her womb is in perpetual slavery.
yeah,
Okay, and that had lasted for like 200 and some odd years, right? Okay, and so I'm sure that same thing probably went on in Haiti, probably same thing went on in Jamaica, almost the
yeah,
same thing, right? Okay. And that's what set up what we call this perverse matriarchy.
yeah.
It's actually not set up by us. Okay.
All right.
In fact, it lasted in Brazil until almost
Mark, nice speaking to
almost the 20th century. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. So, hold on a second. I'm gonna have to cut you off, BGS.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Siri. You've been quiet for a while now. I'm sorry about
No,
that.
no,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. I just can't. I came up here because you said something that sparked my
you.
interest. That's why
I
I'm
would
up here
like
to
to.
actually
I
talk to
would
you.
like to.
Yeah, go ahead, Siri. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. It's interesting what Mr. BGS said because I remember when Art and I first got together, even before we got married, and we were talking about the family structure. And I used to tell Art all the time, you can't just be a financial horse to provide the finances and not be involved in the family. That's not how I was raised. That's not how um that's not the role of a father. And I remember you, Art, that's all you used to talk about. It's like, well, where else? What else is there? I mean, as long as I have the finances down, it's like, no, you need to be in my life. You need to be in my life. You need to participate in my life. I'm going to need your opinions in certain things. You need to participate in raising our child or our children if we have any more, because this isn't a one woman show. And it took a while. It took many years for
To
Art to
understand
really
that.
grasp
Mm,
exactly what
yeah.
that role of a father is.
Mm. There's like, listen, there are like so many things that I had to actually unlearn and everything like that, right? And I don't know, like with Miss Koja, right? And I didn't mean to actually fight with her and stuff like that, but I was just trying to get my point across, and I feel like I was being misunderstood, right? And the whole point is, it's not about blaming one party over another, right? Or men over women and stuff like that, or because like we're trying to right the wrong that's been going on. And when I mention about where, like, being outside of the family, not being part of it,
Yeah.
and it's like, the whole thing is this: when a man feel like he doesn't have a say in his own household,
Mm-hmm.
then he's gonna, like, there's gonna be other opportunity that presents himself.
Mm-hmm.
So then when I talk about monogamy, I'm not saying, like, because we all have urges, right? We all have urges. We all want to do certain shit. However, the reason I'm advocating for monogamy instead of polygamy and stuff like that is because, like, you save, you able to, your economy is a lot better when you only have one household you're spending your money on, right? When you don't have like two, three baby mamas, stuff like that, right? Like, you are like, I have like friends and family members. They're doing good because they're not out here like having like multiple baby mamas and stuff like that, right? That's one thing. And the second
Sure.
thing is this, right? When you're not a community dick, when you're not a community dick, then you're able to actually also assert certain authority in your own household. Like there are certain things that you don't have to take certain shit. Whereas like when you have an argument, like and when let's say you were cheating, you were a cheater before in the past, blah blah blah. The first thing the woman's gonna say, even when she's wrong, that what you gonna do? You gonna fuck this other bitch, huh? Blah blah blah. But when you don't have that in your stain, you could be like, man, shut the fuck up, right? You
Well,
can have that level. You can have that level of authority where your woman's like, look at DJ Envy.
Yeah.
He's a perpetual bitch because now his wife can constantly use that against him.
Mm,
The fact that he used to be a cheater and stuff like that, right?
mhm,
And it's there's some I feel like look, you are giving away your authority, and then you are not focusing on like I have such a clear destination of where I want to be in life, and then every time I see a chick that kind of give me that little bit of temptation, in my mind I already see all the way things can go wrong and how much this chick gonna actually take me off my path, and that itself is a deterrent for me not to even waste my time. So that's why I actually advocate for like, dude, like get your money up, focus on your like if your woman's gonna have to compete, make sure that she competes for your dream, for your goal, for your aspiration, instead of competing for some other chick. That's just gonna give you more headache. That doesn't make any sense. So that's why I advocate for monogamy instead of polygamy. And then when you also look at let's say all the nations, right? Nations actually have like polygamy and shit like that, right? So then, therefore, that resource has to go to so many households, and then it's hard to actually create generational wealth.
well, not just the resource, but the children. When you have like multiple households with kids, most of your children don't get the actual time with you
Yeah,
because you got to split it between households. Travel time, man, travel counts. That's
yeah,
time wasted right there. And
exactly.
I can't imagine having multiple families in one house. That's
Uh,
a whole mess of chaos.
which is why I was like kind of confused because I wasn't sure, like where the conflict was with me and Miss Koja and
I
stuff like
don't
that, and I
think
was
there was a conflict.
trying to do it. Yeah, I hope. I hope so. I hope we're good and stuff.
It wasn't a
But yeah,
debate, really. It was more of a discussion.
yeah. All right. So well, all right. So what do you guys think? BG, Big J, and BGS.
the thing is, if the structures are different, and if you're going to have a polygamous structure, then it has to be a group structure, right? The multiple families have to come together to actually take care of the kids. So uncles and grandfathers and grandparents and all that kind of stuff all come together as you give the kids what they need. So it works differently. A nuclear family is has to have a mother and father because that's all you have for the most part, right? It works
Mm,
better in an urban environment. Okay, a polygamous environment doesn't work very well in an urban environment, an industrial environment. It's just the way how you set up a family because you go back 10,000 years, something like that. Basically, you're all in a village, so all kids get raised in the village. And if you go back to what it used to be, right, the boys and girls were not raised together anyway. So once the girl got to be like 5 or 6, she went with the girls, with the women, and once the
Yeah, but
boys got to be
most of the
five or
world
six,
doesn't live like
yeah.
that
li-
anymore. So there's no point in trying to do that.
they still do on the continent. They still do. Okay,
mm.
it hasn't been
Well,
industrialized. They still do.
I think this also where the pushback comes in, right? Because let's say that if when we're looking at okay, say for example, right? Let's say I have like
Still a few.
many wives, right? I
Mhm.
have many wives, and I also
Mhm.
have like let's say a business or industry or something like
Right.
that, right? And then once after my death, and in that industry, that business will have to split up on so many other family. So then now that business doesn't continue on
It gets divided.
to the yeah, it gets divided and stuff like that, and then now it's like that's why you see over here you have like industries that last fucking generation after generation,
Yeah. But but
and
but
and
but the thing is, the way it works is basically the children get trained to be in the business. That's the way the business expands. They don't just sit there and suck up the wealth. They
Yeah, but
expand
it's harder to do
mm,
that when you've got like five kids between two households
if
because then if the mothers are competing again with each other,
Well,
especially,
they would
then
they don't they're trained to be in that kind of setup. Then they don't
okay,
compete.
oh
but you're talking about
Hold on a
Certain,
second, Siri. Hold on a
yep.
second, Siri. Also, this is what I thought about as well too, though, right?
People.
There's the business aspect of it too, GPS. But
Hmm.
there's also the social aspect of it. Whereas, like when you have, let's say, the alpha male or the top 20% of guys are actually having multiple women,
Yeah.
and then what's gonna happen with all these single guys out there? So
Then.
that's why you have like in the black community where you have like the, let's say, the
Mhm,
top drug dealers, the ones fucking all these chicks, and then
mhm.
now you have all these guys who still street dudes, but they're out there, being delinquent, getting into trouble, shooting, and all that stuff. Which is why polygamous society tend to be more violent. I
Not
would say.
really, not really. That the thing in this you can't have a polygamous society that's set up to be monogamous. It doesn't work that way, right? Mixing two different situations, right? Polygamous societies actually are more rural and not urban. Because an urban society or urban city is not set up for polygamy or multiple
Wait, hold on.
families.
Wait. I beg to differ to
Go
you,
ahead.
BS,
Okay, okay.
because
Show, show me your
if you
show me your research.
wait, hold on. No, it's my channel, you know.
It
But
is.
I'm gonna let Pierre and Series Eyes talk. But let me say this though.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm.
I guess you kind of forgot about the violence among the Mormons before the federal government forced them to have monogamous marriages.
Okay.
Because like the guys that was left out, quote
Mm-hmm.
unquote,
Uh-huh.
they was treated as slaves and they was treated um as the underclass in Utah, Colorado, and the Southwest, the southwestern states. I guess you kind of forgot about
No, no,
that,
no.
BJ.
In other words, United States is not set up for a polygamous society. You have your Mormons were out group in a what do they call it, a
Okay.
nuclear
Commune.
family society. Okay,
All right.
they're
But
out group.
what would you be your argument when it comes to the jihadists, where these boys are being recruited to actually join the jihad and stuff like that?
So in other words, the jihadists are actually same thing where you have what do you call it, rebels down in Latin America. Okay, jihadists are actually rebels.
But actually, if there is a video where it called that one strip of Africa where it's mostly Islamic, and he did like a strip.
Talking about Northern Africa.
The northern part of Africa
Yeah.
is Mali, Sudan. Take that
Mm-hmm.
where like the French colonies had. If you take the
There's a
whole
lot
swap
of
of that,
infighting there.
right?
Mm-hmm.
You take the whole swap of that, and then you take the whole swap of the Middle East. Well, it's basically the same
What
um
what are they
customs
fighting? What
I
are they
mean,
fighting against?
they're a bunch of incels,
No,
and
no, no.
they're just
What are they fighting? No, they're not a bunch of. So what are they fighting against?
colonialism. But you're
Colonialism.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
but they're
you
not just
wait a minute.
fighting against colonialism. They fighting amongst themselves.
In
Yeah,
other words,
right, 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 right.
okay, okay. Wait.
Yeah, and that was. I'm glad you said that, series, because I'm not talking about just they fighting against the France and whoever European power that's there. They're fighting among themselves.
So okay, so did Europe for like 600 years, and they were not polygamous.
No, but my
And,
point
and
is this, right?
European,
India is India.
Europeans in two wars, Europeans killed almost 200 million people. Okay,
Okay.
That's not the point, B. Just because like
why is that not the point?
when you have a society, and I'm gonna let
Hmm.
Pierre speak because she's
Okay,
new,
you
so I'm
talking
gonna
about?
let her
Are
speak.
we talking about killing people or fighting against each other? What are you talking
Mm.
about?
Warfare. I mean,
Well, okay,
internal conflict.
so how does it, those guys who fought in the European wars were not incels?
We're not talking about
Mm.
the Europeans.
Well, you,
We're
We're
talking
talking
about
about
the
no,
excessive
we're talking
violence
about
amongst men in polygamist communities.
there's
right.
excessive violence in all societies.
No, it's not
Yes, it
But
is.
that's just
but not
mixed in.
a never ending fight.
Yes,
Is never ending.
yes,
It's a
yes.
never ending. Really. Okay.
I would
B,
have
just
to
tell me.
disagree with you,
I mean,
BGS.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Tell me.
Have you read European history?
Oh my God.
We're
Mm.
talking
Oh,
about progress, okay?
No, no,
We're
no, no, no,
not
no, no,
talking
no, no,
oh
about
no,
my
no, no,
God.
histories
Okay. All right.
currently.
Let's
European
address it, right?
European
Okay.
history
Well, I
has
tell,
been
okay.
monogamous since
It-
Christ. Okay,
Okay.
but
Well, tell
okay,
well
throughout
okay.
tell me
Right.
whom he
something.
fought.
Then. Well, tell me
Now,
something, BTS. Tell me something.
Mm-hmm.
No, you know what? You know what? You know what? I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna let my co-host talk. Go ahead, Pure. You
Uh,
know, let me go
Thank
ahead,
you, Big
talk.
Day, and hello to everybody. I just want to say this, and I need 5 minutes not to be interrupted by BGS. So BGS said that matriarchy is a woman raising her kids alone, but he doesn't address.
I didn't say that.
Okay, I don't want you to
Hey,
interrupt
hey,
me.
thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, so this is the thing. When it comes, let's talk about that war that we're speaking of, that perpetual war that has taken place through a very problematic patriarchy, right? That has existed for thousands of years, where we're talking about wars happen and women are raising kids by themselves because their husband went off to war and he died in war. And now she has to be the breadwinner. She has to be the one that is taking care of the kids, and she has to do all those things. Nobody's addressing the elephant in the room, which is this problematic male patriarchy. The problematic male patriarchy that goes to different civilizations, destroys those civilizations, destroys those economies, and builds their own economy, and then they get taken over by some more patriarchy and some more patriarchy and other groups of patriarchy, and the perpetual cycle of dysfunction continues. But nobody's addressing that. They always want to put the blame on this little old lady or this little woman who's raising kids or has raised kids by herself because her husband's gone, or maybe he's in the military, if we're talking about today's single mothers. Because when a woman is raising kids, whether she has a husband or not, and he's gone most of the time, and he's in the military or whatever the case may be, he's at work, she's still raising the kids by herself. So nobody addresses all of the things that stem from that kind of dysfunctional patriarchy. Nobody talks about any of that. Everything, the burden keeps on going back onto the shoulders of women. Women in this particular society and ancient societies have really never been a true matriarchy. They've never been that. There might have been pockets of matriarchy throughout the world, but when you're talking about global power, there has never been an actual matriarchy. It's always been a patriarchy. And even in the Bible, when it talks about Israel being the wife of God, Israel was a group of men, patriarchy. So the dysfunction continues. Nobody ever addresses it. It's really sickening and it's dumb. All right, Big J, I'm done.
All right. Let a BGS talk now. I mean, is he? Go ahead. You're free to speak, BGS. You free. You free to speak. Why you muting yourself? I
I got,
muting yourself.
I have my headphones set up. You still got
Okay.
2 more minutes.
Well,
Okay.
I think though she is done.
Let's not be-
Yeah,
The balance of
I,
the
I
time go
love
back to you.
She said
The balance
5
of the time
minutes.
go.
I shut up for 5 minutes. I'm shutting up for 5 minutes. Okay.
I,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I'll
I
throw
love
something else out there. I'll throw something else
Go
out there
ahead.
because my ex-husband is Haitian, right?
yeah.
So the troubles and the problems they have in Haiti, his
Mm.
family actually had property, but they couldn't go back to it because of all
So
the
it's mine.
unrest in Haiti. Okay.
Yep.
So
So
while
it's
we're
mine.
talking about all that, while we're talking about men who have built things in Haiti, had created things in Haiti, now it's all destroyed. But was it women that destroyed it? Was it a group of men who went rogue, overturning the government, destroying the country? Because it damn sure wasn't women. And when it comes to women being, or children being sold and bargained in Haiti right now, because that's what's happening. They're holding children hostage, have murdered children. It's not the women, it's not a matriarchy that started that or that has done that. It's been a patriarchy. And what type of patriarchy?
Here's my perspective when it comes
I
to the
think
whole matriarchy and patriarchy thing, right?
I think when BGS was calling it a matriarchy, I don't think he was talking about some kind of power structure. I think he was just talking about within
A
the
family
family
structure.
But
household.
that's ignorance on his part to call it a
Right,
matriarchy.
right.
Why is it ignorance?
Because I tell you why. I tell you why it's ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're making it the same weight as
What is the
wait,
matriarchy?
hold on. You're
What is the
making it the
matriarchy?
same weight as a you're making your term of matriarchy. You try to make it the same way as patriarchy, which is male dominated society.
Yes.
What you're really are talking about is matrilineal. It's
Same thing.
matrilineal society because the African society or black society is matrilineal because we worry more about mama than
Yeah.
our daddies.
Yes.
I know more. Listen, I know about more about my grandmother than I do about my great grandfather, and I'm living in his house.
Now,
Yeah,
I have, I have,
No, define the matriarchy for me then.
a matriarch is a structure, a governing structure, or a financial a structure that encompasses the rule by a woman.
Thank you.
A group ruled by a group of women, but that's not the
No,
definition of
no,
matriarchy.
Big J is absolutely right. It is matrilineal.
Yeah,
Because
it's matrilineal.
matrilineal is of or based on kinship with the mother or the
A
female line,
kinship group, and
which is
based
absolutely true. Because even in Art's family, he's more connected to his mom's side, and he barely knows anybody from his dad's side.
if you study the I think the Iroquois, right, the nation of Iroquois, right, which is a matriarchy, right? Okay, the
the
the,
what?
the nation of
You're
Iroquois.
talking about the Iroquois Nation, which is what
Yeah,
this government is built up on, but it really isn't.
Okay, in other words, what I'm
They
saying.
they took the
Okay, go ahead.
Constitution from the Iroquois.
No,
They
no,
didn't
No,
take
let
they
us
didn't take
pure,
anything else.
let us finish real quick. Let us finish real
it's
quick.
okay. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
No, you're both all right.
It's your
Hmm.
channel. Go ahead.
No, go ahead,
No,
BJ, please. All right.
I wanted to finish because I started talking. People interrupt me. Go ahead and finish.
I'm done.
Okay. The nation of Iroquois is the matriarchy, right? We actually studied this maybe 9 months ago, right? Having this debate. Okay.
Hmm.
What is it? The not the Aztecs, the Mayans had the same kind of setup, right? Okay. The women have power in the family, okay, and the women elect representatives who are male, who are chiefs. That is the definition of matriarchy as
Um,
defined, right? So, but the power of the women is the money, okay, because how the inheritance, the money, the family structure, who raises the kids, who takes care of the kids, who has say so in the household, that is defined as a matriarchy. Okay, according to the experts, anthropologists, they say exactly the same thing. That's why I actually get the definition
If
of
you use that
matriarchy.
definition, then in Poland, it's a matriarchy as well.
Is
Because
who?
um,
most of those is like the man works, but then usually he just gives his paycheck to the woman, and then she allocates it in all the different aspects of where it needs to go, and then he just gets a little allowance from his income.
And that's the way
For the most part.
that's the way the black family has been raised. The thing is, in a white family, the father has say so of where.
No, because I just said in Poland, Poland is white.
Okay,
I mean, it's like
okay.
99.999% white.
I have something just occurred to me. Right. All right. Check this out. So, BJ,
Uh-huh.
so you advocate for polygamy, right?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't. The thing is in polygamy, okay, and this
Mhm.
is something that I actually learned when I read David Graeber's "Death the First 5,000 Years." In
Okay.
polygamy, okay, you have to have something that goes along with it. They call that a village wife, okay.
Okay.
In
But
other words, if you don't want young men having sex with your wives, okay, or try to the patriarch that has all the wives, you have to give them something, right? Which
It
is
sounds
either
to me like it was very limited to who
hold,
was a
it,
polygamist
polygamists had to well, yeah, you had to have a whole bunch of money,
status. Yep.
status and money, right? Okay.
Yep.
mhm.
The thing is, what do you do with the other males? You have to give them something, so they have a shared wife, okay, or you have to bring in prostitution.
So it's not so let me understand this correctly. So what you're saying is the patriarch who was the who had the status had all the wives, and then the other guys had one wife?
To share, to share.
Shared.
A
So then
shared
the
woman.
woman
Yeah,
was the polygamist in there.
yeah,
Okay, that's
yeah.
okay. So it was almost like two
It's a balance.
families.
Yeah, it's a balance. In other words, this is how they work things out.
This
And
is
so,
this is
go
this is the point that I'm getting at, right? So okay.
ahead.
So let's say that you have so the patriarchy. So would you advocate that these communities that you speak of were patriarchal, right?
Yeah, well, sometimes they
Okay.
were, sometimes they weren't. It
All
depends.
right.
Yeah.
So then, is it fair to say that the polygamous lifestyle would inherently revert back to matriarchy? Because if you have absentee fathers, then that actually leave the women to raise the children. So
No,
then you're not present there to actually to enforce the rules of the household, which you have also many wives, and then the women now can go behind your back and actually raise these kids based on their moral stature.
no,
Isn't that the same thing that's
no, no, no,
happening with our
no.
community right now?
No, the thing is that we've moved away from what used to be, right? Okay, it used to be a communal thing about raising kids, so it doesn't matter.
Maybe it
Okay,
didn't work. That's why
so
we
what?
moved on.
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly.
it did work. Thing is, you have a different environment. Okay, you didn't have a a modern industrial environment with urban cities. Okay,
That's why it didn't
Because
work. It's no longer applicable to
guess what
modern life
happened?
now.
and
That's how.
that's what happens to the black family when it moved out of the South into urban environments. The family broke up. You had all this dysfunction because you actually a matriarchal.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're not moving towards villages. We're moving
Can,
towards more industry.
can I
Yeah,
finish?
yeah. After that, I got something to say, BJ. So
Uh,
I didn't finish off
in other
that.
words, I don't care about interjecting, but in mid sentence, okay. If I'm talking, can I finish my sentence?
Go ahead.
All
Okay,
right, go ahead. After that, I got something to say.
I think that's fair, right?
Right, right.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, and this is something that Fraser pointed out, Du Bois pointed out, Clark pointed out, William Jewis Wilson pointed out. When the black families broke up, right? They moved from the rural South to the urban centers, which does
Okay.
allow for a communal raising of children or group family or extended family. Okay, that's what happened. And so you saw a family breakdown. So I because sons that didn't have, if they were old enough to actually work a farm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sons didn't depend on a father to give male support. It was uncles. It was the neighbor down the road. It was grandfathers. It would come get these boys and raise them. Okay, put them on the farm, put them to work, teach them whatever they need to do, teach them skills. Okay, it was communal. Okay, which is what happens on the continent, right? A communal thing where the boys go with the boys. The boys are raised by the men, okay, and the girls are raised by the women. They don't meet up until they get married again.
Around what year do you say that, like, this whole polygamous premise stopped working? Around
Polygamy.
what era?
Okay, the thing is, uh, the era when polygamous premise actually started stopped working is when you started when farming started, maybe in 10,000 BC or so, when you had
10,000 BC or so.
BC, where you had stable farms and stable plots of land, and you have
Yeah.
families put on the land, and then that's when polygamy didn't work anymore because now you only have a certain amount of land and a certain amount uh of wealth, right? So how do you so you have to assign a man to a plot of land and a family.
Mhm.
So
So
that's
then, how can we continue to try to hold on to a premise that no longer works based on the involvement of human beings?
it doesn't work. The thing is that uh, uh, it doesn't work. The thing is that how do you keep human nature from impeding on the
Who
structure?
says that's human nature?
Oh, human
It,
nature again. But
it,
human nature is based on evolvement, or either evolve or you die. So then
what
human nature constantly evolve, doesn't it?
Adaptability.
okay. The thing is, it's a different time scale, right? Okay, your environment,
Exactly.
your physical environment, since
That's right, Coco.
artificial changes much faster than you, your genetics. Okay,
Yeah.
your genetics
Like,
takes about 10,000 years to change. Okay,
okay.
so human nature takes 10,000 years to change.
Yeah, but
But what if it change faster than that?
psychology works a
One at
lot
a time,
faster than genetics.
one at a time. So what?
Psychology works a lot faster than genetics. So it's
Of
just
course,
a matter of building better habits.
you can, but thing is, nature will always intrude.
No, like we'll give you an example, right?
Uh,
So I
so,
think
so,
a lot of time that we love to point out to, let's say, the animal kingdom whenever
uh,
we try to justify, let's say, polygamy and shit, right?
oh, uh-huh.
However, like, or earlier when I had to like pull the side of the road to take a piss and the breeze just going on my dick, I'm like, oh, that feels nice. But obviously, we can't walk around butt naked no more. We have clothes. We got this. We got that. Like our nature changed based on the environment.
It doesn't
right? Which is
change on the environment. In other words, why do you wear clothes?
we wear
Now,
clothes
here's a
because of the
battle
environment.
as
No,
If
no, no.
it's cold,
you're done. After you die. That's how it
Yeah,
works.
hold on, hold
if
on.
it's cold out there and stuff like that, and then
But if
you build a no, listen, you
okay,
build a society, you create that level of modesty and
mm,
stuff like that. So then therefore you go based on the society that we create that happen to work, that happen to function. And the thing about with the whole polygamy nature that you claim that used to work doesn't work anymore is because we keep, let's say we have a whole bunch of young men that doesn't have a wife, right? They can be up to no good, and then you constantly either have to send them to war so they can die out, or you just get them to migrate, which is why the migration that's happening in Europe, that's happening here in the United States, is a whole bunch of male from third world countries migrating over here, and then to actually, because they had families, then they would,
well, you have
like when
you have
you have family,
you
listen,
have
when you have family, you
you have
take calculated risk.
okay.
You are more
You have
conscious about
you,
what you do
you
to
have
protect your family.
you have migration here now is because you're actually taking resources from where? From there and bring them here. People follow resources, or the men follow resources, and then the women, because you
Mhm.
have more women up here than you have men. Okay.
Listen, you're a very smart man, right? And I love the way you actually be able to actually switch.
No, no,
The
no, no.
no. But listen, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, right? Like for example, when I pointed out earlier about like countries with polygamous nature, they tend to be either poorer or they're more violent. And then now you will switch it up to be like, well, they're fighting colonialism.
Or further
No, no, no,
behind.
no, no, no. They're not more violent. That's not true.
They have more conflict, right?
No, they don't.
That's
Not true.
okay. Where do you think they get gangs from? The gang members, they get
Okay.
them from youth, right? They
No.
get them like let's say a whole bunch of
That's
youths
the
that are
community
available.
fathers taking
Okay.
care
Go
of
ahead.
their
Go ahead. Finish.
sons.
I'll
Exactly.
after you explain where it comes
Yeah.
from.
So my point is this: when you have community that are more monogamous,
Hmm.
right? So then there's a mutual respect that goes on between married men, or it's like I'm not gonna impede on your wife, you're not gonna impede on my wife,
Hmm.
type of shit. There's this level of respect that comes through, and there's a level of responsibility that also come through. But when you have nothing but baby mamas and concubines and stuff like that,
Uh huh.
right? And then let's say the top male get to have all the broads, and that's when you have the violence that we see in our community today.
Even though it's
Wouldn't you
illegal,
agree?
even though it's illegal, right?
Yes, but it doesn't. It's illegal, but guess what? It's still being practiced, though. A
Why?
lot of things that are illegal are still being
Why?
practiced.
Why is
So
it?
it's the practice.
We
So
don't. We
it's
don't.
the
We don't teach that, do we?
Can I ask
yeah,
you
we
a
do.
question?
Can
Of
I?
course we do.
I'm asking
The
him a
the
question.
manosphere itself, it's all about like you gotta fuck
No, no,
these hoes, you gotta do this, you gotta do that.
Hold
the thing
We
is,
teach that to each other.
no, we don't. Oh no, we don't.
Yes,
on.
we
Okay,
do,
okay.
bro.
Maybe,
All
maybe
right,
You're not a
hold on,
man in the
hold on.
community unless you actually
at
fucking
Can I
hoes.
ask
like
you,
like
BGS?
15
I have
years
a
old.
question.
Hold
Yeah.
on,
All
hold
right,
on.
hold on a second. Let's stop for a minute. What's the question, Siri?
BGS, I have a question. Do you think impregnating multiple women, not married to them, but just impregnating multiple women, do you think that's polygamy?
Do I think that's polygamy?
Mhm.
Nope.
Okay, that's why this argument. I
Okay.
personally believe that's polygamy because
So,
you're
so
you don't have to be
okay,
married to be
okay.
partnered with someone.
So why are women having babies by one guy?
Why are men pumping into multiple women and then dumping them?
Because
You
men
can ask
always.
it's literally the same
Uh,
question.
okay,
You
finish.
can ask
Go ahead,
both
finish.
genders
Go ahead,
that question.
go ahead, finish. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You can
Oh,
literally ask both
in
men
other
and
words,
women that question.
men want to have sex, women
Mhm.
want to have babies. Okay.
Okay. Do you think that
Wait, hold on. How you gonna say that, BJS, when those
That's
men
true.
ain't taking care of them babies? If
Men
you
want to
want
have.
them babies, you will be taking care of them, right?
That's what you're
I'm
taught.
just saying. Go ahead.
You're taught. Men want to have sex. Women want to have babies. Why women have babies? When you have birth control, abortion,
see,
planned.
you see what
birth
you just
Hold
did?
control
on,
You
hold
is
see
on,
what
very
you
hold,
just
hold on,
did?
severe?
hold on,
So
See what he just
affects
did?
a
hold
lot
on,
of
hold
women
on, hold
negatively.
on,
Let,
hold on.
let him finish. Let him finish, Big J.
You don't have to have a baby. That's what the whole thing about birth
But
control
you
is
got
about.
condoms
But
though.
you guys are
It doesn't.
changing legislature so the women
It
are forced
doesn't
to have babies, right?
matter. Okay. What I'm
You,
saying is,
Big J,
Yes.
They're forcing women to have babies, so he's blaming it on women, but the men are the ones changing legislation.
They should go
Right.
So
back.
women
Right.
are forced to have babies.
They should go back to shotgun marriages to solve the whole thing.
Mm.
Really, dude,
Yeah.
dude,
BGS.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
There, listen. Let me tell you something. There are There's some great grandparents that have outside families
Yes, they do.
across county line.
Yes, they
What are
do.
you talking about?
And but they were already married. They couldn't get married twice. Why is the woman
What?
accepting?
Like,
Why?
Hold on.
Is
But
the
you
woman?
just said.
Why is
Wait,
the woman
hold on.
accepting
You just
that man?
said. But you just said
Why does the woman accept that
gunshot
man?
marriages will solve
Why
We
does
everything.
saw that.
But
Yep.
you still was
why
existing.
does the woman accept
Still
that man?
existing.
Why does the woman accept that man?
She don't
BGS.
know.
Why does the woman accept? She does know. She's grown.
My VGS, I think. Listen, VGS. I think the problem is it's about like neither the men and the women that are into that premise, you know, are not accepting accountability,
Exactly.
right? And it seems like right because like your premise would be like, well, why are these women taking birth control pill, right? So then the premise is on them. And
I,
then the women, no, listen. And then the women will turn around. Why are these men you wearing condom? The premise is on them. But at the end of the day, it's the lack of discipline. Period. We're not animals, right? So it's
okay,
easy to point out. It's easy to point out. Let's say it's man nature, is male nature, is male nature. But we're no longer animals. So then, therefore, there is something called like when you
So
delay gratification.
what are we now? Artificial entities? What are we?
No,
Delay,
What are
no,
we?
civilized people. Civilized
No,
people.
we're still
delay.
no,
Listen, delay gratification, right? Delay gratification
that has to be taught.
is where you actually
It
we
can be
have
learned.
we have consciousness. We have a certain level of consciousness that the animals don't have. The animals only on survival mode. They just shit, they eat,
Evidently not.
and then they sleep.
Evidently
We
not.
plan for like 10, 20 years ahead.
No, we don't.
You tell me you don't plan your future 10, 20 years ahead? I do.
How many people plan for their future 20 years
Well, the
ahead?
same people that don't have any discipline.
Which is the majority of people.
Okay.
But it's funny, right? Because that same majority. Now you understand why people are so easily manipulated, right? So it's not about the patriarchy, the matriarchy. It's about like people without the goal or discipline get used all the time.
Give the men the birth control. There's a reason.
Oh, they're coming out with it. They
No, they won't.
came out with it
You'll
once,
never see it.
but they
You'll never-
couldn't
You'll never
because
see it.
the
No,
side effects were too strong.
you'll never
What you
see
don't,
it.
what a lot of men don't know is
You'll
that the
never
birth
see it.
control that women are taking. Excuse me, let me speak, please. The thing
Well,
about
you cut
female
me
birth
off. You
control.
cut me off though.
Hold on, BJS. Hold on, BJS. Let her make her point, and then you
The thing
respond
about
real quick.
female birth control is that it really
you cut me
affects
off
the
though.
female
You cut
hormones
me off.
to a point where it
There's
makes the
there's a
women
reason that
BJS.
I've been
no, you
waiting
guys are
to
talking
speak.
through me. Okay.
All right, gotcha. All right, BJS. Let her finish real quick, and after that, I promise you have the floor.
Oh, hey, what
You're
happened?
talking through me.
I was away. What happened? What did I miss?
In
Oh
other
no,
words,
no.
there's a
All right.
reason that they don't give men birth control. It's real simple. It's called
Wait,
demographics.
hold on. Time out. Do you know there's spermicide gel?
The hell's
Do
that?
we, do we have the same
It's
birth
the gel
control
you
that
put.
women do?
It's the same gel that's in the condom.
Do we have the same
Right.
birth
Yeah.
control?
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on.
Do we,
Hold
do
on.
we,
There
do,
is
do,
you
do we
can
have
go to
you,
Walmart
okay,
and
all right,
get you the spermicide gel.
okay.
Guys, let's not talk over each other.
Yeah, I know. They're gonna do it anyway. Go ahead, BJ.
No, sir. You just won't give anybody a chance to speak.
No, you guys cut to me every time.
Because
All
I've
right.
been
Oh, how
waiting.
about this? How about this?
All right,
Let me try to moderate. Let me try to moderate real quick. Let me try to moderate real quick. Right.
I'll back. I'll be right back.
All right. All right, guys. Let me try to moderate real quick. All right. So BJS, give me like a few minutes. Let Siri finish her point, and then I promise you, I'll make sure that nobody interrupts you. And then after that, we're gonna go to Oh my God, I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Pure butterfly.
Pure. And we're gonna go to Pure. All right. So go ahead, Siri. Finish your point, and then BGS, and then Pure.
The reason a lot of women nowadays don't want to take birth control is because it affects our hormones and it makes a lot of women sick. It's not good. Okay. There is spermicide, just like Big J said, there is condoms. They have tried take a male birth control But the problem that they were facing is that there was too many side effects that men did not want to take it. Now they're coming up with new male birth control. Okay, they are coming out with it. But here's my thing. You said men want sex, women want babies. But don't people realize that sex is a reproductive act? So with every sexual encounter you have, there is a risk of not just sickness, but also babies. So if all you want it is for pleasure, you should obviously wrap it up and take birth control. I would tag team that. I would do both. I would, as a female, I would take birth control and I would make the man use a condom. Was that not the case, Art, before we were married?
Hell yeah.
Exactly. So it's an educational issue. But the thing a lot of women have with men is it's not just women. Why do women let it? Because we enjoy sex just as much as the men do. But it's not just one group of people. It's both sides that are being completely irresponsible and not thinking. The problem is the women get stuck with the babies. That's why a lot of men turn around like, well, it's a woman's responsibility because you're the one that's stuck with the baby. And then you guys get stuck with the finances.
Yep.
So
All right, now go ahead, BJ.
responsibility. And the whole fact about impulse control,
She's
you
not
can
finished.
tell me what you want to tell me about male nature. If men naturally do not have any impulse control, they are boys. Because when you become a man and you mature, you learn the importance of impulse control. That's why they used to send the men out into the wild to hunt or to fight to get that male journey. It was to help them improve their impulse control. That's what's missing in a lot of communities. So don't tell me about this, oh, it's male nature, we should be able to. No, you shouldn't be able to. That was the whole point back in the day, and that's what's missing now. We're missing the male journey, where the men, when the young boys who become teens and they go out and they become a man and not through sex. And the problem this day and age is that the way that boys become men is through sex. And that's a big issue that nobody wants to address. And when women bring it up, all of a sudden, well, then don't have babies with them. It's your choice. It's both people's choices because we are both freaking adults. Thank you. That's my point.
All right, go ahead, BGS.
How long do I
The
get?
floor is all yours, my
How long do
dude.
I get? How long do I get?
Go ahead. Just you go. I'll make sure
No,
nobody interrupts you. I promise.
the point is, whole reason for actually birth control is actually free women from actually having babies, right?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
The whole point of having birth control is that you free women from having babies. That's
Yes,
what.
but it's not 100% effective.
No,
Okay.
baby, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt, Siri.
See what I'm
Let him
saying?
cook.
Okay. In other words, if they gave men the same kind of birth control, they wouldn't have babies. Because men would say, I'm not going to have a baby. I just want sex. Okay? Because men ultimately want sex. Most women don't want babies. Okay? They could actually do it now. It's called reversible vasectomies. Okay? They could push that. They could pay for it. It's not that expensive. Okay? And then
I'll
no
get back
man.
to you on that in a minute, but go ahead. Sorry.
No, I actually talked to a nurse, a genetic scientist, a doctor, a bunch of people about this shit, right? Okay. It's called microsurgery. They can actually do that if they really wanted to. But guess what's going to happen if you do that? Your birth rate is already below replacement. Okay. You do it for the men, what's going to happen to the birth rate? What do you think?
Oh, you sorry. You were asking a question. I thought you were
I mean,
just
You.
you were
hold on,
cooking.
hold on.
You.
I'll say this: if there was, are we talking the male
Birth
Mm.
control, yes. Yeah.
if that was the male birth control, I'd be the biggest hoe. Okay, that's the only thing that's stopping me. That's the only thing stopping me from
Uh,
from from
uh,
going
uh,
around.
that is true.
That's not dick.
But what would you think would happen to
That's
the birth
exactly what
rate?
happened.
What happened to the birth rate if they gave men?
It was. It probably. Listen, if I want some
Hold on,
kids,
hold on, BJ. Hold on, BJ. Let him finish because I.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
asking
y'all want to hear it.
Haitian, okay? It
Yeah.
would actually go pretty close to zero, okay?
Mm.
Which is what's going on in Korea, right? Pretty close to zero because men ultimately want to have sex, right? Marriage and kids is optional, okay? You have to train men and socialize men to have marriage and kids and all that other kind of stuff, right? There's a reason that that girls got married in traditional society when they had their first period, right? is to control the access and
That didn't
birth the
happen.
kids. Huh?
That didn't happen.
That didn't happen. It happens in traditional societies today.
No, it
Okay.
happened in elite societies.
No, 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 no.
Yes,
It's
in
okay.
there's it's
Can,
historically
Babe, babe,
proven.
babe,
can
babe,
I?
babe, babe,
Can I?
babe,
No,
babe.
Oh, okay, okay. You
sorry.
know,
Terry,
go
Terry,
ahead,
I
baby.
don't,
Go ahead and
I
talk.
don't,
Go
I
ahead and
want
talk.
him to
Go
stay
ahead
on
and talk.
topic
Go ahead
because
and
we're
talk.
gonna switch subject and
Go ahead
stuff.
and
So
talk. Go ahead and talk.
Apologize.
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead and
no,
talk. Okay.
no, no. Hey, go ahead, BGS. Go ahead. I
Okay.
told you you're gonna finish your point.
Okay.
I just don't want you to get off topic. So let's try to stay on topic to the point that you try to make. So,
In other words, okay, what they
mhm,
did with birth control. If you go back, I think it was called the new shotgun marriage, right? You know,
mhm,
where they actually wrote about birth control and the impact on the society with with female birth control, right? They actually
mhm,
unloose all the sexuality. Okay, that's what happened. Before that, if you break it, you bought it. Okay, if I went and got the Haitian's daughter pregnant and she's 17, 18 years old, right? He's gonna come with it with his grandfather, his father, and his brothers. We got a
mhm,
spot for you down at the church. Okay.
mhm. All right. So what point are we getting at?
In,
To
in
be fair.
other in other words, this whole society is set up for this thing. If you have to change the rules, okay, according to the
Mhm,
society, if you go back to what you were. If you don't, this is all over the world. Okay, it's actually affecting post-industrial society is actually affecting us
okay.
all over the world. Okay, it's not
All right.
just here. Okay, and Colombia has the highest out of wedlock birth rate on the planet.
Mhm,
Okay, it's not here. Okay, because of the environment, and because of birth control, because
yeah.
of what they call the freedom of women. Okay,
Okay.
it's reverting back to a quote unquote matriarchy.
All right.
Okay,
Now,
okay,
I,
okay.
uh,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hmm.
When
sorry,
is it
I
my
think
turn
I
again?
want Pierre to say something good.
Go
After that, I
ahead.
Oh,
want to get back to
I'll
you,
go on
BJ.
mute. Go.
okay. So there's a few things I want to touch on. Okay, for one, he's never addressed anything that Siri said. So there was so much validity in what Siri said. He never addressed any of it. Two, Colombia has a problem with single unwed mothers because of a lot of Americans and people from all over the world, these past poor bros going down there, taking advantage of poor women, getting them pregnant because these women see these men as resources and then don't realize that these men are dropping off seed and running off and going back to their potential countries, right? So, yes, there are single mothers with no fathers because the men are all over the freaking globe jumping, going down there, getting these women pregnant. Okay, that's two. Third part about the birth control, women have been guinea pigs for a very long time. They have been used to be guinea pigs for all kinds of chemicals and things like that. So the medical field has never really taken women's health into consideration, and especially in America, they don't take women's health into a consideration. They don't take childbirthing into consideration, the dangers and all those things. They don't care. So women have gotten their tubal ligations, which it's more dangerous for a woman to get tubal ligations because a tubal ligation is an interior surgery, which if there's a complication, she can die from. Men can get a vasectomy, but they don't do it. They don't want to. A very small percentage of men will actually go get a vasectomy, and it's much easier. It's an outboard procedure. It's snip, snip, they're gone. Not a problem. There's not been a man who's died from getting a vasectomy, okay? But women have died from getting tubal ligations. So and then when we talk about tax dollars, do you think there's 50% of the population in America that are women? Can you tell me where, when it comes to women and when they pay taxes, that any women really have say so in how those tax dollars are spent? Zero. When we talk about a patriarchy, the patriarchy doesn't care about anything concerning women. So much so that they've taken women's rights for an abortion away in many states just recently, and now they saw the repercussions of doing it because they're really not built to lead like that. A lot of this dysfunctional patriarchy is not built to lead other men or women. Okay, so that's another issue. So women's tax dollars don't get spent on women. They don't get spent on women's issues, but they sure as hell get spent on anything concerning men.
Mm, I kind of disagree with you on that.
No, then you don't know anything about the medical field concerning women and
See,
when it comes to medical care.
most medical care goes to women. It does.
But well, if that
100%.
was the case, wait,
If you have insurance,
No.
wait, hold on. If that was the case, then please explain me this Texas Tribune article about the increase of women, especially African American women, dying of prenatal,
childbirthing and
yeah,
childbirthing.
in childbirth.
Okay.
How's that
Okay.
when those
Let me know when you
that
finish.
certain demographic? Hold on, hey, this is my channel.
No. I want to know. I don't want to cut you off.
All right. So in that whole demographic, if women was getting all of this thing that you claimed that's happening, then how come we're seeing an uptick of women dying of childbirth in the 21st century? That's
Right.
almost unheard of.
Right.
You want the answer? Or you got me
Yeah,
off?
go ahead. Go ahead.
It's because women are having babies later, past 35.
Incorrect.
No, it's not because
Look it up. Look it
Oh,
up.
really?
Let me say something real quick.
Hold on.
Hold on.
There
All right.
are women in their 20s dying. There are black women in their 20s dying from childbirthing. What is he talking about?
Say something, okay.
All right, hold on. Let me say something first, real quick, babe, and then after that, you can say something. All right, this is where I disagree with you. It wasn't about the medical aspect of the whole tax thing, right? It was about like, look, whether it's a patriarchy or matriarchy, whatever, right? Whoever the elite aspect of our government don't give a damn about neither men or women.
True.
They actually love for us to keep fighting about this shit because then we don't point the finger at them.
Okay.
So then now when I talk about like, so that's where my whole disagreement when it comes to the tax dollar come from.
Mhm.
Because it's like, look, they spending our money on bullshit.
Okay.
Like overseas, spending billions over there, so on and so forth. And then the thing that we need here the most, we don't have it, but we're too busy pointing the finger whether or not our society is a matriarchy or patriarchy. So that's where I was like disagreeing with you.
Okay. The thing is about tax dollars and governments, like the Supreme Court did actually throw it back to the states. Who is the bulk of voters in states, male or female?
The what?
The bulk of voters in a state, male or
older
female?
women, older women,
Are women, right? Okay. Women have
older
space.
women.
It doesn't matter. The older women grew up with abortion. Okay, they did. If they
I
think
would
it's
like.
right, if hold on, can I finish? It's okay.
I
I'm
thought you
going
were.
to be right. No, good grief. Okay, 60% of the voters are actually female. Okay, if they state by state, if they want abortion, they can actually vote it in. Not a problem. Same thing with medical. Same thing with where the tax dollars go. If they
You
actually
act
want to
like
go
hold
there.
on, but you act like a demographic is going to be lockstep 100% of the time because like there's other issues people vote on.
They might.
Like a patriarchal religion that is that have these women thinking it's such a sin for women to get abortions. That part.
Hold on. Let's
Then
all right, hold on. You wanted to say something serious, right? So hold on.
well,
Let's chat real quick.
Poland. Abortion is legal in Poland. It's been illegal in Poland for a long time. We
legal,
also have tax.
illegal or illegal?
Excuse me, sir. You're
Illegal.
interrupting.
No, I'm asking. I didn't hear what you said.
Illegal.
Illegal.
It's
Or
illegal.
illegal. Okay.
Illegal.
You can't have it. We also have taxpayer-funded health insurance. And the number of mothers, young mothers, that die during childbirth, and the number of children born with major defects is huge. It's huge. And the doctors are not allowed to abort the fetus early. Therefore, if the mother is dying or if the mother is in critical condition giving childbirth, but the child is deformed or disabled, the doctors have to birth the child, screw the mother. and they're young age. So claiming that it's just because they're having them at an older age, that's not correct. And I mean, Poland, it's absolute proof of that.
I'm talking about America.
And I'm talking about
Oh,
Poland, which
Lord
is
have
also
mercy.
it's a perfect example.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Okay?
I just read it.
Okay, okay. Wait, hold on. I find it's funny though, BGS, because when we talking about the men in Africa, especially in the desert part of
That's
Africa,
right, Tanya.
you try to make. I'm gonna get back to you, series. Don't worry. You made it more about you want to include the Europeans, but when Series Eyes talk about her country, you want to make it about the America. Like we just stick
Because
to
it was about America. It was about America. That's why.
I just clocked that, yo. That's a good point, Big J.
right, man. I'm just looking at the logic, dude.
No, it was about
I'm looking at
America.
your logic, man. You jumping around all over the
No,
place.
no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you
Okay.
are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
You can't
All
follow
right.
it. No, I'm not.
Here's okay. Like big BGS,
Mm-hmm.
you are very good. Like I'm actually very impressed the way you actually able
Thank
to move goalposts. Right, you're
What-
very
What,
you're very good at that, bro. And I'm actually
hold on.
I'm really impressed.
Hey,
No,
Haitian,
listen,
hold on a second.
the reason I'm saying that, right? And
goalpost did I
Not
move?
instructed.
What goalpost did I move?
listen. And the reason why I'm saying that, right, is because like you do it so effortless. Ah, damn it, you do it so well.
Yeah.
I don't even realize it, and that's why, like when you talk, you make so many points. So then, therefore, by the time we actually try to address one point, and then when you get around to it to address the point that we'll try to address, then you already talk about some other stuff. Then we kind of get lost in the sauce.
No,
So
Well, welcome to trying to pin him down with anything that he actually addresses.
No,
I always respect BGS, right? I always respect him because he's smart as hell. But I was always trying to figure out how does he argue. Now I clocked it.
Haitian.
You could have asked me, I would have told you.
Haitian. How many
It was
points did Siri give me in one statement? How many points did she give me?
like, hold on a second. No, wait. Dude. We talk about so many points, stuff like that. It's hard for me to go back to one.
But I actually moved the goalpost.
Okay, for example, right? So let's say that we're talking about let's say that we're talking about okay, being responsible, right?
Okay.
And then we will talk about birth control for women and shit like that.
Right.
And then when Sierra will point out or even Pure Butterfly will talk about how these women are being experimented upon, blah blah blah.
Okay.
And then now it's hard to describe it, bro. Like that's how good you are at your shit. You're a master at it.
He's not good because people who know. So we already know about that.
Let's talk about 1 point at a time, then. Okay.
but you do not cover 1 point.
Well, you don't address 1 point at a time. You will just go on. Let's say okay. Sorry. Let me say this, right?
I'm trying to address all the points.
I know, and then it's like that's why it's so hard when you have so many people in a panel, because then I get it. But what I'm saying that you're good at what you do.
Thank you.
Compliment.
Yeah, but I still don't know what Mr. Big J's opinions actually are. He's good at arguing, but he's not good at pointing what he thinks.
I'm trying to get it down, but you got people jumping in when I'm trying to talk to him.
No, you jump into all the time.
You're doing it right now.
All the time.
You're doing it right now. Okay.
Okay, all right. Let's address your belief system.
I'm trying to understand what Big J is actually saying about actually trying to talk about matriarchy versus polygamy versus monogamy, right?
Okay, so are you for monogamy or are you for polygamy?
I don't care. Okay, I don't care. Okay.
So why are you so adamant about something you don't care about?
It's one versus the other, right? Okay, which one works best and which one doesn't in an environment, right? Violence has nothing to do with it. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say.
So then, which one you think would work best in the Black community?
In an urban environment, monogamy.
In America.
Okay, in America, yeah.
In an urban environment, okay, it works best in an urban environment, no matter where it is. Okay.
Yep.
It works
monogamy.
Monogamy, yes.
Okay. So then, when you actually talk about men nature and stuff like that, are you being an enablerist towards men who actually cannot control men and women who cannot control their urges, or are you saying this as a like matter of factly or try to explain the reason why
Yeah,
being a pump and dump is
yeah.
is okay?
If,
Is that what you were doing?
you've been trying to control, you can't control men's nature. You can only work with it. Okay, that's the
But can
problem.
you control women nature though?
Hold
Can you
on,
pin him down on?
hold
Okay,
on.
okay, all right, okay, okay. So you can't control men nature. All right, cool.
You try to work with the nature, you try instead of trying to work against it. That's what you try
Okay,
to do. Okay, try to come up with ideas that actually work with human
yeah,
nature instead of against it.
Is it human
okay,
nature or male nature?
Human nature, males
all
and
right,
human.
okay. So then, can you control? Then can you control women nature?
No, women want to have babies.
Okay. All right. So
Most
then if you can't
women
control so then
say
if you can't control male nature, you can't control women nature.
Uh huh.
Then why is it the premise for most of the manosphere stuff like that is dedicated towards holding one gender responsible for the fuckeries
They're not. They're
of
not.
what we have right now?
They're not. You basically okay. If let's put it this way, right? You have something wrong with a car, right? An engine, right? Okay. What do you work on first?
What do you mean?
If you have something wrong with your house, a car, or problem, what's the first thing you actually work on?
I
You
don't
go
know. It depends on
go
what
where
the
the
problem
problem
is.
actually is first. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So then in that case, are you saying that the woman is the problem?
Women are not changing. Well, the women are not changing, right? And that's the problem. Okay.
women
The-
changed because men
No,
changed.
they
Wait,
no. The
hold on.
women changed because they gave women new freedoms. That's why they changed.
Can I have Art do
Mm.
one two things? Two things.
Mhm.
Art, because
Yeah.
he's gonna scapegoat around this one. He's
Okay,
gonna
go
hot
ahead.
potato this one.
All right, I'll
So
mute my, because
why
I'm on mute.
ask him why so many Colombians? Because he brought up that Colombian women are single mothers now. Ask him why, and then ask him to be accountable for whatever the answer is he's going to give, and then ask him about Haiti. What's going on in Haiti, and who's to blame for that?
Which one first?
Is it men or women that's to blame for that?
All right. Let's
Which
let's address
which one
let's
first?
okay. All right. Let's address okay, sex tourism for example.
Sex
Right. So
tourism,
let's address that.
very small part of the whole thing. Okay, because it happens
Okay.
more than just in Colombia or Brazil. It also happens in Europe.
We're sticking to Colombia because you brought up the
Hold
statue.
on, Pierre. Hold
I?
on, Pierre, because I don't want him to change the subject. Hold on, Pierre. Let's
Yes,
do one at a time.
yes. So it has nothing to do has something to do with how they change the laws and bringing around new jobs and actually
Mhm.
actually independence. Okay.
All right. Bet. Stop right there. Stop right there. Right.
Uh,
So it doesn't matter how you change the law and stuff like that. Right. Man, nature is gonna prevail. Right.
okay.
Hold on
Okay.
a second.
No, not men's nature, not men, women's nature.
Women's nature is gonna
Yes,
prevail.
yes.
So, all right. Are these men are being forced to actually sleep with these women?
No.
So do they actually also pursue these women to sleep with them?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so I can accept that yes, women are gatekeepers when it comes to actually access to sex, correct?
And
However,
enjoyment. Yeah,
yes. So then, however, now as men, don't we have a say on who we actually spread our seeds to?
we do.
So then, why is this whole notion about bitching about baby mamas shit like that when when men in general were the one chasing these crazy broads and then bitching about the fact that they're on child support?
Boom.
Um, the,
Boom. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
is because women complain about it. If women want to accept it and go on about their merry way, that's fine.
So
Ah, you're
why are
so
Colombian
good
women
at this.
complaining
Wow.
now?
You asked the
Wow.
So
question. Did
good
I
at this, bro.
did I answer your question about
It's,
So why are
uh,
Colombian women complaining about it now?
they're not.
what,
They're not.
bro?
Based on
Here's
what? Hold on. Based on what, BGS?
And other
Based on what?
I read their literature all the time. Where are they complaining about?
literature, bro. Everything's on the internet.
No, where are they
We're
complaining
not
about?
right. You think that these Colombian women are writing their
Where
novels, stuff like that, be like
are
articles and
they
everything, or they're making
complaining
videos
about
about
it?
it?
How do you
So
know they're complaining about it?
so the only things that you take into account is in literature. Anything that people say you won't consider?
Are you a Colombian?
No, I'm asking you.
Are you a Colombian?
I am not, but you need to
That's
answer
the
my
question.
question.
So who has complained to you that's Colombian?
Well, I've heard a lot of women from Latin America complain.
Who in Colombia has complained to you?
How about you answer my question?
No. In other
No,
words,
you did not answer a single one of my questions.
I
You're just
did.
trying to ask me more
I
questions.
did.
No,
I
you're
BGS.
answering with a question.
I actually did.
BGS. Here's
I
the
haven't heard
problem.
Not at all.
BGS answer one. I
You know,
have
My
not heard him
question
answer one
was,
question.
do you
You
Not
take
one.
people's account?
you asked the question, right?
Yes. Do you know what question I asked that you did not answer? I asked, do you take people's opinions and people's views into account aside from literature?
If they had direct experience
Yes.
of said environment.
Yes, that's who I'm talking about.
Okay. Do you have direct experience?
I'm not talking about me.
No. Listen.
No.
Yes.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. You're trying to sidestep.
Repeat my answer.
Your answer was, do I have direct
No.
experience?
You asked me, do I take people's opinion in consideration, right?
No, I asked, do you take people's opinions and people's experience, what they say? That's a full question. It's not half question.
In consideration, right?
That's not in literature.
That's not in literature. If they have direct experience in said environment.
So if women are online from Colombia complaining, then, and it's not in literature, then their opinions matter as well, do they not?
Do what Colombians have
Do not ask me a question. Answer the question first, and I will answer yours.
No. Basically, you make it a claim.
I'm asking you. It's
No. You're making a claim. You didn't ask me a question.
It's not a claim. There was
It
not a
wasn't a claim,
period.
BGS. There was a question, bro.
There was not a period at the end of this statement. It was not a statement. It was a question.
If you could prove that you do have said experience, I would actually accept it.
But wait a minute. So then, how many times I hear this argument where women or someone in general actually would state a personal experience, and then you would say that it's anecdotal evidence?
I would accept anecdotal evidence if you're actually on the ground. I would. You asked about me.
You see what I'm saying?
No. Wait a minute. Did you ask about me or everybody else?
No. What
You asked about me, right?
Okay. I'm all right. So how about you? Would you take
Right.
anecdotal evidence as into consideration?
If she was on the ground and she was part of the culture, I would accept that. I would.
I doubt
But she's
it.
not part of the
How
culture.
do you know?
I know.
I have.
All right. My point is this, BGS, right? My point is this. It's like
Mhm.
there's a shift of the same reason why I'm holding your feet to the fire is the same reason I have against other women as well. That actually, that just wanna. I want you to realize that we all play a role in this bullshit culture that we're not complaining about. And the problem that I have is the fact that you have still a group of us that refuse to take accountability for the role which we play in, and continue to blame just the other party without looking into the mirror. And that's why you can always talk about male nature, blah blah blah, and all that stuff, and then also, of course, you sometimes include human nature just to cover your bases, and then also still at the end of the day always end up women spreading their legs, and so then therefore the onus is on them.
No, okay. You want to know why it gives the onus on women?
Hmm.
Because they give them most control over their fertility.
No, really?
Yeah.
Wait.
So can I make a statement now? Can I jump in here real quick?
I'm talking to him right now. Okay.
Can I jump in real quick because you guys have been talking for a long time?
No.
All right. Okay. Hold on, BGS. Let her say something because I
So
know
he's saying women give up their women give up. Hold on. He says
BGS,
women give up their
I promise. We're gonna
fertility,
get back
right?
real quick.
Hey, wait, hold on.
Yes, you're taking over.
One at a time. Hold on. One at a time. One at a time.
Okay.
All right. I promise you, BGS. We're gonna get back. We're gonna get back on
we
this.
are gonna get
real
back
quick.
to the other
Go ahead, Pure.
Right.
So he says that women give up their fertility, and one of the problems that the manosphere have with American women is American women have shut down their wombs to a lot of American men. These men have now gone to these other countries where these women are unaware, and they're willy-nilly tossing their seed in these women, and they're complaining about these women as well, because now these women have been dealing with them and are realizing that these men are worth shit, nothing. And they're getting pregnant by the same type of women that the women in America have stopped opening their legs for, which is what's part of the problem with the American men who go to those countries, right? Because they can't get American women to be on board with their fuckery. And so now they've taken that fuckery to Colombia and places like that. And now these women in Colombia are dealing with the same shit. And now these men got a place to run off to because there is no accountability, because there's no judicial system in Colombia that is going to force these men to take care of their kids that they're producing.
Well, they can't extradite them. But here's
Right.
the thing. More and more of these especially Latin countries, more and more of these Latin countries are starting to put a stop to the passport bros in a way of fines and entrance fees and visas. More and more, because a lot of what a lot of these passport bros have been going on, it's not illegal. The government's not doing anything, so we're going to continue. But now the governments are starting to get involved because they have to deal with the consequences. And yes, if you go online and if you Google, okay, or use whatever search engine you'd like to, and you type in single mothers in Colombia, you're going to get article after article after article written by women. Sorry, I don't know if you want to read that or not, but written by women about women complaining about becoming or being single mothers, or there being too high of a portion of the female community being single mothers. So yes, women are complaining about it.
All right. Sorry, BGS.
Hold on. I gotta say this. Don Gordito, you might want to come on this panel because you're a passport bro. Just saying. Somebody contact Don Gordito and tell him because he tried to prove me wrong earlier about the passport, about people changing laws about the passport.
Oh no, they're starting to. Yep.
Right.
The governments have taken notice.
Right. I've been noticing it.
A big aspect of it is the reputation of the country. Now, when you Google some of the Latin countries, what's going on is you don't get like their tourism information, how their cultural information. You just get a whole bunch of passport bros talking about hoes. Pardon my language.
Here's where I'm coming from, BGS.
Their finances are being affected.
Here's where I'm coming from, guys. Right?
It's bullshit. Okay.
Look, here's where I'm coming from. Right? I grew up in a culture where, let's say, okay, my uncles, right? I can say that they were fuck boys, right?
Okay.
And the men around me, right? Let's say they fuck around and shit like that, right? They get a woman pregnant. My family or my mom or my grandma, stuff like that, right? They would force these guys to take care of these kids. And if they don't, then it became my mother's responsibility or my grandma's responsibility to make sure that my cousins don't go hungry. That's why sometimes, even though when my dad, when he used to send us money and stuff like that, right? My mom sometimes would take some of that money to make sure that my cousins' schools are paid. Right? So the whole point is this, like, okay, you want to go and fuck around and shit like that, right? Fine, cool. However, there's a level of responsibility that come with it when the responsibility kicks in your door. And what tends to happen, you have a group of guys that want to be fuck boys, but want to escape the reality that come with that, some of the consequences, and then turn around and blame the women. And that's why I'm trying to actually, fight it. But look, you want to be a community dick? Go ahead, go for it. At least be smart enough to wear a freaking condom. And then, but if you mess around with these type of chick that that actually would willing to keep your baby and stuff like that, right? Or try to use you as a paycheck, you can't complain because you knew what type of women are. The whole premise about you should have known better, you choose better next time. Then why can't this also apply to the men? Choose better.
Yeah, we tell them that all the time. We've been telling them that for the last 4 years.
That's a very limited
It's
group
called
of men that tells them to be better.
support. Don't get caught up. 55% of black men don't have kids.
Man, all right, good. However, the thing is, we still refuse to hold a lot of these fuck boys accountable, or sometimes we're pretending we're not fuck boys.
How do you hold them accountable?
But whenever we stop making excuses, we stop enabling them.
Okay.
Here's a good
That
way.
would be a first
I'll
step.
tell you how you can hold them accountable.
Hold on. I'm asking
Okay,
him.
all right. Yeah, go ahead. First one, all right. You know how we're talking, right? So, as
Mhm.
you don't consider yourself as a pookie, right?
No.
Okay, you're not. So then, why the fuck every time we point out pookie behavior, it's all about man's nature? You can't stop man nature. Isn't that enabling the behavior that is destructive towards society? Every time we point out the fact that they can't help themselves, polygamy is man nature. It's like we gotta hold human nature into a higher standard than that.
Every every
Don't
every
you, don't
every
you agree?
every cat that has multiple kids by multiple women is not a pookie.
I know that, but they're still doing pookie shit.
You're changing the subject. He's not talking about every man that has multiple baby mamas. He's talking about pookies that have multiple
Well,
baby mamas.
a lot of pookies don't have kids.
We're talking about the pookies that do.
Well, okay. Well, talk about the pookies that do. Okay. What about them? They're poor. They're poor people. Okay.
So you're making excuses for them.
No, I'm not making excuses for
You
them.
are absolutely making an excuse for them.
Why have kids by a guy that doesn't have anything?
I'm
That's
sorry,
all.
What
what?
about that? What about the high value pookies that are out here that are running around making babies?
What are high value pookies? They're not pookies.
The one going to Colombia.
The ones going to Colombia.
You see the sarcasm?
Yeah. You're sidestepping. You're
What's the
sidestepping.
what's
The argument is the
no.
point is right in front of you, and you're sidestepping.
What is a pookie by definition?
Oh my, that's how he does it. That's how he does it, ladies and gentlemen.
No. I'm asking a question.
Awesome.
No,
Art, can I answer? I'll answer you because BGS he's in a hot potato every topic.
Art asked you if you consider yourself a pookie. You knew what it meant.
Define
So it's that definition.
What is
It's
your
the definition that you went by when you
What is the
answered his
definition
question.
of a pookie?
That's the definition. The definition of a pookie is the definition that you used when he asked you the question.
Yeah, we were just using his definition.
What is that?
Is the
All right,
definition that you
I'll
went by,
simplify it for
that
you.
you, Mr. BGS, went by when you answered his question when he asked you, do you consider yourself a pookie?
Definition?
All right, guys. All right. Hold on, stop.
Can I say something to Art?
What is my definition?
Can I say something to Art?
No. What is my definition first? What's the pookie?
Well, you tell
Okay,
us.
so wait.
No,
So when I asked you,
what's your definition of a pookie?
BGS. So when I asked you earlier,
you're not answering. You're doing everything you can to not answer
what is
a
your
question.
definition of a
And when you do that,
What
that
is your
tells me
definition
that
of
you
a
don't
pookie,
have a
sir?
good answer.
What is your definition
BGS.
of a pookie?
So what you're doing is you're
no.
sidestepping the question
You
because
brought it
you do
up.
not
What's
have
your
a good
definition?
answer.
What is your
guys, hold on a second. And all right, so what he's doing, right, is like, because I think Destiny does
What
well
is your
too.
definition of a pookie?
Let me explain to the audience how you actually argue, so then therefore people can
We
actually
know how he argues. You don't gotta
No.
explain to us.
So what that's what I'm saying to the audience, right? So then therefore, like, so earlier, if he didn't know what a pookie was, when I asked him earlier, he wouldn't actually. Then that's when he would ask me what a pookie was. He already answered the question.
Exactly.
So then now he's going back in order to actually sidestep by now asking me, "Oh, what is a pookie?" That's his way of actually trying to control the conversation and then to be able to remove the goalpost, which is freaking brilliant, dude. Bro, you are so awesome,
Can I
man.
interrupt a second?
I love that about you.
I hate to cut this in. Let Joe Neck on is in the panel. Hold on, Joe.
What up?
Can I say something real quick, Big J?
Bingo.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
So you know how you can make these men who go to Colombia and these different countries spreading their seed willy-nilly accountable? You have a tribunal type of court system that goes between this American court system and their court system, and yank them dollars from their paychecks and ship it and send it over to the countries where they've made these babies that they don't want to take care of. The same way they did in the United States. And I guarantee you, it won't be human man's nature after they start getting their pockets tapped. Okay? They'll start thinking not to have children in other countries because now they're going to be accountable there like they are in the United States.
What's the
All right.
percentage
Hold on. Now, I'm gonna let Joe talk. I'm gonna let Joe talk because Joe just came up here.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
what up,
guys.
Joe?
Hey, what's up, Art? I haven't talked to you in a long time, man.
I know, right?
What's up, Siri? How are you? How's life over there? Hey, I just want to give you guys a couple of things here because I'm here in New York and I'm in ground central for a lot of things. I know a lot of passport bros because a lot of them go. The flights leave from here every day, twice a day, in fact, to the DR, and 3 times a day to Colombia. And so, I just wanted to let you know, like, there are whole industries being created or, well, have already been in place a while around these dudes. Don't think the governments are pushing back on them. They're not. There's too much
They're not.
money involved.
There's too much money involved. Exactly.
Way too much money involved. You guys
Some
can't.
sorry,
Huh?
go on.
I
I
understand. I understand what you see in the news, but
Hmm.
what you see in the news is quite different from the reality. Because remember, a lot of these countries, corruption rules. And so, even though there may be, some noise in place for the public viewing, the underground industry in both Colombia and in DR is huge,
Hmm.
beyond anything you guys can imagine. And I'm telling you because, here in New York, we have a lot of Dominicans and a lot of Colombians, and we have a lot of folks who have created pipelines from here to there. In other words, you can connect with people here, and they will hook you up with people there to go do what you need to do. It's a whole industry
Hmm.
beyond anything you guys can imagine.
Hmm.
And so in a lot of these countries too, right, the governments are run by the military. And if you have a connection in the military, and a lot of these guys do, again, I know of folks, younger guys here that do this. They are having connections with generals in the army, in the DR in particular, because those generals own clubs and they own businesses, they own villas, and they're making money. So they're not going to stop this thing. They're going to encourage it on the sly as long as it doesn't give them bad press on the world stage.
but
That's the key.
that's the
Okay.
Now,
problem.
Yeah.
That's
hold
what
on.
I
Okay.
was
Okay.
But
Okay.
about.
Okay. But
right.
then tell me then why in Indonesia to start changing laws like you can't have premarital sex?
But I can't speak for Indonesia. I'm only talking about
It's a
just this
Muslim country.
particular
It's been that way.
hemisphere. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, this
It's a Muslim.
hemisphere.
They've been that way.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
Muslim
So,
country.
My
so the other thing too is, when you read about the women that are complaining, those are the women in the cities. In a lot of these countries, the women that are actually, the victims of this, if you want to call it that, come from the outer lands into the cities and do what they do. And so, and when you get away from like Cartagena, Medellin, some of the major big Colombian cities, it's dirt poor. I mean, just absolute, positively dirt poor.
this
And,
is
you know, this is one of the ways that they make money for their families. And it's
yeah.
sad. Absolutely. I mean, when you think about it, it's super sad. But this is the nature of capitalism in the world. You take advantage of those who don't have, and when you have. And it's the crazy part about the life. You don't have to agree with it or like it, but it is kind of the way it is. Money
So,
talks.
Hmm.
Now, the
my
only
this
way to
is
change that, hold on, let me just add this too. The only way to
mm,
change that is to change the culture that makes it okay. And that means that, there has to be a change within the black community itself. Right now, there's I don't know. I think the black community is in flux. And when I say black community, I mean I'm generally referring to brown people, period. All right. So let me just say that. And that includes, you know, the Haitians and everybody else. Yeah, I'm gonna throw you in there too, Art. But and the Latinos and everything. There has to be a change because the way that this country is headed right now, what we used to have and how we used to love each other is not gonna work in the future.
nah.
So we have to adjust to a new paradigm. Here in New York, if a young couple gets married at, let's say, 27, 28, and they want to start their family, a starter house will cost you $250,000.
Hmm.
Quarter of a
Right.
million dollars.
Yeah.
Do you understand the kind of
It's
pressure that puts on a family if you can afford something like that? So,
Yeah.
come to LA.
yeah, yeah. So we're not even talking about, a brother going out on a date, because a lot of this is a side effect of the conditions, the economic conditions that we're forced to have.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
think
We-
go
yeah,
ahead.
hey.
I'm glad that you say that, Joe, because
Mhm.
I think the unsung hero who identified the real problem was Professor Scott Galloway.
Mhm.
Oh,
I
no.
think Scott
I'm done.
Galloway. I think Scott. Hold on, hold on,
I'm
hold
done.
on. Well, Scott
I'm done.
Galloway's on
I'm out.
YouTube. Wait, hold on. If you're out, wait a minute. Hold on, BJS. How come though? Well, wait.
I'm
Well, why
done.
won't you? Why won't you debate Scott Galloway?
I would love to debate Scott Galloway.
Well,
Look,
he's on YouTube.
No, not from people like me.
Really?
this is where
No,
my whole premise comes from,
no.
right? Hope you guys let me
Scott,
go on a rant.
I got. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got it. I'm sorry, Art.
Did you debate
I
him?
gotta go in. I
Did you
gotta go
debate
in
him?
now.
Did you debate him?
No, I have not
Get a
debated
hold
him.
of him. I'll debate him. I'll talk to
No.
him.
Now he actually identified what the real problem was because he said after the 1970s they got rid of what the New Deal and what Ike Eisenhower built.
Okay. All right. I'm not even gonna go
When
into that because you don't understand him.
when
Yeah.
there was no
It's
structure to
it
help
it
the working class male, the working class man, that
okay.
that begins. Okay,
What
BJ,
what happened in 1971, sir?
the gold shock of 1970.
In other words, you went into default austerity
Mm-hmm.
measures until
Right.
1984. Okay.
Right,
But
right,
That's what happened. What happened to
hold on,
the old regime
and what happened? Okay, BJ, then what happened between 1978 and 1982?
between 1978? Talking about the oil shock? What are you talking about? Which one?
No,
Which-
education was equal between men and women between 1978 and 1982. And
yeah.
what happened after
It's it's
1985?
it's called Title IX. It actually started in 1972. Okay.
I'm not
Look,
talking about
look
Title IX.
and Title IX shifted the educational field from male to female, from male centered to female centered. Go read the literature. Okay.
I already know about Title IX. I already know
It's
about
not,
Title IX.
then
Sounds like
so
to
what
me,
that
yes,
so what
everything
you
is
hold
won't
fluid.
on hold on hold on
address.
no,
But
what
you won't hold on. But
address what
you
address
will
what
not address what Dr. Helen. No, I'm sorry. Christy Hawk Summers wrote in her book, The War on Boys.
title
Yeah, but hmm,
okay, all right,
Listen,
all right.
I don't think like listen. I don't think we have a political issue. I think we have a cultural issue.
You have a political issue, both,
No, it's both.
both,
It's
it's
both.
both.
It's
Mm.
both.
All right, this is where I'm coming from with this whole thing, right? Like my whole premise is exposing the hypocrisy, right? Because there's something called integrity, is when you try to do the right thing even when nobody's looking. And what we have now is a group of people complaining about the same shit, and then you go to a different country, right? And then you try to recreate the same premise of that you just escaping from. Shit makes no freaking sense. And
And
that,
Nope.
look, not all passport bro are created equal, right? Because you have, let's say, those who are digital nomad, and then it's like it's easier to just pay for an apartment in, let's say, Belize or, down south or whatever the case may be.
mhm,
And then, like, and you work online. Like, I used to work online as an artist and stuff like that. So that's like, being a digital nomad and you making money off that way. And then that's how, you explore the culture. You might have, like, a couple of girlfriends here and there. You explore. And then you also have, let's say, those, okay, like me, my wife, is over there, Polish and all that stuff, right? So then we go over there, we travel, we actually, like, we contribute to the economy, the legal aspect, not the underground aspect. And then you have the third kind, which is the ones that are actually the loudest, the sex tourism.
okay.
And they're the one that complain the most about women, the lack of access to sex over here in the United States, right? At the same time, complain about the pump and dump culture, and then go to a different country and create the same pump and dump culture. So, are you upset the fact that, like, the laws here in the United States are unfair towards men when it comes to, let's say, child supports, alimony, blah blah blah, so on and so forth, or are you using this as a premise or as an excuse? So then, to justify you going over there and perpetuate the same pop and dump culture that are now overseas.
What are you talking
Exactly.
about? What are you talking about, man?
You
Explain.
know what I'm talking about,
No, I
baby.
don't. No, I
Yeah.
don't.
Well, hold. I tell you why.
No,
I'll
no,
tell you what he's
because
talking about. I'll
what
tell you what he's
happened?
talking.
Because
I'll tell you what he's talking about.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, here's a problem.
Uh-huh.
Like y'all's Lord and Savior Saint Kev, right?
Okay.
When Kev, and no, I'm not disrespecting the dead man. I'm not, but I'm just
Okay.
using that's what B just called B just
That's my boy.
in
That's my little brother.
yeah. I know. So I ain't trying to disrespect him. I'm just saying what you call him, right? So
Mhm.
Saint Kev
Uh-huh.
said that.
Obsidian says that. We call him.
Yeah, Obsidian to Oswald Cobblepot. But anyway, and I'm disrespecting shit out of Obsidian. But anyway, how come y'all talk? What? I better yet. Here's a question: what is a traditional woman?
A traditional woman.
Whoops, sorry, guys.
Definition.
All right. Go
What's
ahead.
your definition of traditional?
Okay,
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay. Answer it for me. Go ahead.
No. I'm asking you.
He's
I'm
doing it
asking
again.
you. I'm asking you.
I got interrupted. Answer it for me.
Okay.
Don't worry,
What?
he'll change it around in about 10 more
I might,
minutes.
but at least
Yeah, when we forget what the question was.
get the answer. Yeah.
What is a definition of a traditional woman?
The one that believes in old-fashioned sex roles. Okay.
Okay.
Traditional. Okay.
Okay. Good.
Can you be
Okay.
more
Good.
defined on that?
Okay.
Yeah,
Kind of
that's
vague.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Watch
it's a little
now.
ambiguous there.
No, it's
Right.
not. No, it's
Right.
not.
I'm glad you know. Okay. Then what
do they call people today that get married? Do they call them husband and wife? What do they call them?
Here we go.
Man and
Answer
wife.
the question with a question.
Partners. They're trying to reform the old-fashioned sex roles. Okay.
Except there's a twist for these men. They want the
Right.
old fashioned. They want the old fashioned woman that comes home and takes care of the kids, does the laundry and everything. But they also want her to make sure that she's making a shit ton of money on the job and come back with the money as well. So they want her to do every role.
Now I gotta ask the question. So, BJS, what is a traditional man?
A traditional man believes in the old-fashioned nuclear family roles. Okay, which
Okay.
they changed, what they have changed since 1990.
Okay. So, was Kevin a traditional man?
Yes,
How?
he was married twice and had a daughter. Okay, he tried it.
Yeah, but okay, but then
Tried
how
it and
come?
failed.
Wait.
He was
Hold on.
actually going to engage to the woman that actually tried to save his life.
Okay. I'm glad we go there. Okay. Then what? Okay. Then what is a modern woman?
A modern woman.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait,
Hold on. Hold on. I gotta say this real quick. I gotta say this real quick. They're painting him out to be some saint, right? Hold on. I just have to say this. I have to say this because that was the corniest shit I ever heard. He was engaged to the woman that tried to save his life. However, she didn't even know the fucking door number to the apartment that she was in.
Like he left. I was about to corner his ass. He left. He was getting cornered. I was cornering his ass.
You know?
Guys, listen.
I thought you did him out.
Yo, I would have listen. I would love to actually continue this shit, but I gotta like.
Right,
This is so fun.
man.
Yeah.
But I
I
gotta
have
get
a quick
it.
question. Yeah, I got a quick question. What's interesting is when I hear guys say nuclear family roles, where the fuck they get nuclear family roles? Because that's strictly 50s America. That ain't
Right.
nowhere else. That shit don't apply nowhere else in the world. That shit
But they don't want to be the 50s man that brings home the bacon. They want the woman to bring home the bacon, take care of the kids, take care of his sexual needs and all this other shit, and then he works in 9 to 5. That's it.
Listen, they want the 50-50 because feasibly it's very hard to support to have one person support the entire household. It's really hard right now, like Joe said, for one person to be able to support themselves, much less an entire family. The problem is that they don't want to participate in the household activities that are required in order to make the whole family actually
exactly.
So they see the aspect where we both have to work because we can't afford stuff, which tells me they're not making much money. Okay, they're not.
Yeah, but hold on. When you say that they're not making much money, but in order to make money, it requires a serious investment in time. You're not going to get there quickly, and
but
so
women as well.
Yeah, I understand that, but if we're going to go with the nuclear family, so to speak, because I really hate using that term, then somebody has to take care of the home and maintain the home, while somebody has to go ahead and go for the brass ring.
I agree with you, and I think being able to have, but you can't. A woman who's going to work and is bringing in 50% of the finances to the household cannot also maintain the same house,
I
Right.
agree.
Oh my God.
right?
Here's one of the here's the funny thing, right? Like I think a lot of families, like we don't actually start making like, especially like when you start off like young families and like that, right? You don't start being financially stable until your kids are like to a certain age.
Yes,
I
true.
recently like start making like, let's say, big boy money, went to the point where I'm comfortable to start doing the things that we want to do and everything like that. But like when our daughter was little, we were pretty much like paycheck to paycheck,
Right.
right?
Yep.
And I think there's this level of growth and the time when it's hard, and then that's when the like some people don't know how to stick it out anymore, and that's when things fall apart. Like, oh man, my
I
baby
agree.
mama is crazy, or oh, my baby daddy and shit. It's like the romance is gone because there's a third party involved. There's a little kid that we have to focus all our energy on, and then we lack the time to actually spend on each other. And that's why the whole 50-50 thing's going on. And a lot of these mentality of these guys be like, well, my woman got to work because we got a little kid we got to take care of, but at the same time, she got to do all the household chores. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. It's like,
Well, even more than that, or even more than that, when you say
yeah,
50-50, the underlying assumption is that it's 50-50 all the time. And it's like,
no,
no, no, and that's the thing, that I have to explain sometimes to people because having been
yep,
married, it's
yep,
maybe 80-80, 80-10 sometimes, it's
yep,
maybe 70-30 sometimes, but over a period of time, it boils down to 50-50. It's not like that every day. And some people have the expectation that it's supposed
yep.
to be like that every day. And that's where the failure point, I think, comes in.
Mhm. Yo,
Oh my
listen,
God.
I was a stay at home dad for a little while, right? For
Mhm.
like I think 3 years, right? But listen,
4 years, babe.
I would never want to do that again. It makes me realize, how much work that goes on
Yeah.
in the household, and I had like so much respect for my wife to be able
Mhm.
to stay at home and actually do some of these chores. Oh my god,
Oh,
dude, I would rather like go work like 60, 80 hours a week and stuff like that than being a stay at home parent
oh,
and having
Who
to
you
actually
telling, man?
do all that stuff.
oh,
Stay at home parents
I'd
are
rather
full
crack
time
rocks than change a
24/7.
shitty diaper, bro. I'd rather crack rocks than change a shitty diaper any day of the week, man. I'm
I
telling you.
Stay at
actually,
home parents, that
yeah,
their job never ends. A real
Yeah.
job ends at
Exactly.
8 to 10 hours, 12 hours. A stay at home parent, it's 24/7.
Yeah, listen, dude.
oh
I have like,
no.
until I actually learn. I was terrible at my job, actually, like that, being a stay-at-home dad. But dude, the level of organization that goes on with the household is like, whew, like mad respect for the women that stay at home, man. Like if you're handling your business, if you're handling your business.
Man, I'm
But like,
tearing
Mhm.
up,
there's a
man.
lot of work that goes with that, man, and like mad respect for the stay-at-home moms, man.
Stay at home moms don't get no sick days. They don't get no
No,
sick
no
pay.
vacation.
If there's no vacation, if
Mhm.
they
Yeah,
if they get sick with their kids, they still have to take care of the kids. There's no rest.
I
someone
know.
said someone said
Man.
that women, the traditional women jobs at home are the ones that are invisible, and the men's
Hmm.
jobs are the ones that are visible, because the woman,
Right.
the only time you know it's done is when it doesn't get done. Then you're like, oh wait, why isn't the house clean? Why aren't the dishes done? Why are the clothes all a mess? But the
Yep.
men's
Yeah,
job, like throw out the garbage, you can see it's done. Mow the lawn, you can see it's done. Repair something, you can see it's done. That's why a lot
yeah.
of men don't even realize the amount of work that actually goes into keeping a house.
Right.
Man,
Man.
man, I'm over here
Yeah, but
laughing my ass off, man.
what are
God,
you laughing at,
man,
Big J?
we got him cornered. He was quick,
Yeah.
like he couldn't wiggle himself out of that.
I
I
Man,
told you
said,
before,
I
Big
was,
J. You
man,
can't change folks like
Big
that,
J,
man.
Big
man.
J, Big
Yeah.
J. You let it go right over your head. He said he was engaged to the woman that he was found with when he died. However, she didn't even know the apartment number that he was in or his information. How was he engaged to her?
mm,
Okay, okay. I see what you're talking about.
That's what
yeah.
I'm saying. Like he's full of shit.
Okay, okay, yeah, okay.
So there,
Remember
so
when
there was
the
a little bit of
911 operator was asking her a bunch of questions? She didn't know shit.
so there was a little bit of
Wait,
a
hold on,
rewrite of
look,
history that was
wait.
going on here, huh?
Mm.
Man,
Yeah,
I
but
forgot. Listen, I forgot about that. Thank
Big
you.
J, you didn't catch what I was throwing down on him?
I'm
You-
proud to be
yeah,
an American. For at least I know I'm
yeah.
free. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to do that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm
Let me give
sorry.
you
Y'all,
let me give you something to think about, Big J. Let me give you something to think about because you mentioned the war on boys a lot and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Regardless of the focus of the education system, right? When it comes down to men and women, it still boils down to I like you, do you like me? Check yes or no.
Mhm.
It's really
Yeah.
it's still that's the most granular level, regardless of the differences in education between men and women. I like you, do you like me? Check yes or no. And so, if you get that part wrong, then everything else falls apart.
Okay.
No,
That's
but
the
Okay.
most granular level.
I
Okay.
think a
Yeah.
big
Okay. Okay.
issue is people like others for shallow reasons. So, oh, I like the way you look. Will you be my wife?
Well, I
That's
can't speak. I'm not going to speak to that because everybody's different. But
yeah.
unless the environment exists for two people to engage each other in a relationship and build from there, then all the other stuff don't matter. And what's happening now is, when I was young, I could take my girlfriend to the movies and take her to get something to eat at McDonald's or something, because we're talking high school here, right? You know, and it didn't cost a hell of a whole lot. Now, when you're in high school, a typical date's going to run you $100 or more in
Well,
high
that's
school.
only if you don't go to McDonald's.
This is New York, babe. This is New. I don't care where you go in New York. Yeah, this is New York. I don't care where you go. It's going to cost you. It's going to cost you. A
But
C note
that's global.
plus.
That
Uh,
especially right now, the inflation has that's global. That's
yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
but listen to what
But,
you said. It's global, so it's affecting how two people get together. Because generally, the strongest relationships are the ones that have occurred over the longest time. Meaning that people from high school, people from college, blah blah. You have history together. You end up hooking up together. The instant add water relationships, they come and go. But the most solid foundational relationships are ones where you know each other.
yeah.
And if you take the economics and make it so hard for those people to get together to know each other, then you basically destroy the foundation of the culture.
I mean, I
I agree.
partially agree with you on that aspect, but there is also the fact that there is a lot more distraction now than there used to be. Before it was just local. So you only had local distraction with other people, and so on and so forth. But now it's like everyone's distracted by other people on social media to a point where it's like maybe the grass is greener on the other side. Let me leave you. Let me dump you because you have one thing that I don't like.
Yeah.
You
All
know,
right,
Well, I
but
don't know. I
listen,
can't.
guys.
I'm an
very
old guy. I
Um,
can't speak to
I
that.
gotta get
yeah,
going.
very fickle.
Hey, all right, listen, I gotta get going. Big J, thanks for having me on. Hey, Siri, you gonna stick around for a bit, or when you get a chance, call me up. All right.
All right, I'll be getting off soon too.
All right, cool. All right, guys, thanks for having me, man. Listen, BGS, he's freaking awesome. Like, I like the dude. He's
Yeah,
very slick. He
you like
he
Right.
argues just he argues like Destiny, which is like, I had to kind of figure out how he does it. He answers a question with a question. Like, he's very smart, very hard to pin down. And
It's not that he's very smart; it's that he's very tricky.
yes.
yeah,
Like
there
a,
you go.
he's
That's a
like
low
a
key.
he's like a piece of greased chicken. He slips right through your fingers.
Anyway, so BGS, if you're listening to this, I wouldn't mind doing this again, man. So I wouldn't mind coming to your panel and show. We just kick it, and then we can argue there. No problem. All right, I'm out of here, guys. Thank you
All
for
right,
having
guys.
me. I
Take care.
appreciate it. Big J.
Hey, but you know what's going to happen tomorrow, right?
What?
Oh, he's gonna have a live stream about this whole thing, and
Oh,
then
he
actually have
complained
No,
that he kept getting cut off.
right. No, what's going to happen is you are going to be called coons after this.
Ugh.
You know that, right? Auntie's going to see this. Wacky World going to get all pissed off. I'm just saying we're going to be called a bunch of coons because some white women, some non-black women cook their leader, BGS. That's going to happen though. By the way, I'm just be prepared for that. Be
No,
prepared for
look,
that. The same.
I give him the benefit of a doubt. I mean, maybe he won't do it, but
No, no,
probably
no,
his
no,
boys will.
no. I ain't talking about him. I'm talking about his supporters.
Oh yeah, of course. No, that's
Yeah,
expected.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm just
All right,
saying.
Joe. It was nice chatting with you again, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, man. Take care, man. Be safe, man.
All right.
You too,
You have a
Peter.
good one.
Thanks for having. Thanks
Have
for
a good,
chatting with us.
one.
All right, take
I
care.
wish you could have pinned him down on the Haiti thing about what's the reason with the problems in Haiti? Is it women's fault or is it men's fault?
Oh yeah, it's fault, man, with the corruption and all that shit. Like, dude, women cannot enforce some of these stuff that's going on here.
No, and that's
Has
what
to
I
be
tried to.
men.
I want him to acknowledge it. He will never.
He won't. He won't. He can't admit anything that women could
What
possibly do, right? And then he,
women are not in there like running up in people's house, kidnapping them and shit like that. No, it's men. But I
Yeah.
mean, but his argument will be like, well, who raised these men? It was the women who raised them. You know,
Right.
Well,
Right.
I already know
Haiti's not
what
a
his argument
culture.
will be.
Haiti's really not a culture of single mothers. These women are married to these men. They've
Yeah,
been married to
married
these
and
men.
have side pieces.
Okay, I'm
That's
not saying they don't have side pieces because they do.
Oh, that's what I say. I said marry and have side pieces. That's what they. That's
I
how they do
know.
it.
I understand that part of the culture because my ex-husband's father had a whole nother family besides his own mother's family. So
Used to be a
yes,
thing back in the day. It used to
Man.
be, yeah. Among my father's generation, you have your family and you have the other one across town.
well,
No,
ours
I can't listen. I
at
can't do that
two,
shit, yo.
two
Can
at
you imagine, right? I'm trying to like freaking build a foundation. I'm trying to do something, and then like I have like a side piece try to disrespect my wife in public. Or try to do. Do you know how annoying that is? That's man. That's why I
uh,
don't do it, guys. Get your wife. If she's
Mhm.
giving you a headache, you guys can't solve the problem. It's best you guys go your separate way. But having like a side piece that would actually complicate things more than you're supposed to, it's not worth it.
Nah, well,
but she wouldn't
generally
be
back in
this
those
is the
days,
thing, Art. She wouldn't be a headache if you were doing the right thing as a man.
Oh,
yeah,
everybody can be a headache. Everybody can
back
be a
in
headache.
those days, everybody stayed in their lane unless something
yes,
crazy
Bella,
happened.
age quit.
You know, the side
Mhm.
piece knew she was a side piece, but you break off the right amount of money to it, everybody was good.
Yeah, I'm too cheap to have side chicks.
I asked the guy one time, a long time ago, I asked the guy, I said, how do you do that? How do you support two families? And he told me, he said, you know how you get a raise every year? He said, as far as my wife know, I never got one. So
Wow.
every time he would get a raise, that goes to the side piece. You get a
Well,
bonus,
that's
goes
not
to the
even that's
side piece.
so one side gets more than the other.
Yeah. Now,
Oh,
could you
absolutely.
imagine, right? Could you imagine, right? Let's say you have one family, and then you getting that raise, and then you take that money, you put it towards rental, towards property, and then you have like all these multiple income stream, and then like within 10 years you're able to retire,
Hmm.
right? But you can't do that when you have like two or three families.
You have
Mhm.
no side income. You don't have anything left over.
Yeah, you
Depends on
can't
what you
build
do
that.
for a living.
You can do it, Art, if you're the type of man that lets your other side families be in poverty and don't
Yes,
support them.
and then
Yeah,
don't
um,
and the children don't get any attention from the
yeah,
dad, and then they get raised by the neighborhood dudes.
yeah. That's that's
Well,
that's the
it
one thing
depends,
about my culture. Listen, that's one thing
Yeah.
about the Haitian culture or where I was raised at is like, yo, if you're gonna be a community dick and you get some chick pregnant, you better take care of
No,
your
we
responsibility.
would not be okay with that.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times my mom would get on my uncle's ass, to make sure that yo, you're not sending your kids enough money, blah blah
Yeah, but
blah.
how many times you guys went short because she needed to help them out
Yep,
because your
that
uncle
too.
wasn't on top of it?
Yeah,
When I was younger, I used to hang in Harlem with a bunch of the old guys, the old players, the old OGs. And there was one
yep,
guy named Bert Cooper. He's dead now. And
mm,
we used to all meet in this bar that one of them owned. They used to call me Youngblood. They liked me for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I was a personable guy back then. But
yep.
this guy, Bert Cooper, took me under his wing. And I used to see him flirt with women all night long. And I'm like,
Yep.
dude, ain't you married? And he's like, yeah. And so he said, me buying these girls drinks and stuff like that. He said, that's nothing. That's chump change. He said, wait till you meet my wife, right? So wait till me meet my wife. One day, this S-Class Mercedes pulls up. This woman comes out with a silver fox coat. Beautiful, beautiful,
Yep.
mature woman. Came in, kissed him on the cheek. He gave her a nod of money. She said, I'll see you later, and drove off. He said, that was my wife, right? And so he said, these little knuckleheads, this is chump change. I spent $100, $200 is nothing.
Well, yeah, you
He
have to
said,
make
but
up for all the extras.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm,
He said, but my wife, she gets it all. She's got the house, she's got the furs, she's got the car. You see how she is? She goes on vacation 2, 3 times a year. She wants for nothing.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is, that was the world that they lived in, that they were accustomed to. You have your girlfriend and she gets the crumbs. You got your wife and your family, they get it all. And so
Yeah.
that's how it was back then. It's not like that now because economics have changed. But a lot of these guys used to have side hustles. Like these dudes used to run liquor, they used to do numbers, in addition to their day job. So they could afford that kind of.
Okay, but
But
Mr.
now,
Joe,
Joe,
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
gotta say this right now, Joe. Now imagine, right?
Hmm.
Imagine that money that they were actually wasting towards, let's say, those side chicks and all that stuff, right? And they were actually
Hmm.
be able to put it towards, let's say, asset that would
or trust.
create generational wealth. Can't you see how much better their family would be off right now?
Well, a lot of these guys are already well off, but again, these were different economic times
Okay,
than
but
they are now. Yeah.
do you
Mhm.
think that possibly that past where they were, flourishing may have also brought on what happened after?
Meaning
Like, what
what?
do you
Or
mean?
do you think it's only affected because of the economics? You think it's just the economics that made it that the dating scene and the marriage and stuff is like this now? Or do you think that potentially what they were doing back then led to what's happening now?
No, I don't think so. The economics have definitely changed. The
Well, yeah,
world has
but
changed.
I don't think it's just the economics.
Mhm.
I
right,
don't think
right.
that's the only thing.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask two questions. So,
Mm.
Miss Not for Everyone says, if women were to have another man, are men okay with that?
No, it
Hell, a
depends
lot
on
of
who
them do
you are.
Well,
now.
standards of course not.
It depends on who you are. I think. Listen,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's all about what boundaries do you have and what you will not
Yeah.
accept. Right? You have, let's say, you can have a guy like Destiny. His wife can come up to him. They actually, and they're having a whole conversation about her side piece and all that shit. Right? And
Or
so yeah,
dating in the
listen,
background.
it all depends on who you are and what you're willing to accept. Right? With
Okay.
me,
Well,
like, to me, it's like I would take respect over love any day. Like I'd rather my woman respect me more than she loves me. Right?
well,
That's how I'm
I'll
wired.
say this. I'll say this to Miss Not for Everyone. Every man that I know has dealt with a married woman. End of story. Everyone I know.
Yeah, that's dangerous, man.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Man, I do be seeing married women hitting on other men though. I do be
Oh
seeing that.
Or
You know,
Hmm.
yeah,
just like married men
I be
hit
seeing
another
that.
women.
I be seeing that
mm,
lately. I'm like,
yeah.
you know,
But I
you know.
think, but to me, right? I think there's more of a restraint of men towards married women than they are of women towards married men.
I have to agree with that.
I don't know, Art. I don't know.
Right? Because I mean,
But
I'm
yeah,
I'm
but
saying
now,
this from more I'm saying this from a personal experience as well as the people that I see around me. Right? Like I don't like. I think now one thing about that I like about myself now is I have the confidence now to actually be able to turn women down and don't feel like I'm missing out. However, but before I would be like, yo, why? Where the hell all these bitches were?
Right.
I was single, blah blah blah, and I
Right.
have to look at myself like, no, it's not that they want me. They want the idea of me being a provider and protector of someone they can be stable with, and without doing none of the work that my wife did. So once I realized, I'm like, man, these chicks, they trying to get me out of my good, comfortable situation. Fuck them.
Oh, let me hip you up to something, Art. As you hit your
Yeah,
50s and 60s, it gets worse, brother.
yeah.
Way worse. Oh
Sugar
yeah.
babies, all that shit.
Yeah, man. I
But,
mean, at my age now, because I'm 62, these women
yeah.
are wolves, brother. I feel like a deer running through the woods sometimes. These women are wolves, man. I mean, I never been sniped like this. When I was a kid, I'm like, where were y'all? What happened? But it boils down to the pool of men gets smaller and smaller as time goes on, because we take ourselves out of the equation through drugs, jail, blah blah blah. There's a myriad of things that take a man off the piece off the board, and it gets
Yeah.
smaller and smaller. And the women don't really change. They want companionship.
No, I
Now,
know.
yeah,
I, I get it, but I think one of the things that I try to do nowadays is actually like cock block myself, right? Like try to avoid certain situation where I might, I might get the temptation. And
Mhm.
if let's say that I might not be able to do that, then that's when I will snitch on myself. I would,
Mhm.
have a conversation with my girl, be like, "Oh yeah, I was talking to this girl, blah blah blah," and all that shit. And then that's when her ears will pick up, like, "Oh yeah, so what you guys talked about?" Right? So then, because like the whole premise with cheating, right, is like it all start off with a little white lie or
Sure.
something that you just not gonna tell your wife, right? Let's say that, for example, I have a conversation with a chick, right, and then I don't even tell my girl about it, and then now next time I talk to the same girl, and then the conversation went further. So then now, if let's say I want to tell my girl about the story about, like, I had this conversation with this chick to talk about this, this, and that, and then now when I said something that was not included before, she's like, "Wait a minute, you never told me about this girl," right? So then, in order for me to avoid all of that shit, then I have to, like, she had to know that there's a presence around there. And then, so then if I mention, let's say, this girl again and shit like that, right? And then I talk about it, what we talked about. So then, therefore, now I have less incentive to lie, and I feel more comfortable to tell her the truth. And because I
Can,
know that I like to tell my girl everything that I do, right?
can I
Because I
ask
like
you a question, Art?
sure.
Before you start having these type of personal conversations with women, think about if your wife did the same thing and she had intimate
All right.
conversations with men.
No, no,
How
no, no.
would you feel?
I don't do
No,
intimate
we don't talk
conversations.
about intimate
Not
women
anymore.
conversations.
Okay.
Not anymore. No, because like,
Intimate
listen,
women.
I'm very conscious about what energy that I put out there, right? Because I know when I'm being flirty, I know when I'm being charming. So like that would be bullshit of me to be like, "Oh, this girl came out of nowhere. She just come on to me." That would be bullshit. Because I would have
Well,
to put that energy out there for her to reciprocate. To be like, you know what, this guy's
not
this stuff.
necessarily.
I'm
Not
gonna shoot
necessarily, Art.
myself.
Yeah, I would say this, and I say this to you, Butterfly.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times, you're not even looking for it, but people. All right, when I was going through my divorce,
Mm,
people sense an energy about you, and it's like folks will come up to you. You okay? Is everything okay? And you say, oh, I got
mm.
issues, I got problems. Well, you can talk to me. That's the door. That's when
Oh,
it opens. The door opens.
well, yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. But like, I don't even give them that creak of door open.
Right.
All right,
Hmm.
because like, hey, I never complain about my wife to anybody. If I have a
Hmm.
problem with my girl or you, my wife, I address her directly. She's like that, right? So then, therefore, there's no room for a chick to be like, "Oh, she doesn't understand you." No, like, bitch, fuck off. I don't give none of that room and stuff like that, right? Or let's say if I flirt or being charming with women, it's just women that I'm never gonna see again. Like I go to
Right.
Subway and stuff like that. I will talk to a chick, and then I will make her feel good about her day, and I get like probably free cookies or something like that, right? I don't pay, and then I move about my business. I'll never see you again. But as far as like to try to uphold some type of connection, no, I don't
Hmm.
do that. It's all about like there's problems, and you try to avoid those problems by not putting yourself in certain situations.
Right.
You know?
I would say that the cheating, can start when you lack of communication at home.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly. So
yeah.
you
As soon
gotta
as
be on
soon as
point.
soon as that happens, because the worst thing that I've seen people do is I'm not talking to you. This applies to both men and women. I'm not talking to you. That's it.
No, not Siri, man. Remember, Siri. Remember the fight we used to have? It's like, because I used to be the type, like, let's say when I get angry, I don't want to, like, say things I might regret. I try to leave the house. Yeah, she's not moving out the door.
Smart one.
She would not move out of the door, but out of the way, like for me to leave the house and stuff. Like, no,
You
okay,
get it sorted in house.
yeah,
Because women with intentions can sense, you know, the way in, so to speak,
Yep.
like a roach can look for a crack in the door to crawl through.
mm,
A
Plus,
woman with
women know
intentions can sense it.
plus women know their men's mannerisms and their nature. So yes, they pick up on you too.
Hmm.
yeah, man. But anyway, it was awesome having the chat with you guys. I gotta get going forward this time. So thanks for having me, guys. I
All
appreciate it.
right.
See you
I'm
later.
gonna
Art.
get going to you
All
guys.
right,
It
take
was
care.
awesome.
All right, so give me a buzz in the few. All right,
Yeah, of
Hmm.
course.
all
All
right.
right. I hope you guys have a wonderful new year.
Yeah, it's
Happy New
tomorrow,
Year.
huh?
Yeah. All right. And hopefully we do this again sometime. This was awesome.
Yeah.
Maybe next time BGS will answer your questions, Siri.
Right?
Nah, he's not. Look,
See,
look. I told Big J, y'all can't
I knew,
change these
I knew he
dudes that are in that mindset. Y'all can't. They have to change their own mindset. The amount you can do, expose them and back. They're not going to change. That's who they
That's
are.
not that's not the point. The point where for me, I don't know about Aaron Fountain, but I view them as a hate group. All right, I see them as a hate group. The Southern Law probably see the Manosphere as a hate group, and
Oh,
I
really?
think
That's interesting.
yeah. So um, I'm trying to at least expose them to enough where their contradictions and their hypocrisy would be broadcast so that the people who are younger will not no longer it will see that so they can sit there and make their own decisions
Yeah,
instead of
but the truth is not as attractive as the videos they see with people popping bottles in these clubs in these countries, man. I mean, that's a really attractive life and lifestyle, and it's reachable for some of these young guys because, again, your dollar goes further in a lot of these countries. But they
Yeah,
have to find their own path and their own way past that.
yeah, but when they start trying to look outside of that, they need other circles where there's other conversations and there's pointing out
Right.
the hypocrisy. So when they're finally ready to start looking for these other um, people who talk more sense, they're out there.
Well, but see, there's not enough of that content going. That's why I suggested to Big J a while ago. Instead of trying to fight these dudes, you create, more content. Look, one of the things that's missing is good marriage stories. You don't hear those.
They're coming
Whenever
out
people,
slowly but
yeah,
surely. It's starting to come out. Married
yeah,
men, especially happily
right.
married men, because I know some people say that doesn't exist, but no, more and more happily married men and happily married women are
yeah. But
coming
I'm
out.
not married though. I'm not married.
yeah, but a lot of these men don't want to be married, and the women don't want to be married either.
Yeah, we can fix that for you though, Big J. I know
Yeah,
somebody.
yeah. But they need different perspectives, and they need to hear it because for a longest time there was this narrative that people who are married just are miserable and it's like the
Right.
end of your life. And slowly but surely the narrative is starting to change and people are starting to want to get married mainly for economic reasons. Single people cannot maintain a good lifestyle nowadays.
I would push back on that, but it depends on your situation. Put it that
Well,
way.
of course, but
Yeah.
as a couple, you either roommates with someone or you're a couple. You don't have to be married,
Um.
but you're a couple, right?
Okay.
So the problem that's missing is actual couples conversations, like how do you deal with conflict, which is a big issue, right? Because people nowadays don't want to face conflict. So anytime a
Right.
conflict arises in a partnership, all of a sudden they just want to part ways.
Yeah.
Look at Simone Biles and her husband, whatever is going on with them. There's so many people on the internet now saying they should divorce, they should divorce, they should divorce. I think
Right.
that's the first response, and that's not the first time. That's everyone's first response. Anytime a couple shows that they're having some sort of a conflict, it's a divorce. It's a divorce. If a wife goes on and says, I was having issues with my husband because of something stupid, whatever, right? You should divorce. You should divorce. I would divorce. But you divorce and what? It's not like the pasture is not greener on the other side. There's a lot more shit there. Pardon my French. So I think a lot of the younger people nowadays need to hear from people who are in relationships or have been in relationships about these topics, not just from the single feminists or single manosphere people.
Yeah. Well, when Lance and I was doing shows together, that used to be our most popular shows. Was our love shows where we told our best love stories. Because he and I at that point, had been through marriages and relationships and all that. And when you're an older guy, you could reflect on those things. And so those oh my God, we used to have so many people on the line listening to us talk about our loves won and our loves lost. And he still talks up his wife. I don't know if you ever listen to any of his shows, but it's just those used to be our favorite shows. So we're waiting for Big J to join the cadre, bro.
Yeah,
We
join
got to
the
get you
circle.
married.
It's fun over
Yeah,
here.
yeah. You got to get you set up, Big J. We're gonna get you hooked up, man. And with your Hershey chocolate kisses and everything, brother. We're gonna get you hooked up.
Oh my God! I don't know why you brought up that Hershey chocolate kiss. You're going to get me in trouble behind that Hershey chocolate
No,
kiss.
because you know what it means, and I know what it means, but everybody
Yeah,
else, yeah,
yeah.
it,
I do.
It was your ex-girlfriend, Joe. That
my ex-girlfriend. What girlfriend?
you remember? What's her name? The police officer lady
Oh
from
well,
New
I
York.
don't know. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
her.
yeah. You know what? I don't know why I bring her name up. Let me just leave that alone. That
Yeah,
was
leave
bad.
that alone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That I was embarrassed behind that. When she
I don't.
told me her exact age, I was like, well, I'll be damned. Never mind.
You
Anyway,
don't know half the story, Big J. I'll just leave it at that. It's
yeah.
it's it's a story that it don't even
Let's
need to
not
be
go there.
told, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know,
that story, we got to keep that locked up. I was embarrassed by that. But anyway,
you don't know the
Well,
half of it, brother.
I heard Big J is talking to a lady, so fingers crossed everything works out.
Well, I hope so too, Big J. And you know, best of luck to you, brother. You know, it's been a long road for you, but you know, here you are, and maybe this will turn into something, you know, where you all both be on the show together, and fighting Manosphere Boys and be a duo,
Oh,
that
no.
damn duo.
I don't think though that's going to happen. I mean the whole that person being over here with me, I don't think that's going to happen.
You never know, man. You never know. You guys can make a very
I
powerful
might
couple.
I might just leave then at this point. You know, if
Mhm.
things get serious. I mean,
You
I'll
be a
leave.
Please
power
do
couple, man.
and start your family and be happy
Hmm.
and don't look back.
Well, I will tell you this. I'm 100% certain that if and when Big J gets into a long-term relationship and does, whether he wants to get married or not, but in a long partnership, if you do stay on YouTube, your content will 100% change.
Mhm.
I agree. I agree. I think it'll be stronger, actually.
I think so. I'm looking forward to it.
Hmm.
All right. I don't want to make Big J more uncomfortable. I'm gonna get going, you guys. This was
All right,
awesome.
then.
Hopefully we do this again.
All right, then.
Yeah. Bye everyone.
All right,
Bye,
you have a
Spirit.
good one, Serious Eyes. You have a good one.
Yeah, nice talking to you. Peace out to the folks in the chat room, and I'll catch you another time, Big J.
All right, then. I see. All right, then, Joe. I appreciate it. Are you going to Tyrone's show tonight?
I don't know, man. You know, I got a lot of things to do. I'm getting ready to go out of town, brother. So,
Oh,
in
okay,
fact,
okay.
so I got to do some packing and stuff. So I'll see what I can do. You know,
Yeah. Well. If not, though, I see you on Talk Real Solutions Thursday. I guess Tyrone gonna do a Thursday night show then.
I
So
guess I don't know. It's hard to tell with him nowadays.
yeah.
Yeah. But either way, man, have a good one.
All right, though. You have a good one. All right.
Hi, Big J.
All right. Pure.
Down here. So BBS ran when I said that wasn't his girlfriend. Why are they acting like the girl that was at his house was his fiance? Why are they trying to say that? Why is this a new narrative?
Wow. See, I would. You know what? I find it funny though. I do find it funny though that he ran on that. I find that funny. I just
He ran because he knew he put his fucking foot in his mouth. That's why.
wow.
Because the 911 call, she didn't even know the number of the apartment. How is she his fiance?
I'm just laughing at it, Pierre. I'm just laughing at the way
It went over everybody's head but mine.
it sure did. Because I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking about the other things he was saying because it was like because when I was really focused on whose is a traditional man, traditional woman, modern man, modern woman. I was trying to box his ass in on that shit. But I forgot. Yeah, but when he said that earlier about Kevin's fiance, I should have picked up on it, but I wasn't. I was focused on on the other stuff he was
Said the
saying.
woman he was with at the last minutes of his life was his fiance. Well, how the hell was she his fiance when she didn't know anything about him and his apartment?
listen. If I'm with a woman, she better know my phone number, my
That's
address.
my point.
She better know what car I drive. She better know, oh yeah. He drive that blue car. Or he drive that green truck. I mean, yeah, I mean, you gotta know something.
That's why he ran, Big J, because he didn't want
Damn,
me to expose his dumb shit.
man, I didn't picked up on that. I actually I remember him saying it, but I was focused on the other thing he was saying because he was contradicting himself.
Listen, BGS is super slick. He's like a raw piece of chicken that's been oiled down. Okay, he slips right out of everybody's fingers. So I was trying to hook him and hold him down with that one, because we all heard the 911 call.
Oh shit! I'm laughing at it. I'm laughing at that because he bounced up on out of here. He didn't say goodbye. He didn't say nothing. He just got his ass up and out of here. Damn.
Yeah.
This is about like the fifth time
Yes.
you got him. Yeah. This is about the fifth time you got BGS. This is about the fifth time, and you actually deserve subs behind that.
I don't care about any subs.
No,
but it's just
subs, donations, all that. You actually deserve that because that man, hold BGS to his ass to the fire, man.
Yeah, why is he making up a lie, acting like this girl was his fiance? She was not his. She didn't even fucking know him.
You know what? I'm going to do a separate video on that, and I'm gonna use clips from this.
Remember the 911 call, Big J. Do you remember it?
Yeah. I know. No. I know what I'm going to do now. I know what I'm going to do now. No, don't worry. I know what I'm going to do. We say no more.
Why do these dudes like to rewrite history and try to rewrite and change the narrative as if he was trying to get married to this woman? She didn't even know him.
And the thing was like this, though, Pierre. That's why I use the name Saint Kev. The saint ain't supposed the saint is supposed to be free of sin. He's supposed to be white as snow, no sin. So that's why he worshiped Saint Kev, Kevin Samuels. And this show, yeah. Listen, Tanya, that was begging for a clip. I got to do a video on that. That one.
You thought he was running because you were trying to tie him down about Kevin's other part of his life. No, he ran because I said, wait. The 911 call, that woman didn't even know the apartment number.
And that was supposed to be his fiance. Man, you supposed to know something.
Come on.
Oh man. Oh man. You man, I'm over here smiling. You got me smiling. I'm laughing at it. I'm laughing at the rage quitting because soon as you said it, now I was like, oh shit,
I don't know why they don't just own that he was living his bachelor life. He was having whatever sexual encounters with men and women or whatever, and that's just was his life. What is the problem?
Because though they see Kevin as the whole narrative now here is that he got women married. He got these women married. He got these men, the black man, the black woman marrying. That's now ever since his death.
Where's the proof of that?
Right. And I bet you that's what he was trying to do with that fiance angle. But I'm gonna laugh at that. That one was funny. I can't believe I got outsmarted. Hot damn.
BGS. He jumps. He never answered. Who was the problem in Haiti? Was it men or women? Was it the matriarch or the patriarch?
Right.
Who's running the country? Is it women or men? Why is there dysfunction? He never answered the question.
Right.
He never answered the question about why there's so many single mothers in Colombia.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the passport boys went on droves to go to have as many sexual encounters as they possibly could. Now they have an epidemic of babies being born out of wedlock in Colombia, which is what out of BGS's own mouth, right? He didn't answer that question. He didn't answer any of Siri's questions. And then when she brought up Poland and women's right to autonomy and birth control and or abortion, he jumped off to the United States. Like, he didn't answer anybody's questions.
Right. Oh man. Oh, it was so funny. The whole when he was talking about when I was talking about Africa, right, or the whole that desert region of Africa in the Middle East. There's wars between from Iran to Morocco. There's wars, and those societies are
Yeah, but how's that a matriarchal problem? That's a patriarchal problem. That's a dysfunctional patriarchal problem.
Right. And when I was talking about that, right, he tried to switch it over to Europe.
Same problem. Listen,
Right.
I don't have there's no issue with race. It's all about a dysfunctional patriarchy. It doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what cultural group you come from, ethnic group you come from. It doesn't matter. The point is, it's a dysfunctional patriarchy.
And I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Yeah. He said, and why was BGS making others answer their own questions like copying it off a typewriter?
Tanya,
Tanya, yo.
this is how BGS and Art was perplexed about what BGS was doing. We've been watching BGS move for years now. We know how he moves. It's new to you, but it's not new to us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I'm just like, yeah, man. I just like, oh, yeah. It was like one, and then when I don't know, it was either you or Series Eyes was talking about Colombia, right? And then though he tried
Series
making
Eyes
about
was
America.
pointing out the obvious. She was pointing out the fact that there are women complaining on social media about these men coming over there, and they are Colombian women. And she asked him, would you take the word of the person that's going through it, or is this just something anecdotal that you have to read it in some kind of tech context in order to relate to it? And he said, of course, he jumped around like a jumping bean on that one as well.
Oh man, I'm going to have to this morning. I'm going to have to do another video. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to cut. I gotta cut and paste this video because that one is classic. And yeah, I got to do it because
It's not for everyone. Said Art was acting. I mean, clearly, it's very obvious. We know what BGS does. He's been here many times. We know what he does.
This is about the 5th time period you whooped his ass. This is about the 5th time you whooped BGS's ass. But I thought though, man, I was going to get his ass. I was going to box his ass in on that.
Well, I tried to whip his ass on his own channel that many years ago, but he had his gang of goons come up there and interrupt everything. So
yeah. But I know what's going to happen. Auntie gonna make a video calling me and Art a coon. So will Wacky. So will everybody else. I don't give a fine fuck. I
just don't understand why Wacky keeps bringing this old stuff up again. Why is he doing that? I don't get it.
Because though I said something about his boy BMT. Because I said something about BMT. Because he got nothing. Mind your business. No, BMT. And I got that video coming about him.
BMT said something. I listened to something that John the analyst put out, and it was him saying that he went into special forces.
Yeah.
How the hell do you go into special forces without boot camp first and all this other stuff? You have to go through. Have to go through the ranks to become special forces. You just don't. It just doesn't pop off on for you out of the blue. There are steps to get there.
Right. That's why Wacky World's pissed off because I talked about when BMT was going after Miss Sun Kiss. Because I was protecting Miss Sun Kiss. Right.
Okay. Which you said.
Yeah, and then I got hammered on. So I brought that right back up to him. So how you gonna be righteous and everything when you got sued by your own cousin? Because I brought that up.
Oh,
Because
I don't know anything about that.
oh man, wait a minute, hold on. I'm doing a video series on BMT. I'm doing a video series. It's going. The first one's
My
about
my
to upload in a minute.
my niece's husband was special forces. He was a Navy SEAL. Do you think he became a Navy SEAL just off the jump?
They watch too many movies. I'm gonna say they watch too many movies.
Do you know how many years he spent in the military prior to becoming a Navy SEAL?
About like 4 years.
Yes.
And you know how I know? You know how I know? Because I came from a military family.
Right. And I
That's
have
not
I
that's
have a
not I
cousin
know.
I have a cousin that was he was a ranger. Do you think he just became a ranger out of the blue?
Right. My uncle is a paratrooper.
Yeah,
You don't go into special forces and
you do
one
not.
day go to put a parachute on your back. No,
You
that's
grad It's like going through high school. It's going through elementary school, junior high school to high school. You don't just automatically jump in from a first grader into high school. It just doesn't happen like that.
right. Facts. 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 Yeah. hmm Yeah, but I'm just looking at that. I'm just
So that was my first time watching that. I watched John the Analyst video on that, and I'm like, did this dude really say he's in special forces right off the jump?
yeah. Yeah. And that's not the only lie he made. That's not the only lie. Look, you want to hear all the other craziness?
Not really, because these people are weird to me.
Man, I'm telling you, it's out of like. Okay, I'm tell you another lie, right? Tell you another lie. Okay, remember. Okay, you and I know Nyla, right?
Yeah,
Both me and you talked to Nyla, right?
yeah.
Okay, he went on the Nyla's, right? Talking about, well, I was in a sex ring and I was abused and I was sold and I was like, I'm watching, I'm hearing him saying all this, right?
Hmm.
Nyla was actually interviewing him, right? Because he
Hmm.
talking about all the great things he doing in the community and all that. So I'm listening to him, right? And then all of a sudden, wait a minute, something's not adding up here.
Hmm.
Then Nyla picked up on it. Nyla was kind of like, okay, and she was asking questions, right? So,
Nyla's not the person you want to fuck around with some lies, because she's got
right.
a lie detector in her head, and she will call you out on your lies. I'm just gonna say that.
And I don't know about women. Y'all got some special super power that men don't have
Yeah,
because Nyla picked it up before I did.
yeah.
Not Nyla picked it up before I did. So I'm in the chat room listening to all this foolishness, right? And
Hmm.
then I'm like, wait a minute. The verbiage and some of the things he was saying sound like what would happen to a woman.
Hmm.
Then I'm like, wait a minute. This is somebody else's story he's stealing. So come to find out, Nyla went over to Misunderstood.
Oh Lord, was it her story?
Yes, it was. And you know who Misunderstood is, right?
Yes.
Right. Like, if you don't know who Misunderstood is, I'm talking to people in the chat room. She's the woman that has sex with Tommy Sotomayor and all the others. Anyway, yeah.
I didn't know she had sex with Tommy Sotomayor.
Man,
When did
man,
that happen?
about 4 years ago, something like that. I forgot. But anyway, the thing was, he took her story and made it his own to tell Nyla that was him that was in the sex ring, that he was a victim in the sex uh ring type. And I'm like, really? That's another like, but hold on, but period. You know what? I'm gonna make my video because I'm gonna expose all these lies he be making. I'm gonna go ahead and do it because he goes around on YouTube talking about Miss Sunkiss clothes and all that. No, I'm putting into this. You're not gonna get away with this.
Is he the one that had
His kid,
talked about Miss Sunkiss breastfeeding her babies?
yeah, Yeah, him.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Right. The same one. The same one. Yeah. Yeah, gonna sit there and lie, just lie and lie. He go to Mo's channel, lie. Goes to them white folks' channel, the white people's channels, and lie and talk about the black community fucked up. You see, that's why I hang around with y'all. Like, really? You know, I mean, he's the main one doing all the destruction. And
Mhm.
and what though what he did verbal was some fucked up shit too. And those THMC women, if you recall.
I don't know.
So yeah. But anyway, we at the 4 hour and 30-minute mark. So
Well, thanks for having me on, Big J. I'm sorry I scared BGS away again.
Man, hey, listen. You know what? I take that as a consolation prize because at least I laughed. At least I laughed. Because I was really about to get up in his ass, but least, that must be God's way of telling me y'all need to relax. So anyway, I'm gonna accept that. I'm gonna laugh at that part because that was funny right there.
I'm just wondering how anybody's fiance doesn't know what apartment building you're living in.
I'm going to have to clip
or your name.
video. I'm going to have to clip this video because that's gonna be a whole separate video. That's gonna be a whole separate video I'm going to do. Thank you for that, Pierre.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that because like that, I forgot all about that. That part, like.
You think like some of us paid attention to the 911 call? Come on.
Oh man, I wish Bomb was here. I wish Cherry was on this panel. she would tear BJ's ass up.
I wish we would have tag team. Me and Bomb, we would have been jumping off the ropes at him.
That was
he wouldn't have allowed it though. He would have jumped off earlier.
Yeah. Hold on. He said basically, Pierre, you're the establishment, and we know how people fear that. What you mean? What you mean the establishment? Oh, I think she mean in space, I guess. But yeah, I'm laughing at it. Series eyes was going in on his ass. That
and he wouldn't answer any of her questions.
Man,
she made some super valid points, and he bounced right. He's like a hot potato. He bounced right over him.
Man, she was getting up in his ass.
Yeah, and he was ignoring everything she was saying.
So he better not come on his channel talking about black women this when it was white women. Where's a white woman that made him laugh? You can't blame on black women no more because he didn't understand. All women of all races are getting tired of the manosphere. And what just happened should have just been a warning shot to everybody. People really getting tired of them.
And this is the thing. Oops. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't know what happened just now. The problem isn't that we have a problem with the patriarchy, because there can be a righteous patriarchy, right? There can be a patriarchy that is legit for the people, that takes care of families, takes care of women and things like that. It can happen, right? But what we have seen through history is a dysfunctional patriarchy in power.
Right, because if we're going to have a patriarchy, I want that type of patriarchy of Michael Landon from Little House on the Prairie. I think I know people gonna say, what you mean? I mean, he don't bother anybody. He try to take care of that house and whatever, try to feed him and himself and his family. That was it he was trying to do. And the only time he tried to, well, there was no violence on the show, but he tried to do, he asserted himself whenever there's danger. Well, than that, though, he's guarding his own family.
Listen, there are righteous men. I don't want anybody to get the idea that I don't think there are righteous men. There are righteous men. There are good men in the world. If we didn't have good men in the world, this world right now would be really fucked up and chaotic. Okay. It would not be what we get to enjoy right now. Okay. So I'm
Right.
not saying there aren't good men. There are good men. However, when you got people wanting to push the dysfunction and don't and want to act like they're living on they want they want a family unit of old, but they're not willing to do the work to get there, there's a problem. Because
Mm,
men who are about real honor and duty, and they are a proper patriarchal functioning unit, they take into considerations their wishes of their wives and family. They take those into consideration, and they're wise men, and they make the best judgment situation over what is transpiring, with taking into account their wives' input and things like that. These men don't want to do that. Okay, they
right.
want to leave women right off a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
A true righteous man knows how to navigate. These
Mm-hmm.
aren't righteous men. I'm sorry. That's
Yeah.
my point.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and end this live stream. Uh,
Yeah.
Tanya, thank you for being here, Tanya. Uh-oh, I clicked the wrong button. Tanya, but thank you for being here, Tanya, and say and tell the wildebeest I said hi.
Who's the
Uh,
wildebeest?
her husband.
Um,
Yeah. Like she referred to her husband as the wildebeest. Um,
cute.
yeah. Miss Not for Everyone. Thank you for
Time is
dropping
not
by.
for everyone.
And what's that? Donjaya Perkins. Thank you. Series Eyes. I see Mela.
Yeah, hey,
Um,
Mela. I wish Series Eyes would have got her answers, but as you can plainly see, that's what BGS did. BGS throws a million things out there, and then he clouds the conversation with a bunch of different anecdotal statements that mean nothing. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't answer anything.
Right. Right. But but anyway, I'm gonna get off of here. But thank you for showing up here. So
Oh, you're welcome. Can you knock me out, Big J? Can you kick me off?
yeah, I'll kick you off. So yep. Anyway, y'all, thank y'all for showing up. I'm kind of I ain't gonna say I'm disappointed, but I did enjoy a good laugh uh tonight. And let me say this to the young man whose video this is to. Um Man, if I can yeah. Hold on. I'll do this. Let me put this up here. Let me put this up here for you. So this is to Mr. Wacky World. This this is to Mr. Wacky World. Wacky. Wacky. I'm talking to you. This is at if you go back to my page, Wacky, what did I said? Don't you try to defeat me with the same website that you failed to look up the grammar and the etymology part of that same website. And the links is in the description box, by the way, Wacky World. So, um, like I said, if you make another video about me, it's going to prove you another thing, you know. And let me say this too before I end it. Being male. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's use this for a minute. Wacky. Let me use this for you, Wacky. Being male is a matter of birth. Being a man is a matter of age. Being a gentleman is a matter of choice. Now, use that, flip that on around when it comes to women. Like being a female is a matter of birth. Being a woman is a matter of age. Being a lady is a matter of choice. Now, if you can't compute that part, Wacky, I don't know what to tell you. And if you're going to make another video attacking me, attacking my character and everything else, or have your little game that people trying to come after me, only thing you're proving is this. That is what you're proving. Since I'm a stutter box, and you know, anyway, since I'm a what you call me, a retard, and you call me a what's the other word? I forgot. What's the other word? Oh, I have a speech impediment. You're just proving that Big J is, Big J was, and Big J will always will be right. Wacky, keep my name out your mouth from now on. I'm good.